decided to join a mafia. Let's talk about all the Japanese people who were inspired by, I don't know, the Yakuza depiction in Tokyo Drift 3, Fast and the Furious 3, and thought, whoa, these people driving their cars in Tokyo Drift looks cool. Let me join the Yakuza. Let's talk about all the Irish people who are like, yo, like Leonardo DiCaprio and like Gangs of New York. This is really cool. Let me join an Irish gang in New York. Let's talk about The Godfather. Yeah,
okay, if you actually believe that all of that brings about violence, at least you're being principled. But I'd hope you're not just picking and choosing Charlie's words as bringing about violence and ignoring all of that.
I just said it wasn't only his words.
Did you need to bring up a caller?
Racism. Friend? You understand what racism means?
Racism to you is opinions you disagree with.
No, not really.
Yeah, because if Charlie Kirk's against DEI and he's suspicious of, is this pilot really here because of merit, or is this pilot here because of their skin color?
Why are you automatically suspicious when you see a black pilot?
I'm not if there weren't DEI practices.
Wait, how do you know a black pilot is automatically going to be DEI higher?
Because United, Delta, and other airlines have put DEI practices of 50%. Well,
how do you know a black pilot when you see them is a... Wait,
I see their black skin.
You didn't see color.
What do you mean, a friend?
I thought you didn't see color, RC. So how is it that when you see a pilot, you automatically see their color? Wait, I thought you're the proponent of, we shouldn't see color. I don't see color. I'm colorblind. So how do you see the color of a pilot to be able to question if they're a DEI hire or not? I'm confused.
Because unfortunately, these airlines pick people because of their skin color and not because of their merit. That's why.
They're not qualified if they're black?
If they're picked because they're black, no.
How do you know they're being picked because they're black just by
when you go on Delta or United Airlines
again, when you see a black pilot, how do you know that black pilot was just simply quote unquote picked for being black? Are you making an assumption that all black people just got handouts and got a job and weren't actually qualified for that job?
When the corporation they're working for has
the corporation. The corporation did not say every black person is that way.
Okay. So you just want to hear yourself talk then?
I do have like a nice voice, so that's really nice. Yeah, it's okay.
Okay. So I mean, if you're just being bad faith, not letting me answer a question and then filibustering and telling me
I'm just matching your energy because you're very bad faith too.
You're matching my energy? Okay, then you should be respectful to me because that's how I've been with you.
No, you have not been.
Then she'd be bigoted.
Yeah, you've been really bigoted, actually.
I mean, I'm sure you view me bigoted to the values you hold because we have diametrically opposed values. So of course,
I think so. That's probably true because what I think is that actually I do agree with your sentiment that it probably is rap music that makes people violent. That must be why white people are so violent since they are 71% of the consumers of rap music. Is that why you guys are 70% of the family annihilators? Is it because of the rap music you all listen to? I think that might be it. Is that why you guys are 82% of the school pupils? Because of you guys listen to so much rap music? Just wondering.
Do you actually believe that violent rap music brings about violent behavior?
Yeah, I think that's why white people are so violent. I think that's
okay.
I think that's
why. Are you
why.
just saying that to be bad faith?
Hi, remember you were just crying about not being. Remember you were just crying about being interrupted. Stop.
I didn't even finish.
If you could act as though you have some home training, I'd appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, I think that's exactly why white people are so violent. It's because they listen to all of this rap music. This is why you guys are 82% of the school pupils, 70% of the family annihilators. Not even the damn dog gets to live. That's why you guys are over 70% of the child porn offenders. It's probably it might be the rap music, since you guys are the biggest purchasers of the rap music. So I'm just agreeing with you. You shouldn't have an issue with that. You should agree that white people are very violent, and it's because they purchase so much rap music.
All right, fair enough. If you think that, do you also think that same rap music brings about a lot of the black on black violence we see in like Chicago, for example?
Sure. And that's also probably the reason why the Department of Justice states that there's more white on white violence in terms of percentages than there is black on black violence. A white person is more likely to be unalived by a white person, not because of there are more white people, but just that by the percentage, there is a larger amount of white people that are unalived by white people than black people than unalived by black people. So yes, I agree with you wholeheartedly. And that's why there's so much white on white crime, as was with Charlie Kirk. That was white on white crime. I agree with you. You're right. That's what causes it.
Do you think that Charlie Kirk's words was bringing about violence?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Like what? What opinion of his brought about violence, for example?
Yeah, absolutely. All of the opinions, especially since he lied so much about statistics, they cause implicit bias and overt biases against black people. That's why white people are make up more than half of the offenders of hate crimes, and black people are 3 times more likely to be the victim of any, more so than any other race, 3 times more likely to be the victim of hate crimes. And that's because he lied so much about statistics.
Okay, what opinion specifically? Like, what opinion on race did he espouse that brought about violence?
Yeah, sure. I would say that him stating, for example, that black people specifically are more criminalistic after the Civil Rights Act, and in addition to that, stating that the poverty level is higher currently as opposed to prior to the Civil Rights Act. Those things were lies. And so, yes, that causes black people to be seen in a more denigrated light, which then causes people to act accordingly towards them.
So when he's referring to crime violence and showing that there is a disproportionate amount of crime caused by young black men for violent crime, that's not true. And the FBI statistically, it is true.
Yeah, it's not. The FBI crime charts, for example, out of the 30 categories, 28 of them are those violent crimes are committed by white people, and things such as, for example, as I stated, white men being 70% of the child court offenders. That's not just hard numbers. That's also per capita. Disproportionately.
Okay, so when you say that,
same thing with rape, same thing with arson, same thing with carjackings. All of these things you guys are disproportionately commit.
Okay, so since
I actually have a question. You've asked me several questions. I have a question for you. Considering white people have had the most handouts ever in this country, historically and currently, and so you don't have poverty to blame, can you tell me why it is that white people are so violent? You don't even have poverty to blame. Can you tell me why you guys are so violent?
Why white people are so violent?
Yeah, why are white people so violent? You've had so many handouts. You continue to have so many handouts. You don't have poverty to blame, since your poverty rate is is way lower than black people. So why are white people so violent when you don't have poverty to blame?
All right, can I now respond?
Absolutely, I give you permission.
I thought this kind of rhetoric is what brought about violence. So isn't you espousing that white people are violent?
Do you think that I'm against violence?
Are you doing the same thing?
Did you get the impression that I was against violence? Did you get the impression that I was against it? Is that the impression you? What gave you that impression?
Are you in favor of white people?
Did you think that I was against it?
I would think that you're.
Did I give you that impression?
I would hope you're against people.
Yeah, I'm against. I believe in the tolerance, what do you call it? The paradox of tolerance, right? The only way to have a tolerant society is to be intolerant of intolerance. So I'm all for it. I would make you face the wall.
Oh, you would make me face the wall?
I would make you face the wall.
Oh, why is that?
Yeah, absolutely. Because I'm intolerant of intolerance. That's why.
You're intolerant to because
yes. In order to have a tolerant society,
I don't deserve to live because I don't agree with your opinions.
Excuse me?
I don't deserve to live because I don't agree with your opinions.
Yeah, I think that when you are speaking rhetoric, right, that is oppressive to marginalized groups, that you should either change the rhetoric or not speak.
Or face the wall. Either
for you,
with our opinion or face
so
the wall.
I do think that. I do think that, for example, when we have someone like Schmittler,
can someone find out where she works?
Yeah, absolutely, guys. I want everyone.
You're literally sending me a death threat right now.
I want everyone here to find my boss.
1,000 people.
Wait, guys, no. Hey guys, I want you guys to do what RC said. I want everyone here to find my boss. Everyone find my boss.
You think your boss would be cool with you sending a death threat?
I think my boss. I think she would love it. I think my boss. I think she would enjoy what I'm saying. I do. I think my boss would love what I'm currently saying. Hold on a second. Let me put my boss on the phone. Hold on a second. Hi. I heard you wanted to speak with me.
Okay.
Oh my God, bitch. Yeah, that's right. That's right. You're speaking to my boss. You're speaking to her. Great. So let's get back to what we were discussing. Absolutely.
Well,
I think. Do you think that it was a bad thing that Schmittler? Do you think that it was a bad thing that Schmittler unalived?
You just said you want people.
Do you think it's a bad thing that Schmittler unalived?
How can I debate you? You want me dead?
Do you think it's a bad... You didn't come up here for a debate. I know that you want us to think that. You didn't come up here for a debate. You came up here to try to embarrass Athena. You came up here to spit hateful rhetoric. I'm just playing your game. You don't like it when it's
What
reversed?
hateful-
Wait, hold on. You don't like it when it's reversed? Is that the issue? You don't
Can
like
you tell
it
me
when
what
it's
hateful
reversed?
rhetoric that
You don't like
espouse?
it when it's reversed?
Well, if I spit hateful rhetoric, then I
Wonderful,
would like to know
wonderful.
what
Great.
it is
So
that
can
I
you tell me
said.
if it's a bad thing that Schmittler unalived?
Can you tell me what I said?
Can you
that
tell
was
me if it's a
hateful?
bad thing that Schmittler unalived?
All right.
Oh, well, you're quiet now? Are you quiet now?
Well,
Is it a bad thing that Schmittler unalived? Yes or no?
Like, I don't.
Is it a
if you're
bad
gonna
thing
be
that Schmittler?
nasty and
Yeah, she
threaten
just
to kill
yes,
me.
I do overtalk. Cry about it, Miranda.
Well,
So
it's
is
not
it a
only
bad thing that
overtalking,
Schmittler unalived?
You threatened to kill me, so
Yeah,
I'm not
if you'd
gonna-
like to say so, absolutely. You know these things are recorded, right?
Yeah,
so
it is.
that's
And you
lovely.
said that you
yeah,
want me
yeah,
to face the
absolutely.
wall.
That's sure.
And you
These
are
things are recorded.
pro-violence to
Guess
white
what?
people that disagree with
RC. I don't know if you know
You
this
did
or
say
not.
that.
I'm not scared of anything that you're saying. These things are recorded. So if you'd like
I
to
know
say
it's
that, you can.
recorded.
Wait, it sounds like you have a victim mentality. Actually, sounds like you have a victim mentality. Why are you being
I
a
just
victim?
don't like people sending.
Why are
death
you being such a
threats.
victim? Why are you being such a victim?
I'm just above the.
No,
death
you have a
threats.
victim mentality. You're now making yourself the victim and telling people that I threatened to unalive you. I did no such thing. It sounds like you have a victim mentality. You should work
you
on
said
that.
that you're pro-violence.
You should work on.
against
You
people
should
that
work on.
disagree
You
with
should work on. You should work on. Have I committed any violence?
You're espousing it.
Have I committed any violence?
I don't know. Maybe you have.
Wonderful,
I don't
wonderful.
know
So
who
since
are.
can you stop being a victim so we can have the discussion? I don't want to hear your victim mentality any longer. Let's continue with the discussion. Yeah.
No,
so
not with
do you
you,
think it's a
no.
bad thing that Schmittler unalived?
Yeah, I'm not discussing with someone that sends death threats.
Oh, hey guys, he's tapped out.
No, I mean, I'm
that's a
above
great
that.
L.
I'm
I
above
love that
that.
W for me. You see how he conceded?
No, it's just you got.
Oh my God,
you're
you
very
lost.
nasty. You're being very
I
nasty.
won. I won.
Okay,
I won.
that's all right.
I know. I did. It's all right. It is all right.
You want people to face the
I
wall and
won.
disagree
I
with
won.
you,
I won.
and you want people to.
It's an L
experience
for
violence.
RC. It's an L for RC.
That's okay. If it's
It
an L
is.
against someone like you, that's okay.
Great. And it is someone like me, and you caught the L. So wonderful.
Okay, that's
Yeah.
all right. I'm not going to stoop to your level. I'm not going to.
That's wonderful. Don't
I'm
stoop
also
to my
not gonna
level.
engage with someone that wants me to
as they
experience
say, when you go
violence.
low, I go to the pits of hell.
But the thing is, I didn't.
So
go
now
low.
that we've
I didn't go
established that
low.
you have a victim mentality, do you want to run along or do you want to continue?
I'll continue with someone else that can speak with some.
Well,
level of respect.
I'm who you got, baby.
Well, then I'm not going to engage.
I'm who
with
you got. Well, then
can
be
go ahead and
quiet.
kick
So
me.
then we can sit in silence if you'd like.
Well, you're sending death
This
threats.
is such
I'm
a
not gonna
victim
engage with that.
mentality. This is such a victim mentality that you have.
Okay.
It is.
I mean, I'll
I
engage
think
with
that you
someone
should.
that's
I
gonna be
think that
respectful.
you should perhaps just work harder. Is it your culture? Is it your culture why you have this victim mentality? Just wondering. Perhaps you're a fatherless home, or maybe your dad didn't go to your little league games. Is it a fatherless home? Is this why you have this victim mentality?
I know you're trying to antagonize me. I'm just not.
I'm
gonna
not
do
trying to
it.
antagonize you. I'm just trying to find out why you have this victim mentality. Is it a fatherless home?
Oh.
No? Is it your culture? Just wondering.
You're encouraging violence. I don't want to engage with that.
Oh,
That's
sure.
not-
I think it's the father. I think your dad didn't go to your little league games. I think that's what it is.
Wait,
Can-
RC, why are
can we-
you
can I
calling?
discuss with someone
why are
that
you
doesn't
calling
encourage
rhetoric
violence?
you just don't agree with is violent? This is crazy.
She
Exactly.
literally
He
said
doesn't
she
believe
wants
in free
me to
speech all
face
of a
the wall
sudden.
and get killed.
He doesn't
That's-
believe in free speech.
Yeah, that's
he doesn't
free,
believe in
yeah,
free
that's free
speech.
speech.
Yeah, she has the free speech to say that. I have the free speech to not engage with someone that nasty and pathetic.
Sure. Well, I'm here, and so unless you want to drop, you can run if you'd like. You can run away.
We could have a base level of respect where you don't want me killed. and vice
Respect?
versa.
Why would I respect a bigot?
I don't know who
Why
you
would
are. You know who
respect
I
a
am or
bigot?
something?
I'm not sure why I would respect a bigot.
What is? Can you define bigot?
Yeah, you.
Okay, that's not a definition. That's an example.
Yeah.
All right, me. That's fine. But what does it mean? What does
yeah,
that
so
word mean?
someone that holds unreasonable beliefs. And
who
so
determines if they're reasonable?
Sure, yeah.
Who determines
So
if the
can you
beliefs are
tell me why it
reasonable?
is? Can you, now that we're going back into answering and asking questions, we can go back to the question that I asked you. Do you think it's a bad thing that Schmittler unalived?
No, I don't, and I'm not going to engage in
why
any
not?
future questions with you.
Oh, well, then you can just sit here in silence or run away.
Okay. You can go ahead and kick me then, because this is if you're not going to see what's wrong with her.
I will not kick you. You would have to.
You can
drop
run away.
yourself. Yeah.
So you're cool with her encouraging violence to white people?
I
and
didn't
people that
encourage
disagree?
violence.
You did. You said
They're
people
just,
like me should
they're
be
just
facing the walls
RC,
and killed.
RC. They're just words. I don't know why you're being a victim. Yeah, they're
See,
just
that's
words.
the thing. Charlie never said anything like that. You guys
Wait,
literally
they're
say
just
stuff
words,
like that.
RC. Why are you crying?
Yeah, but the thing,
Stop
like,
being a victim.
Charlie
Who
never
in
said
the chat
anything like
thinks
that.
that RC is being a victim? Write victim in the chat.
Hold on, guys. I want the people in the comment section to understand that this person here, this RC guy, I forgot about, because I was in the comment section one time, when you stated that you think that some rape victims want it. That sounds like it's encouraging violence to me. You said that on Cease to Know's live, that you think that some rape victims want it. That sounds pretty violent.
I said there's a weird fetish.
No, that's precisely what you said. That's precisely what you said.
I said there's
precisely what you said.
There's a weird group of people that have consent, non-consent that actually want it or something.
Yeah, that's not what you said. That's not what you said at all. What you said was that you think that some rape victims want it. You went into about how there's some bodily functions that women have while it's happening that makes you think that someone.
No, you're confusing me with Andrew Wilson.
No, it was you. It was you.
Did not say
it was you. I know exactly who you are, and it was you. And we can ask Cease if you'd like, but it was absolutely you.
You can go ahead and bring up the recording.
Yeah, absolutely. So I don't know how someone who is a grape apologist wants to talk about violence. That's weird. It just sounds to me like you have a victim mentality.
That's okay. You're lying about me.
I'm not lying.
Okay. I mean, of course, you could say whatever you want.
And I do.
Yeah, you lie. You
sure. You
and you threaten to get people killed. I mean, I see the kind of character. I see your character.
Yes, I'm sure I'm the one with the bad character. Absolutely.
Well, you said you want people to face the wall.
I'm not sure what makes you think that I want you to think that I have good character. So the problem is that for the longest time, you bigots have thought that the people that you oppress and exploit.
Hold on. Can I just make some RC? Go on mute, by the way. I wanna play something for everybody. Okay. Oh, this is a clip of RC with Ian, the TikTok debater Ian.
If the rapist was in the shoes of the rape victim, would they want to be raped? For the betterment of humanity, maybe. You think rape victims want it? If there's two people left, that's crazy. You're going to cease to you said that rape victims want it. They read it in their insane. They read it in their smut books all the time. They romanticize grape all the time. That's so fucking weird. Smut books all the time. Romanticizing grape all the time. He doesn't understand consent and nobody's surprised. They have great fantasies all the time. The difference between a grape fantasy and a grape reality is consent. If the rapist was in the shoes.
Looks like Adorno was right. That's crazy, isn't it?
Damn, I guess my character isn't so bad because I wasn't lying. Damn. Looks like I was telling the truth. That sucks.
Yeah. Me questioning Ian's morality, sucks. That part you left out of that clip to try to make me look bad.
Sure. You made yourself look bad.
It was a 5 minute
you made yourself look bad.
On morality, and you played the 10 seconds where I was questioning his framework.
No, their framework first of all. But you were actively.
No, he went back to he. He told me.
No, they didn't. You were actively saying that rape victims want it. They have fantasies. You were saying that.
No, I'm saying that there are feminists that read romance novels of women getting raped and romanticize it. It's weird. It is weird. It's in a lot of those romance books. It's disgusting.
The words that you said were that some great victims want it. That's what you said on Cease to Know's live. You said some great victims want it.
You can keep trying to twist what I said, play clips out of context.
I mean, everyone here just heard you do that pretty much the same thing on Ian's live as well. So
it was actually
it was actually on my live.
It was actually me asking
your live? Okay.
his standard of morality, and I presented him with a scenario that he was unwilling to want to answer to, and you played that out of context. Very cowardly of you, but it's typical of the left.
Can we play it again? Hold on, let's play it.
Why don't you play the entire 5 minutes?
Shh. It's okay. Let's play it again.
If the rapist was in the shoes of the rape victim, would they want to be raped? For the betterment of humanity, maybe. You think rape victims want it? If there's two people left, that's crazy. You're going to cease to you said that rape victims want it. They read it in their insane. They read it in their smut books all the time. They romanticize grape all the time. That's so fucking weird. Smut books all the time. Romanticizing grape all the time. He doesn't understand consent and nobody's surprised. They have great fantasies all the time. The difference between a grape fantasy and a grape reality is consent. If the rapist.
It's crazy. Damn.
Yeah, Ian agreed with me with the grape fantasy, which is weird.
Yeah,
but I wasn't taking the position that would be grape. I was questioning his morality. That's
you just said you said yes for the betterment of society.
No,
we literally heard you just.
He's a subjective moralist, and I was taking
literally just said yes
to test his subjective morality.
We heard
I was LARPing to take a subjective moralist position.
LARPing. He was LARPing.
Yes, because that's the point of a debate. I was testing his principles. I was testing his standard because he's a subjective moralist. And I presented him with a scenario in which he thinks it would be okay.
Yikes, grape apologist.
No, that's a debate. That's what you do in a debate. You question someone's morals.
You in a debate, you say that grape.
You muted the wrong person.
Yeah, in a debate, no, I got a call. In a debate, you say that rape victims would want it if it was for the betterment of society.
Never said that. No.
You just said for the betterment of society. We just heard it.
It was
would you look at that?
It was a
Cease to
hypothetical.
know is
It was a
here.
hypothetical that I was presenting.
Cease to know is here.
Thank you for letting me up. So, a couple of things I want to say, if that's okay.
This is like a TMZ show, bro.
So, first of all, Kofi, I want to say thank you for your platform and what you do. I saw the conversation with Dean, and I want to say I very much agree with your perspective on what happened there. Now, as far as RC is concerned, look, you have consistently said some of the most appalling things on this app. And last time you were on my live, you
This lady just told me to face the wall and get killed. Is that appalling
Can
to
you?
you?
Hey, can you? Can you
Cease,
stop?
is that a
Can you stop being uncivilized and let Cease talk? Continue.
virtue signaling?
I'm not
Like,
virtue signaling. I'm
outrage?
just saying. Let Cease talk. They just came up here.
But stop with the moral outrage. She just told me to get killed.
complaining about Adorna just because you don't want to listen to what Cease is saying. Cease, continue.
So last time he was on my live, he compared consensual schmecks among gay people to being a P3DO. Right? This is how detached from reality this person is. He wants to blame leftists for what happened to Kirk, but then when it comes to the propaganda and violent rhetoric that someone like Kirk spewed every day of his life, that's not, we can't use that to talk about how that hurts marginalized communities and has led to the unaliving and dehumanizations of trans people and gay people. It's always this constant hypocrisy from the right when it comes to these issues. Again, I don't even know what to say other than it's a constant homophobia, constant transphobia. It's people talking about things they don't remotely understand, that they've put no effort in learning about. RC has consistently called being trans a delusion. He doesn't even know what that means. He doesn't know what a delusion is in the context of psychology. Constantly saying racist things. And then when they get called out for what they are, which is bigots all the way through, then they want to cry virtue signaling, or they want to pretend like we're calling for violence and all these things. It's just dishonest. I mean, how do you talk with somebody who is dishonest in every conceivable way? And yeah, he has made excuses for rape. Subjective morality doesn't entail that any person has to defend that. Was he calling me a subjectivist, or was he calling Ian a subjectivist?
I think Ian.
Okay, because I'm a more realist, and what I say is that my morality, or how I justify morality in a universal sense, is simply not grounded in his fairy tales, in his imaginary gods, and to him that means that anything goes. That without his God, there is no grounding for morals. This is just delusional. This is just simply not understanding any fundamental philosophy. But even a subjectivist can denounce rape from the context of their senses. But regardless, I'm not a subjectivist, I'm more a realist. This is somebody who thinks that unless you follow the Bible, you have no moral foundations. Meanwhile, he's consistently dehumanizing anybody who isn't a white male. I mean, it's just, again, pure insanity. I mean, I don't even know.
Can you tell me an example of when I dehumanized someone that wasn't white? Like something you said?
Yeah, with your race. Literally, one time on my live, you said that you're sure that I'm more comfortable living around white people than people of color. Like you alluded that any reasonable person would feel more uncomfortable being around people of color. You humanize trans people every day. You call them delusional. You call them abomination.
You're just gonna misquote me and lie, and then
everybody's misquoting you. I mean that's again. This is the dishonesty. I'm quoting you exactly. That's exactly what you said. Did you know, by the way, just 2 days ago, did you not say that trans people are what they're doing is an abomination?
No, hold on. The first thing I said, rich black people tend to move to white neighborhoods. That's what I was saying in your live.
You didn't say anything about rich black people in that live.
Okay, sure.
Maybe you said it on another live.
I asked you, why do you think that wealthy black people tend to move to neighborhoods?
You never asked me the question. You confused me with somebody else. You never said that to me.
Okay.
You might have said, not that it makes it any better, but maybe you said it to somebody else.
Well, it's statistically true. And then I asked you why.
You were imagining a conversation that never took place.
That's me dehumanizing.
You're imagining a conversation that never took place.
You know how like Asians want to live in a neighborhood filled with Asians because they want to be around their people? Is that racist of them to want to do that?
Yeah, I mean, you're literally proving.
Oh, that's racist to have like a Chinatown or Little Italy and then have a bunch of people.
No. What's racist?
But if I, as a white person, want to be around people that look like me, then I'm the bad one. But if like a Chinese guy does it, he's fine. Indian does it, he's fine.
What's racist is dehumanizing
Italian
other
does it, he's
people.
fine.
No, what's racist is dehumanizing other people based on.
How did I dehumanize? What did I? But again,
I know you can't understand it because again, this is.
So are Asians dehumanizing because they want to live amongst Asians? If they
No,
want to
I
live
think
in, like,
I think
little
you saying
China?
you'd be uncomfortable around black people and presenting them as a threat is dehumanizing.
I didn't say I would be uncomfortable.
No, you came up here and you brought up gang violence, all the blacks unaliving each other and gang violence.
I said there's a lot of gang violence in rap music.
I don't know why this man has probably never in his life let any woman finish, by the way. Anyways, as I was saying, right? It's clear that you neglected the fact that society as a whole glorifies violence. All societies glorify violence. Name me a society and I can literally show you an example of how they glorify violence. Korea, Squid Game. Squid Game is incredibly violent show that is glorified. You go to Japan, the Yakuzas are glorified. You go to Italian American communities, mafias are glorified. Sopranos, Godfather is glorified. Action films are glorified. Expendables is glorified. You literally have Michael Bay who actively makes explosions in slow motion happen all the damn time because people love explosions and violence and guns and unalivings and whatever it is, right? But you never address the fact that society as a whole tends to glorify violence. You only want to focus on the blacks because the blacks make us uncomfortable. Let's not focus on the fact that Keanu Reeves decided to unalive over 100 people for a dog. Let's ignore the fact that Liam Neeson gets glorified while he unalives countless people, including people who never kidnapped his daughter. But no, let's focus on the blacks, because the blacks are the ones who only glorify violence because they're a threat. And also, I, as a white Venezuelan man, feel uncomfortable around these blacks. That is you dehumanizing specifically black people, making it seem as if we are somehow inherently violent.
Okay, you're misquoting me. I didn't say I'm uncomfortable.
No, you literally came on my live and talked about gang violence instead of talking about global violence.
And he literally used the word disproportionate.
I asked you if Charlie's words were causing violence.
But you why did you randomly bring up gang violence?
I said, does gang
Why did you
violence in
randomly
rap
bring up
music?
gang violence? Why did you randomly bring up gang violence? Did you say,
because you're acting as though someone's words can bring about violence, but words, when it's romanticizing gang violence in rap music, you don't think that brings about
why did you bring up gang violence?
To point out your double standard. That's
why didn't you? Why didn't you bring? Wait, hold on. Why didn't you bring up The Sopranos? Why do you always bring up only gang violence and rap music?
To point out the hypocrisy of liberals.
Why don't you bring up? Wait, are you saying there are no Irish leftists? Are you saying there are no British leftists? Are you saying there are no Italian leftists?
No,
why don't you bring up the mafia?
That's not what I'm saying.
No,
it's that liberals
RC, answer my question.
I am.
Why do you always bring up only gang violence? And I've never heard.
I brought it up
again. RC,
in
listen to my question. Every single time I've heard you speak, you have only brought up gang violence. You have never ever brought up gangs in New York who are Irish. You've never brought up mafias. You've never brought up whatever it is. Why not? Tell me.
Because
also, the words gang violence are famous last words now, by the way.
Because liberals like to defend the violent behaviors in communities that are listening to gang violent romanticization in rap music. I don't know why you guys like to defend that.
Wait, I'm sorry. Wait, hold on. When people glorify The Sopranos and Tony Montana and Al Pacino, say hello to my little friend, and they love like glorifying that. That's not them glorifying it? I'm confused. Is that them condemning it, or is that them
because I
glorifying
knew
it?
you wouldn't condemn rap music that
No,
romanticizes.
I'm just RC.
I knew you wouldn't.
RC. Listen, for a person who says that they speak English, you lack comprehension skills. Okay? It's actually pathetic, literally. I asked you a simple question, RC. Why is it you always bring up only gang violence instead of bringing up all the other different forms of violence or all the other societies that glorify violence?
You would defend it. That's
Can
why I
you
brought
answer my question? No, I'm saying
I just said it. I
anywhere
knew
you go, hold on, anywhere you go, I have never ever heard you bringing up other societies. I have never ever heard you bringing up the fact that white bankers glorify Patrick Bateman. I've never heard you bringing up American Psycho and how this film gets glorified by countless white men, RC. White men glorify Patrick Bateman, do they not? Why don't people like you bring up American Psycho? Why don't people like you bring up any other society? Why do you always only bring up black people? Damn, RC, get up, RC, fight back.
I already told you because I knew you.
No, you didn't.
Like
You're not engaging
then
with
cut me
my
off again.
specific question.
I am.
You
'Cause I
don't
knew you
know
would
if
defend.
hold on. You don't know if I would defend The Sopranos because you've never asked me that question. So my question is, why have you never asked that question?
Because the one that I asked is more thought-provoking.
How is it thought-provoking when literally...
Because liberals like to defend gang violent romanticization and
Listen,
rap
I'm a
music.
leftist. I like to defend gangs of New York. There, ask me about the Irish gangs. There we go. I'm a leftist. I defend the Yakuza.
Imagine getting
Ask
1v4
me
right
about
now.
Japanese gangs.
This is a
talk about that.
1v3 rather. You're getting solo wiped. This crazy.
No. Again, can you wait? Hold on, 1 second. Am I making sense, or is RC just acting obtuse, or maybe
You're
he's
making
like
a lot
having-
of sense. He just has no response.
Or maybe he has a hard time
five different
making
times.
his last. Hold on, maybe he has a hard time making his last two brain cells clap because I have seen this man RC for like 3 years, 2 years on lives. I have never ever heard him say, "Listen, the white community has an issue because why the hell do we glorify American Psycho?" Look at all the countless incels, white incels, looking up to Christian Bale. I've never heard you talk about American Psycho, RC. Why don't you ever bring that up? Or School Pew Pew. Why don't you bring up the fact that all these kids,
gang music.
all these white kids who watch American Psycho, who watch all this violent music, who play these violent games like Call of Duty, go and shoot up schools, right? That's what white kids are known for. So why don't you ever address the violence within all these other different communities, RC? Why
white people are known for that?
Why do you hyper-focus specifically only on black people?
Because he only cares about pew-pewers when it's so-called liberals or leftists. Meanwhile, when the majority of those kinds of people are white conservatives, he doesn't care about that. It's
I
perfectly fine.
never heard him bring up Eminem. I never heard him bring up Eminem. I have never, even when it comes to rap, you don't even bring up Eminem. You only bring up the black rappers. That's the crazy thing. I ain't never heard RC bring up Quentin Tarantino, who also is very known for violent films. I ain't never heard RC come up here and say Inglourious Basterds was actually a really violent film. Never. I ain't never heard RC come up here and bring up Black Sabbath, which were known Satanists, or Marilyn Manson, who was a known Satanist as well. I ain't never heard you bring up metal, specifically heavy metal. Why not? I'm confused. You've never brought up Clint Eastwood. Exactly, chat. Thank you. There are so many examples of violent whites within media that I can bring up that people like you glorify. Your community.
And so if Emmett, let's say Quentin Tarantino, right? Okay. If he has made stuff that has led to what you're saying is violent because of his violent portrayal in his movies, do you think he deserves to get a bullet in his neck like Charlie since he brought about violent actions? Is that what you're advocating for?
Pivot.
Is that
crazy.
no, do
Tell
I
you
have
why
that
you're
right?
pivoting. Yeah, I don't know why
Because you get to pick and choose what words
No,
are
I don't know.
violent.
I'm not picking and choosing. I don't know why you're pivoting, RC.
Well, I'm just asking. I want to make sure you're being consistent.
The point here was you asked, how have you dehumanized people, my guy? And I gave you a specific example. You seem to be obsessed with only the blacks. And my question is,
I don't think we
why
agree
don't
about
you
the
advocate?
definition of
Why don't you
dehumanizing.
advocate? As Adorna just mentioned, there's a lot of violence within the white community. And I personally think that violence is tied to all the culture that white tea people consume, right? When we have, when I don't know, when we have all these examples that I brought you, right? Liam Neeson and Taken, John Wick, Call of Duty. I can go on and on and on and on of all the violence in country music, in heavy metal. I can go on and on. So why don't you advocate for your own community, RC?
I'm not the one online saying that rhetoric is causing violence. I'm not saying that. You're saying that about Charlie.
Can I say something?
I'm just testing your principles. I'm testing your standards.
What are you talking about? You said that on my live. You say that leftist rhetoric is to blame for what happened to him. And by the way, there's a big difference between a movie director or a musician and a political
I get like 7 seconds
so-called
to talk,
commentator
and then I have to be
who's actually a
lectured to.
propagandist saying all kinds of misinformation about all kinds of people, right? And that leading to their dehumanization, right? You're comparing apples and oranges.
No, I'm just trying to point out the double standard you guys are clearly holding.
You're projecting your double standard.
So you think that Charlie's rhetoric has brought about violence?
Absolutely.
Okay, and do you think that rap music glorifying gang violence has brought about violence?
I don't think that music itself brings about violence because most of the music is not glorifying anything.
Okay, so why do you get to pick and choose what words and what messages bring about violence?
Yeah, because context matters, and the way in which that context is then expressed into the world matters, right? Somebody could write.
Perks
Hold on, I'm answering your question.
And committing gang violence and romanticizing that. You don't think that brings about poor behavior?
No, you're claiming.
Be honest. Do you think that brings about poor behavior?
No, hold on a second.
No, just be honest and answer the question.
I'm answering the
Hold
question.
on, one second. Can I
I
just say, bind, torture, unalive, the innocent suffer, bind, torture, unalive, the perverted mind. This was from a song by Suffocation, which was a white heavy metal band. Why to the world, unstained eyes of a child absorbing its pain from the violent screens. This is from Riverdale's Glorification of Violence. The song was called Glorification of Violence, by the way. Let's go to country music, and you'll be sorry that you messed with the USFA, because we'll put a boot in your ass. It's the American way. Ooh, that's from courtesy of the Red, White, and Blue, The Angry American by Toby Keith. What about Try That in a Small Town, where he says, try that in a small town, see how far you make it down the road. Around here, we take care of our own, by Jason Aldean. Let's talk about why white people, let's talk about why white community tends to glorify violence.
Do you think that music brings about violence?
No, I'm asking you.
No, I'm asking.
No, I'm asking
You just
you.
wrote those
Why
lyrics.
don't you focus on the country music? Yes, I think country music is very violent. Yes.
Oh, do you think it brings about violent behavior?
Yes, clearly. Adorna just mentioned. Didn't she just mention about how violent white tea community is?
Yes, they're very violent.
Okay,
I think it's the music. It's their
give
culture.
me more than 10 seconds to talk. So you think that those lyrics you just read led to violent behavior in the white community in real life?
Clearly, I mean, we look at the stats.
Okay, so do you think that
speak for
rap
themselves.
music glorifying gang violence brings about violent behavior
so
you
the
see in the black
stats
community?
speak for themselves. I'm telling you.
Do you think
again.
that it also
No,
translates
it
to the
brings
black
it about in
community?
the white community. RC.
Why are you avoiding saying that? Okay, I'll say yeah, sure. It does. It does. It does
I don't know
contribute
why
in the
you're
white
not letting me
community.
finish
Yes.
the answer.
Do you think
You
it
asked a
contributes to
question.
the black community
You asked
as
a
well?
question, I'm answering you. You asked a question, I'm answering you. 71% of the people that buy rap music are white, and yes, I think that it's the reason why white people are so violent.
Do you think it causes any violence in the black community?
I think that black people view it because we understand it since it's from our culture, that we understand that it is just an expression of poetry of things that are
so you don't
already
think it brings
existing.
about? So it doesn't
I'm
bring
not sure
about.
why it is that you're speaking. Hi. So we understand it because it is from our culture, and we understand that it's just a representation, a poetic of what people are seeing existing existing already. I think that white people, because they don't understand it and they're just appropriating it, just take it and internalize it and then become violent. And so this is the reason, again, that I stated that 70% of family annihilators are white, and 82% of school pupils are white, and 71% of child porn offenders are white, and most serial unalivers are white, and most rapists are white, and most arsonists are white. I think that it's from your culture. I think it's your culture.
Okay. But you think that your culture, with the music that it has, does not bring about a single act of violence in the Black community ever?
Yeah, well, what I think, I'll answer your question. What I think is that there's a correlation with poverty and crime. So, for example, for people who are more likely in poverty, you would see that the likelihood, for example, of them stealing a car might be the case because they're actually trying to get money, even though from the FBI crime stats, white people are most likely to be car thieves, by the way. And so I would see why that would be a correlation there between poverty and crime. White people, however, have a lower poverty rate and have had, like I stated, the most handouts in the country. So I go back to the question that you never answered. Why are white people so violent? What is your excuse?
Yeah, and my question is, with all the issues that the white community has, why don't you advocate for the white community more? Are you just a self-hating white person? Is that why you don't care about what's happening within your community? Like, again, the stats, Adorna, that you just mentioned is literally, I'm clutching my pearls at the level of violence within the white tea community, right? So my question is, RC, do you just not like your own race? Is that why you don't actively talk about the issues within your community?
Which of the 20 questions do you want me to answer?
It was the same question. Why don't you advocate for your community?
I do. I want them to get closer to Christ.
Oh my goodness, there's so much violence in the Bible. But we won't go there. We won't go there. But the point is still that you're only ever speaking about violence in the Black community. So I'm just wondering why it is that you don't speak about violence in the white community and to try to help your community out and improve your culture.
I didn't say there's no violence in the white community.
So then why don't you ever discuss it? Why are you always discussing
I do discuss it. How do you know?
I mean, we're seeing on the screen right now an example of the white-on-white crime that occurs in your community. And I just want to help. I mean, my great-great-great-great-grandfather was from Scotland. I'm one of you. I'm just trying to help our community. I'm dark white.
But he says closer to Christ.
I just want us to be, yes.
I think it's that internalized bias that is preventing him from actually helping white tea people. I think he's anti-white. Because if you were actually like pro-white people, right, RC, you would actively advocate for all the violence and the issues within your community. But you choose not to because you are anti-white. And that's very sad, RC. It's really sad.
Yes, please.
So he said that he wants people to be closer to Christ, right? But nothing about his rhetoric is Christ-like, right? He wants he constantly dehumanizes people. He uses slurs against people. He's pro, throwing people out of this country, right? If you were following the lessons of Christ, you would welcome anybody seeking help. No, clearly you're against.
Jesus said, "Pay to Caesar what is Caesar's." You respect the laws of the government.
I don't want to turn this into a religion debate. By the way, just want to say that's my cut here. That's absolutely. Let's not do a religious debate. Yeah, let's stick to RC's anti-whiteness.
Yeah, very anti-white.
Exactly. It's very sad. In 2025, that like people were saying that critical race theory makes people anti-white. I think that RC, your rhetoric makes people anti-white because you're not addressing or fixing the issues within the white tea community. Instead, you are choosing to deflect and focus on Black people. And my question is, RC, you gotta put yourself first. Okay, RC, legitimately, like I'm as a Black woman, I'm telling you.
No, I don't put myself first. I put Jesus Christ first.
Well, that's not what I meant. That's not what I meant. But what I'm saying is, put your community. Like you have to prioritize your community. Like host lives, addressing the amount of violence within heavy metal. And
okay, if there's so much violence in the white community, why do you think a lot of wealthy Black people move to white neighborhoods? Huh?
Yeah, I think that a lot of times people are looking for more square footage. more square footage. Can we get back to why it is white people are so violent? Yeah, I think they are more square footage, bigger yard space. Since we know that white people being so violent and oppressive made sure to prevent black people from having a lot of land. And, during the Federal Highway Act of 1956, you ran highways through our neighborhoods. We don't have a lot of yard space. And so, yes, more square footage and acreage. Yeah, I mean, really, I'm surprised more black people don't have bars on their windows when they move to your neighborhoods because you guys are so violent. I'm just trying to help you all out.
I mean, if that's
Let's
the way
also
you do
not
it.
talk about the serial unalivers, Adorna. There are so many serial unalivers too who are white tea. So RC, legitimately, why don't you protect white women from all the serial unalivers who are disproportionately white tea men? Why don't you protect white kids from the kid diddlers who are disproportionately white tea men? Why don't you protect white tea men from country music that is causing them to engage in all of this violence? Why are you so anti-white men, RC?
Also, wait, I just want to add on that I know it's the square footage and the acreage, because if it was just wanting to be around white people, period, then you would see black people moving to trailer parks. And we don't do that because it's not us wanting to be around white people. It's, like I said, the square footage. Because trailer parks, I mean, it's not our thing. So, yeah. Yeah.
So yeah, you think Charlie Kirk's words are violent because you disagree with them. In conclusion, any words that you disagree with are violent.
No, I've already.
I like how he went back to his factory setting because he got.
Well, that's the subject at hand. I don't. You're getting off some weird diatribe.
No. Your factory setting was like the dialogue tree that you had.
No, that's the subject that you have on the screen.
No. It was the dialogue tree that you had embedded in your brain. Well, if they tell me this, then I will tell them. So you think all opinions you disagree with is racist. So you went back to your factory setting after you got cooked so bad. That's crazy. The reset was actually crazy, RC, because we already know what you said.
Completely illogical. Like, just because you disagree with something, that doesn't mean it's violent. But certain things are violent,
I'm trying
and
to bring us back
it.
to the topic at hand.
This has been the topic.
I mean, I don't know if you know this or not, but you're the one that brought it to violence in the black community. So you're the one that brought it to where we are currently. But if you want to, I've already addressed what you just asked. But yes, considering the fact that that rhetoric, that very racist and untrue misinformation leads to people having implicit biases and subconscious perceptions about black people. And then, as we know, as I stated, the First Amendment itself even recognizes that words can lead to violence. That's why inciting, for example, violence, even if you haven't committed it, inciting violence leads to action. That's why it's not covered under the First Amendment. So yes, considering the fact that his words were very discriminatory towards black people, and white people commit more than half of the hate crimes, and black people are 3 times more likely to be the victims of hate crimes. Yes, I would say his words leading to implicit biases lead to actions that cause hate crimes. Absolutely.
What about all the anti-white stuff you guys were just saying? Is that going to lead to violence?
Yeah, I didn't say anything anti-white. We just said truthful things. According to the United States Sentencing Commission, white men make up 71% of child porn offenders. That's just the truth.
Oh, so all those quote-unquote anti-white statistics, that's not going to lead to violence?
How are truthful statistics?
You did what Charlie Kirk did,
from
right?
your guys' book. Hold on, guys. How are truthful statistics anti-white?
Whoa, I heard Charlie Kirk spewing truthful statistics.
No, none of the statistics he said were true.
Okay, so it's only truthful statistics when you agree
No, it's
with
only
the
truthful
stat.
if it's truthful. Can you tell me one of the statistics?
And it's only hateful when you
Wonderful. Can
disagree
you tell me
with
one
the
of the
stats being
statistics he
presented?
stated that was true?
Crime statistics of young black men committing disproportionate violent crime.
Yeah, no, he didn't say that, by the way. The 1350 number was not actually true. It's of arrests and not convictions. But also, when we talk about words being violent, you know who else agrees with that? The Bible. Because in Matthew chapter 12, verse 37, literally, it says, "For by your words you will be justified, and by your words you will be condemned."
Yeah, I think you said you don't do religious talk on here.
Ecclesiastes. No, but I just wanted to bring up the Bible verses, right? Because
You just said you don't do religious talk.
Yeah,
but
I
then
don't
you're
want
gonna
to
bring up
delve
the Bible.
deeper into religious talk. Yes, right? I don't want to debate religion, but I just wanted to bring up Bible verses, right? For example, Ecclesiastes chapter 5, verse 6 says, "Do not let your mouth lead you to sin, Proverbs 13, verse 3 says, whoever guards his mouth preserves his life. He who opens wide his lips comes to ruin. You know? So I can go, and Proverbs chapter 18, verse 21 literally says, death and life are in the power of the tongue, and those who love it will eat its fruits.
Yeah, and Adorno was telling me to face the wall and get killed. So you think that brings
Oh
about
my
life?
goodness, you are so terrible. Who said to get unalive? I'm going to show you what face the wall means. Hold on a second. Yeah, so here you go.
Oh, so you're going to
I'll show
backtrack that
you.
one?
No, I'm not backtracking anything. See, look at right here. I know you guys love the AI, and it says face the wall can mean to be in a literal position of turning your back to a wall, often as a punishment or isolation, or figuratively to confront one's flaws, face a difficult challenge.
That's what you meant by that, right?
Or feel like one has no option. I think you have a victim mentality. I think you should work on that.
Oh,
You have such a victim mentality. You have such a victim mentality. This is sad.
That's what you meant by face the wall after you said you're not against violence to white people.
RC, you have a victim mentality. I think you should work on it. It might be your culture.
Yeah, exactly. I understand that your culture is violent, and therefore you thought immediately about violence, but Adorna did say that you need a timeout. That's what she was saying. I don't know why you went from timeout to thinking about violent things. That could be your culture.
Oh my God, you want to know what? It's because he's so violent. He's a white man.
He's a violent man.
If you listen to rap music, RC, I think that's what did it.
No, I think he listened to country music. No, he listened to some country music.
True. It's
exactly. Country music, he probably watched American Psycho, right? He probably glorifies Patrick Bateman, which is precisely why he was so violent. And he thought you telling him to take a time out
he was straight to violence. That's where his mind went.
Because his mind is just literally rigged to just be violent.
I really don't understand how we in this country can be united with the behavior that you guys are showing.
Oh, we're trying to help out your community. We are trying to sow love and trying to close this division by trying to help out the white community. And here you are trying to be divisive. Okay. We're trying to show you how you can help your culture.
You said you're
be
not
less
against violence against people that disagree with you.
I told you to take a time out. And somehow it is that you are you just went straight to violence. I don't know why that is.
Is that unifying speech to encourage for violence that people that disagree with you? Is that unifying? Or do you think that's divisive?
I think you should stop being a victim.
Do you think that's divisive to encourage violence?
RC, everything you say is divisive. You're talking about getting along when you're calling trans people an abomination.
No, I think their behavior is an abomination.
What I think, though, also is it's so odd. This is very woke of you, as a matter of fact, how it is that you are. Did you guys hear when he said for someone to call my job? Get me fired. That's very woke. I'm glad that we're rubbing off on
because that's not freedom of speech.
I know that was very woke.
Violence.
RC, I'm proud of you.
Encouraging violence is not protected.
What do they call it?
Cancel culture.
Cancel culture. That's crazy. Why would
so
anybody?
She was calling for me to be killed.
Anybody support cancel culture? That's crazy.
But calling for someone to be killed is not protected under freedom of speech.
He said, "Time out." I don't know why your mind is going to violence, RC.
Man.
I don't know how you have survived this long with this amount of a victim.
The gaslighting is so crazy.
Gaslighting is crazy.
The gaslighting is crazy.
That is wild.
Are you talking about? What gaslighting are you talking about?
Textbook gaslighting.
Hold on.
I don't know what you're talking about.
A therapist will use this whole thing as a gaslighting example for her tongue.
I just showed you. I Googled it. I used the Google. And it showed you what face the wall means.
Now you got to get 1v4'd now. That's crazy.
No, Patricia is not here to debate. Patricia is here only for her initiative.
He's a snowflake, a woke snowflake. You are a woke snowflake. That's what someone in the comment section said, Evan.
I'm a woke snowflake?
A woke snowflake.
That's hilarious.
Also, gaslighting just sounds like a very woke word itself. Why are you so woke, RC?
Is it hate speech when I say a male can't be a woman?
Why are you sitting here sounding like such a liberal? Saying words like gaslighting and participating in cancel culture. This is crazy, RC. And also being so anti-white too. That is actually crazy.
This is it must be the end of days. Never thought I'd see it. Yeah.
So is it hate speech if I say a male can't be a woman? Is that hate speech?
What do you think? Well, you're so woke now. Why don't you tell us what you think, brother RC?
By the way, before you continue, Patricia, can you tell the people here what your initiative is very briefly so that you can continue getting gifted while we're having this conversation? We can barely hear you. You're very muffled.
Now you can hear me.
Do you have like headphones on or earphones? Because it's very muffled. Oh, that was RC. Can you say something now? Patricia, can you say something?
Now you hear me?
Yes, we can. I think RC was screen recording. That's why it was very loud, but continue.
Okay, the initiative we have is for the children in Congo under the ground. The people doesn't know what is happening. There has been a genocide for 30 years. And yeah, we're trying to help. We focus Congo, other organizations. And you have a link in my bio to donate for Congo. If not, with the gifts, if you guys give gifts, that money is going to go for the initiative. So yeah, basically there is a genocide in Congo because all of us, we are here talking with the phone, but there is children in Congo digging for cobalt in coltan to us, all of us here to have a debate. So it could be nice if we can give back to Congo what Congo gives to us.
Thank you. So where should people donut? Let's not say the full word. Where should people donut? Patricia? Just gifting you or?
No, I have a link on my bio. There is GoFundMe's and other initiatives. And if you can give gifts, whatever you want, and the gifts is going to go for the same, the GoFundMe's and all those things.
Perfect. Then you can gift or the link in her bio. Everybody, Patricia's going to stay here while we have our debate, so that would genuinely be awesome. Meanwhile, I do want to play something, though. Give me a second. Let me play something.
Be great. She didn't decide.
Hold on. RC Pookie, this is for you. Hold on.
Please never call me that again. Never.
Okay, Pookie. Anyway.
I don't consent. You're graping me because I don't consent to that.
Okay, chill.
Be great. She didn't decide it.
Yeah, but she decided to put herself in a really risky situation unnecessarily, and that she accepts some blame for.
That just doesn't make sense to me.
Okay.
How can you say something like that? That it is also her fault for being raped.
For putting herself into a risky situation. It is her fault to a degree. Yes. To get really drunk and to go to a fraternity house, we got to victim blame a little bit. Yeah.
I just don't agree with you.
Then don't. We can have a difference of opinion. People think I'm a monster for saying that, but hey, you even agreed with me. You would advise your daughter to not get drunk and go to a fraternity house. And if you're like, well,
who would not advise her daughter to do that?
Why would you advise against her doing that? For what reason?
What?
Why would you advise your daughter to not do that?
To not.
Why?
Because there are men out there that can't keep their dick in their pants. That's why, and not because it's her fault.
Okay, but in that specific scenario, right, where she's going to a fraternity house drunk, you know that there's a higher risk than like if she just went to the grocery store sober. There's a higher risk of getting essayed going to a fraternity house when you're drunk than there is going to a grocery store when you're sober, right?
How can you compare these two things?
Are you not tracking?
Anyways. That was RC, by the way, everybody.
What is wrong with that? I don't want my daughter going to any party drunk. Would you?
Yeah, saying that you would advise against it. And
I
saying
would. I
that
want to
it's-
protect my daughter.
Yeah, so saying that you'd advise against it and saying that it's partially her fault aren't the same thing.
If I wear a Rolex,
it's 100%.
carry a suitcase with $1 million,
I'm not sure
and walk
why it
through
is
a
you have no
crime-ridden neighborhood,
self-control.
it is my fault.
Hi, RC. Yeah, so it is 100% the fault of the person who decided to commit the action.
Correct. And it's also partially the fault of someone.
I don't know if you know what
doing something
100% means. So when I say 100% and then you say also, a 100%, it's a big number. Big. It's all. See?
So you wouldn't encourage your daughter not to get drunk and go to a fraternity house?
Yeah, I just said I would advise against it, but I wouldn't say that it's her fault.
So you would be stupid if she does it, right?
Oh my
Yeah,
God.
I would say that I would advise against it.
It would be a dumb decision
I would
for her to
advise
do that,
against
right?
it. I wouldn't say that it's her fault. I know. I am not even using big words.
But you would say it was stupid if she does that. It's dumb.
So
Like,
I
you tell her,
wouldn't- I
please
wouldn't
don't
call
ever
her
do that
that.
again, right?
Yeah, no, I wouldn't call her that. Okay.
You wouldn't tell her never to do that again?
Because
that would be victim blaming according to you.
I'm going to say it very clearly. I would advise against it, but the fault is on the person who commits the act.
Yeah, they are at fault.
You
You're
see
right.
these differences? So I would advise against her doing that, but the fault is on the person who does the thing.
Right. I'm not taking fault off of him or her, because lesbians assault too.
Yeah,
But-
it's not her fault. It's the person's fault that's committing the crime.
It is the person's fault, and it was also a stupid decision on her part. She should never have done that. She
So
shouldn't have put
it's not
herself
her
in that
fault,
spot.
though. It is his fault.
It's not her fault to get drunk and go to a fraternity house.
It's his fault because he's the one that made the decision. I think this is for
Oh,
you again.
so
This
it wasn't her
why is
decision
it
to
that-
put herself
Why
in that
is it that you
situation?
don't? You want to know what this tracks? This tracks because Charlie Kirk. Also, I can play that video too if you guys wanted. He said that when people are drunk, that the law says that you can't withdraw consent. That's what he said. That's great. That's great. So it's not surprising that you and he both have that same thought process, that grape thought process.
Well, Charlie's not here to defend himself, so I'm not going to speak.
Wonderful. But his words are still here. See how
Yeah,
they're
but I'm being called
So hold on. Can we, with that same logic, can we say Charlie Kirk put himself in a risky situation? I don't know. Looks like Charlie Kirk decided to put himself in a risky situation. He decided to make a lot of enemies, and then he went to the lion's den. He put himself in that situation, in my opinion. So, I mean, Charlie Kirk is to blame.
Oh, so
I
you
tried to say that.
agree with victim blaming?
No, we're saying according to your.
Oh, so you're just making a bad faith
process.
argument.
Yeah. According to your thought process, that is the case, right?
You would agree
So
stupid to get drunk and go to a
no,
fraternity
that is
house
what
as
you
a
would.
woman.
Hi, RC. That is what you would agree to, since that's your thought process.
Yeah,
I do think it's dumb
with
to
the
get drunk
rates,
and go to a
Adorna,
fraternity
with-
house.
listen,
I think that's dumb.
The inability for him to
with
track
the-
is mind-boggling.
Hold on, with the rates that you just mentioned, Charlie Kirk should have known how violent white tea men are.
Right, people.
Right? He
Yeah.
should have known how violent white tea men are. So he, knowing how violent white tea men are, put himself in that situation to be surrounded by white tea men. And therefore, he is to blame for what happened to him by your logic.
That is what it is according to your logic, RC.
No, that's
You would
not
have
the
to
same as
agree.
getting drunk and going to a fraternity
You
house.
would
Sorry,
have to
you know.
agree, yeah. But knowing the risks, putting yourself in that situation, according to you, makes it also his fault. This
No, I
is
don't
your
think
thought process.
it's risky to go to a college campus and to voice your opinion. It shouldn't be, at least. There's
No,
nothing
no.
inherently risky about that, unless
a
you're
college campus,
a radical leftist or
with
something.
young white men who are 82% of the school pupils. Risky.
And Utah is an open carry state, by the way.
Yeah.
So he knew Utah was an open carry state. He knew how violent white tea people are, and men specifically are in general. And he put himself in that situation, knowing how risky that environment was. Just wanted to say that.
It's interesting how the facts over feelings crowd, every time they're brought facts, they just ignored them and want to run away from what's actually the case.
You want to avoid saying that a girl getting drunk and going to a fraternity house is not a stupid decision. You don't want to admit that.
So I've already stated.
Why
I know
not
it's
admit
hard
that?
for you
Yeah,
to
that's
track.
dumb. That's
I know
dumb
it's
to
hard
do.
for you to track. I've already stated that I would advise against that. But when we're using whose fault the action is, it is the fault 100% of the person who decided to commit that action.
So she did nothing dumb by getting drunk.
It's the fault of the rapist.
Yeah. So okay, look, we don't agree. I do agree it's the fault of the rapist.
I know you wouldn't agree. You're a
Let's say, let's say rapist, by the way.
It is the fault of the rapist.
Yes.
He's going to go to jail full extent of the law. Correct. It was also a stupid decision for her to get drunk and go to a fraternity house. You don't want to agree to that? That's fine.
Poor RC. RC, I think that more so what we should do is, considering the fact that white men make up 70% of the rape arrests, what we should do is find out why it is.
You're so stuck on race.
So hi.
You're very racist.
You're the one that brought up race. RC, the reason we're talking about race is because you brought up race.
I brought up gang violence and rap
oh
music.
my goodness.
I didn't bring up race.
RC, this is not the toy section of Walmart.
I actually did not bring up race.
This is not the toy section of Walmart, and I'm not your mom. You have to have some respect. Okay, wait till I'm done. Thank you.
Okay,
Great.
patronizing talk.
I know. It's okay. I know.
Wait,
Yes, and
Cease,
so-
before you talk, I'm so sorry. Cease, can I switch you out for somebody? I don't want too many friendlies here, but I do want to let up one of my mods.
Oh, of course. Thank you so much for letting me on. I really appreciate it.
I appreciate
Thanks,
you too for
Cease.
coming up. I appreciate you, Cease, very much. Continue, Adorn.
Yes. Instead of speaking about her actions, we would have to speak to. I don't know why it is again that you're not trying to help your community, the white community, and try to speak out against them and help them in terms of their rape culture.
I always encourage them to
Men
get
make up
closer to Christ.
70%.
I always encourage them to get closer to Christ. Always.
I've never heard you speak about them. You just always speak about black people in crime, and I'm not understanding why it is that you don't speak against.
I spoke
white
about
people. Yeah, but right now you're talking
rap
about
music to romanticizing gang violence. I didn't bring up race.
Yes, yes, you did.
You guys
You
thought
did.
black
You said,
people,
yes,
but
you
I
did.
didn't
You
actually
even
bring it.
stated, you even brought up black on black crime. And I had to remind you that
Yes,
white
way
people
later in the discussion I did.
And I had to, I'll remind you that according to the Department of Justice, by percentage, there's more white on white crime.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, white on white crime. I'm just trying to help out your community. I just want your culture.
Okay,
to be
yeah.
better.
Right.
I-
Your
perhaps if we
community,
can
when your
encourage-
community
perhaps
gets
if we
rich,
can
they move
encourage-
into my community. That's the difference.
Yes, for the square footage. I
the
don't know if
square
you know this or
footage,
not.
right, right.
Yeah, the square footage and the acreage.
That's the only reason.
That is
square
the
footage.
reason.
That's
Again,
why
if it
Michael
was just
Jordan
to
lives
be-
around
again,
white
if it was
people because
just
of
to
the
be
square
around.
footage.
Yes, again, if it was just to be around white people, we would also be moving to trailer parks, and we don't.
Okay,
So
right.
clearly, it's not just to be around white people,
Right.
because the trailer park's not so desirable. Square footage and acreage, that's what they're looking for. So but also again, so why is it that you're talking about the woman in the situation and not the white men that commit about 70% of these rapes?
All those guys are disgusting. If they're white, and that's disgusting. They need to repent. They need to heal from whatever traumas they've been through and get closer to Christ. But it's not a race issue.
Right.
It's disgusting, though.
So I'm just wondering then, when you brought up rap, and then you said you brought up the black community in regards to violence and rap, considering that white people are 71% of the purchasers of rap, why didn't you bring up rap in regards to white violence? Since they're the ones that purchase rap more, why didn't you bring up white violence instead of black violence?
Because I knew Covey would not want to accept the gang violence that's perpetuated in rap music.
Yeah, white violence. I don't know why it is that you're not speaking about white
It was to point out the
violence.
double standard that Covey and a lot of liberals hold, and Charlie represents hate speech.
Yeah, that
with what he
doesn't make any
says,
sense.
and it
That doesn't make
encourages
any sense.
violence. Well, I'm answering your question.
No, but it doesn't
So-
make sense.
and I
Because
brought up
why
a
wouldn't you
con-
address the
all right.
people who overwhelmingly?
So you just interrupt me at will, but
Yeah.
try if I ever.
Yes, correct.
Okay.
So I
Rules for
would like
me.
you to still answer why it is.
Rules for thee, but not rules for me, kind of thing here.
I'm glad you know. Glad you know.
Okay. So I don't have white privilege here.
So why it
apparently?
is that no white privilege here.
No.
So I don't know why it is that you're not addressing the violence in white communities. You are 70% of the family annihilators, 82% of the school pewers, 71%
Family
of
anni-
the
you keep
child
saying
porn.
Family annihilated.
Yeah, family annihilators. Yeah, you guys don't even let the dog live.
How many abortions do black
70%
women
of the
commit
family
every year?
annihilators. So
That's
I'm
a-
just wondering why it is that you
How
don't
many
worry
abortions
about
do black
crime
women
in
get
the white
every year?
community.
How many hundreds of thousands of abortions do black
Why
women get
don't?
every year?
Yeah,
That's a
can
family
you speak
annihilator.
about that? Yeah, sure.
They're
we can
literally
speak about that
annihilating
if
their
you'd
own family.
You can speak. We can speak. Can you tell me if little Sally, who's 5 years old, when her father unalives her and puts her in the oil container, along with her little sister and her mom, if dear Chris there, if does Sally feel it more, or does the 2-week-old blast assist?
It's a human
That's
life
why I'm
that was
speaking
taken
about
away in
that's
either
why I'm
case.
speaking about family annihilators.
It's
'cause
human life. It's
I
like
know.
most
I didn't
valuable
ask you
human life.
about. I didn't ask you about that. I asked
You
who
actually
felt,
just
I
asked
asked
me
you who
about
felt it more. I asked you who felt it more. That was the question that I asked you.
Well, who feels it more doesn't equal human value.
Yeah, that's not what I asked you. We weren't talking about human value. You asked me why it is that I was bringing up family annihilators and not abortions. I told you why. You asked me a question, and I answered you because little Sally actually can tell when her dad is covering her mouth with
Yes.
pillow.
She feels
Like,
it.
So-
Adorna, a little addition. It's not only little Sally, it's little Sally and her mom, Brenda.
Yes, Sally, Brenda, Billy, and the dog, Kurt. Yes, and so all of them feel it and are aware when Dad, puts the pillow over the face. So that's why I was speaking about family annihilators. But more so, the reason I was speaking about family annihilators is because you brought up rap in regards to Black violence. I'm just wondering, considering white people are the biggest purchasers of rap music, and white people are so violent, why it is that you don't bring up rap in conjunction with white violence, since they're the ones that buy rap music the most.
Sure, I'll bring it up with them. Do you think that rap music is causing violence to anyone listening to it, or just white people?
No, little RC. We're talking about white violence.
The patronizing talk is not going to get to me.
No.
You can keep trying like all your tactics.
No, RC. We're
I got
talking
Christ on
about
my side.
white
That's the
violence.
I got the strength of Christ on my side. I don't know.
know,
I think you
yes.
got demons on your side.
Is that the same Christ that said to rip the fetuses out of women's wombs? Just wondering. Let's go back to the
Christ
family
wants us not to do that.
I don't know. That was like went along perfectly with the family annihilation. But let's get back on topic. So just wondering, can you speak more about rap music and white violence? We want to actually hear about your community. We want to help your community and your culture. So can you go ahead and talk about that rap music and white violence?
You guys don't think that rap music brings about violence, though, to any community.
No, but
don't
you
think
do.
that.
So I'm asking you.
You just think
since
that
you wanted to
Charlie
speak about
Kirk's
it.
words bring about violence.
Since you wanted to speak about it, you wanted to speak about the rap music. You brought it up, right? So why don't you speak about rap music and white violence?
to point out your double
It's so
standard.
hard for him, guys. It's so hard for him to speak about the white violence.
No, there
I
is
think
white
it's
violence,
culture.
and they need to get closer to God, just like a bunch of Black people need to get closer to God. We all need
So
to get
let's
closer
continue
to God.
speaking about that. Let's try to help the white community then. What do you think? Do you think that perhaps if Bill went to more of Jimmy's Little League games, Jimmy would not pew up the score?
You mean if his father was in his life, is there a less likelihood that he would? Yes.
Yeah. Well, because you guys are more likely to be married, but less likely to have daily interaction with your children than Black people. Could that be why the dads are so likely to take out the whole family?
You seem to know
including the dog
every
with
statistic
violence?
about white people. It
I
seems
do.
like a complex you
I
have.
do.
Is this
I know a lot
complex
of.
that
I
you
know a
have,
lot of
Adorna?
statistics. I do. I know a lot of statistics.
Is it a complex?
Can you tell? Can we give it? Can we? No, I'm just trying to be like good old Charlie.
You're trying to be like- but then- then you're advocating-
Except my statistics are accurate.
Oh, so
Except
then
mine
but
are
this is going to
accurate.
lead to violent crimes because that's what Charlie
Yeah, so
did,
I'm just
right?
wondering.
So
If
Charlie
you think
can't
that it.
do it, but
I'm
you
just
can do
wondering
it?
if it is because the white dads are not involved with their children that the white
Oh.
home has so much violence. Can you let us know?
Oh, but this is going to lead to violence because that's what Charlie did.
Yeah, no,
That's
I'm
what you're
speaking
doing.
about factual statistics.
Oh, so you
He
can
was
do it,
speaking-
and Charlie
no,
can't do it.
Yeah,
Because
Charlie
Charlie has
can't
white
make up.
skin.
No, you're right. Charlie cannot
Charlie's
make
a
up.
straight Christian
Yeah,
white
Charlie
man.
cannot. Hi.
So he can't
You could
do
act
it.
as though your mother taught some home training. Is this because your dad didn't go to your Little League games? Please act as though you have some home
It's
training.
crazy, Adorna. It's crazy that Adorna is a better advocate for the white community than RC is. Adorna literally
Vote for the white
cares
people to get
about-
put to the wall and get violenced upon.
Hold on. Again, you have not deconstructed your internalized violence and violent conditioning from the country music that you've been listening to. And I think that is precisely why you automatically only think about violence. Adorna actually cares about white people, hence why she is literally like on top of all the statistics, right? But before we continue talking about how anti-white RC is, right? Anti-white men RC is. Like the live, y'all. Share the live. Gift the panelists. This is literally mwah, chef's kiss beautiful. If you like this show, because I'm going to go live almost every day regularly, right? You can subscribe if you want to support the host. My PayPal is in, or my pay links are in my link tree in my bio as well. If you want to support the host, that would be awesome. I would love y'all if you do that. Patricia is running an initiative, so please also support her initiative. Either gift her or go to the link tree in her bio and give the initiatives there as well. But let's go back to talking about white-on-white violence and white-on-white crime and how anti-white RC is.
Look, listen.
I also just want to make it really
Christ
clear.
is
Someone
king.
in the
Christ
comment
is king,
section
no
said
matter what.
I know. Someone in the comment
God
section
bless.
said I hate white people, and no, the customer service agent at my DMV is white. I love white people.
Exactly. He ran away. That's crazy.
Oh my goodness, he ran away.
So people in the guest request, if you disagree with the topic, stay in the guest request. But if you don't, if you disagree with the topic, stay in the guest request. If you agree with us, then don't be in the guest request. So if I bring you up, if you say you are not an op, I will immediately kick you. Just wanted to say, please, that's a boundary. So if you agree with the topic, get out of the guest requests.
I'm upset. RC, I hadn't seen you in so long. You had to run. It's trash.
Yeah, he ran. That was actually really sad. Your mom, do you disagree with the topic?
I want to see if we can play the clip.
Wait, how old are you?
22.
Okay, what quote?
The full quote from the clip that's on the screen. I just joined because I saw the quote.
Oh, the unaliving, sir. Yeah, 1 second. I got it here.
Also, thank you so much to Natalie for the Cash App. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Give me a second. I got it here. RC, I was about to say RTP ran. Oh my god, Jay was about to catch some strays. I did not mean RTP. RTP is cool, y'all. I meant RC. RC decided to run, and that's actually really sad. I'm not gonna lie. Here it is.
You will never live in a society. You will never live in a society when you have an armed citizenry and you won't have a single.
Wait, hold on.
That is nonsense.
What the hell?
Wait, hold on. I think it's worth it.
Wait. Give me a second. I'm so sorry. My what's called lagged. Yeah, he decided to prematurely run away. It's crazy.
I was going to say be careful because that entire speech, he uses a lot of terms that...
I've played it before.
Okay, just making sure.
Yeah, I've played it before. Crazy how premature our RC was, by the way. That wasn't the first time he heard that, probably.
I think he's premature usually in regards to a lot of things.
Exactly. Probably not the first time he heard that. Anyways, let's play this.
You will never live in a society when you have an armed citizenry and you won't have a single gun death. That is nonsense. It's drivel. Wow. But I think it's worth it. I think it's worth to have a cost of, unfortunately, some gun deaths every single year so that we can have the Second Amendment to protect our other God-given rights. That is a prudent deal. It is rational. It's drivel. Wow. But I think it's worth it. I think it's worth to have a cost of, unfortunately, some gun deaths every single year so that we can have the Second Amendment to protect our other God-given rights. That is a prudent deal. It is rational. You will never live in a...
Yeah, so I don't justify our Charlie Kirk's unaliving. Charlie Kirk justifies his own unaliving. But yeah, that was the quote. That was the speech.
Okay, I watched the clip, like the full clip, and to me, I heard the car reference of him saying that if we eliminate cars, then we're going to have 50,000 less deaths. So that just kind of made a little sense to me.
Could I real quick, as a Pew Pew owner, because I find that interesting. That's an interesting statement. Your mom, what is the purpose of a car?
There we go. That's where I was going to.
You don't, you know,
To
because I
drive.
learned from you. You my dean. Yeah. What's the purpose of a car?
To get around, to drive.
Do you own a pew pew?
No.
Have you ever used a pew pew?
Yes.
What's the purpose of a pew pew?
Well, the Second Amendment was for self-defense.
For self-defense, but like what, like I could use a bat as self-defense. Like you need to be more specific. Like, right, I would say that like a pokey pokey, there are certain types of pokey pokies, but a pokey pokey would be to pokey poke things. A pew pew is to pew pew somebody, right, in self-defense. So, and when you have a pew pew, when you're trained on a pew pew, I don't know if you just went to the range for funsies, but as somebody who used to be a pew pew instructor for people, we teach people that you don't pew pew someone just for funsies. Your pew pew, if you're going to put your finger on that trigger and pull it, you're pew pewing it to end them. So be aware, right? So I would say that comparing a pew pew to a vehicle is wild, considering the purpose of one is to get you from place to place. It's not to unalive people, versus the purpose of another that is to unalive people. Oh. Oh.
Well, okay then. If you disagree with the topic, then do request. If you don't disagree with the topic, then don't request. Evie, do you disagree with the topic?
No, I just want to say, I love what you're.
Oh my God, Evie, I'm so sorry. That was so cute. I am so sorry. That was so adorable, Evie. But you sounded like a fetus, so I had to drop you. But thank you so much. I appreciate you. Whatever you were gonna say, Evie, I appreciate you. Lots of love to you, please.
Ooh, child, that was a baby.
Yeah, that was a child. Evie, you're a child. It's against TikTok community guidelines.
Ooh.
But W Evie in the chat. We love you, girl. We love you, girl. Stay protected. Shelby, do you disagree with the topic?
So no, I don't. I've been watching Charlie Kirk for about 8 years.
Okay, I'm so sorry, Shelby. I'll kick you. I am so sorry. I just wanted to say I am so sorry, y'all. Please respect my boundaries. Please respect my boundaries. I did say if you disagree, I'll let you up. But if you don't agree, I'm so sorry, Shelby. I'm really only letting up people who disagree.
Hey, what's up?
Locked Up, do you disagree with the topic?
Of course, yes, 100%.
Okay, why do you disagree?
I do want to point this out because earlier you said that please, donate to us, Cash App, whatever. And so you want us to give you money for hating the white people? Like, what's wrong with you? Why did you say that? That, donate to us because we hate the white people? Like,
wait, did I say that? Wait, what?
I don't know, but one of you on the panels did say this, right?
Who said that? Nobody on this panel said that.
Anyway, sister, I have a question. The black community, the black population is only 15 to 20%, and you guys make almost 95% crime, like anyone say. Can you justify that one real quick?
Can we address how you completely deflected? Because nobody on this panel said gift us because we don't like white people. You just made that shit up, by the way. But then you pivoted, so it's crazy. But did you say 95% of the crime rates?
Yeah.
This person isn't even educated. Like, I don't even understand what, like, you don't even know even the false statistics. You're just pulling shit out your ass.
Yeah, you could actually look it up right now.
Yeah, there's no statistic that says that the black community is perpetuating 95% of crime in the United States.
So you guys don't like white supremacy power, or what's going on? Like, I'm confused.
Did you just ask us if we like white supremacy?
No, I said if you disagree with white supremacy power.
Do you agree with white supremacy?
100%. If it wasn't for white supremacy, we wouldn't even exist right now, right?
I'm pretty sure my people existed fine before white supremacy came about. And
let's be honest, your people, especially black community, did not offer anything to U.S. society. Let's be honest. What did you guys build in the past 40 years?
You do realize that black people existed prior to the United States, right?
No, wait, Alicia. I think you don't understand that. But black people just plopped out of like thin air. Boop.
Apparently,
The moment white people just came to exist, Yakub, the scientist, decided to create black people out of just thin air.
I didn't say if black people did.
Came down from
One second. I didn't say if black people existed or if they didn't exist. I said, what did black community, what did black people offer to American society for the past 40 years?
It's so interesting. I'll answer. So what's interesting is that
you don't even let me finish.
You asked a question. I'm going to answer it. All right. Well, what you guys didn't contribute apparently was instilling manners in your children. It's probably why you don't have any. Yeah. What we do know is that white women couldn't even breastfeed their own kids. So you didn't contribute that. They didn't raise their own kids. You didn't contribute that. They didn't do any work. Didn't contribute that. Let's see, stole a lot of inventions, didn't contribute that. We know that white men specifically did a lot of that. That's where the Matilda effect even came from, because even your white women you were stealing inventions from. You didn't know how to do agriculture. You couldn't wipe your ass. You couldn't make tools. You learned that from black people. You couldn't even make most of the food that you ate. So I'd say we contributed a lot. I'd say that without us, actually, you guys would be really filthy and hungry, and then houseless. So, yeah. By the way, and your children would starve.
I'm getting muted.
Thank you, Comrade.
Yeah, you're being muted because your mom didn't teach you to wait.
Oh, sorry. I was going to say thank you, Comrade B, by the way, for the rain. Love you, girl. Continue on.
Yeah, so check this out, sister. Okay, for past 40 years.
I hope not.
Wait, 1 second.
I hope not.
Look, the white people
have to call me cousin.
Please, like, I'm worth like 6 of you.
So
at least give me 1 minute so I could talk. Like,
I know. Oh, he's getting so aggressive.
Hold on.
I'm not aggressive.
I'm just asking.
I'm begging. At this point, I'm just begging from a black woman to give me 1 minute so I could talk.
Hold on 1 second. Too many voices, everybody, please. One mic. Locked into Arab?
I'm not Arab. I'm white.
Oh my God. Okay.
Okay, check this out. Wait 1 second. I've been begging for past 20 minutes for 1 minute so I could talk.
Oh, I want you to beg more. Beg.
That's not nice.
Beg me. No.
Anyways.
Beg me. Say, please, pretty Princess Adorna. Beg me. No, beg me, Locked Up. I want you to continue begging. Say please.
Can we just also clarify that Arabs were not considered white until some rando Syrian Christian said, if y'all believe Jesus is white, why can't we be white as well, and sued the American government. So they were literally only accepted into whiteness when they sued the American government because they said Jesus was white, so therefore we need to be white. I just wanted to clarify that. But كمل لو سمحت يا Locked.
Okay. So here's the thing. Us white people, we invented phones and you guys use it. You go on TikTok and use it and you make money off of this, right? Okay. What did black people invent? Please just give me one thing that you guys actually brought to this life so everyone could get benefit, right? Exactly. Just nothing. All you guys do is fucking unaliving people, shooting people, like just
How does the cell phone work?
You guys offer fucking nothing to the society.
How does the cell phone work? How does the cell phone work?
Wait. He said us whites as an Arab man. I just wanted to clarify.
I'm not Arab. I'm literally I'm Italian.
You literally responded to me in Arabic, you know?
That's because I
just wanted to say like
I know what you said.
كمان يا Locked كمان. So I just wanted to say it's an Arab man saying us whites, but continue.
Yeah, I was confused. You said
guys, listen,
I don't know what you said.
You guys hate white people.
I don't hate white people.
Sister, 1 second.
I'm not your sister. Please stop calling me that. I have three
you
brothers.
Guys sit there and hate on white people.
I don't hate white people. I don't hate white people. I just want to explain some things to you, some misinformation that you have.
I just can't even say a word.
Hold on. Actually, hold on. Okay, let's let Locked finish, okay? And then Alicia, you can respond to him.
Well, he asked a question. That's why I was speaking. So I apologize.
No problem. Continue. Just finish up, okay? Don't cry, please.
Here's the thing. A lot of you guys are accusing me I'm Arab. I think Arabs are worse than black people. But here's the thing.
You're accusing me of being Arab? Okay.
Right. That's what I'm
saying. I'm just letting you guys know that the Arabs are worse than black people. But check this out.
Okay.
Here's the thing.
Okay.
Can you mute yourself for a second, please? Respectfully.
I was about
answer
to
is
calm
no.
the fuck down. Calm the fuck down.
Wait.
I identify as a white person.
Can I just say, this guy's from the Ask the Doc team. Isn't it pathetic? Why are the Ask the team so obsessed
I'm not.
with me?
I'm
You
not,
are.
sister.
Your
I'm
name
not.
literally says Ask the
I don't even know that guy.
Asharia. You say Ask the. You follow Ask the Doc.
I
If
don't
you
know.
follow Ask the Doc, you're literally an Ask the. Your username says that. Why are you even here? Like,
Sister, I don't know this guy.
y'all literally told me, right? Y'all literally told me I was a nobody, and I left your pro pally panels, but y'all still keep coming to my fucking lives,
I'm
bro.
not even pro Pally, sister. I don't even care about Palestine.
Why is your name Ask the? You're an Ask the. Your name is an Ask the.
It's because they copied my name, right? They copied my name.
Oh, Ask the Doc copied your name?
Yeah, I was the original person. Let's stick to the topic.
Can I just clarify? Ask the Doc, this person literally in the beginning of this year got into a lot of controversy with a bunch of black people because he allowed a lot of racism on his panel towards black women specifically. And then when I called him out, this guy told me I was a nobody and I was just trash, right? So I stopped going to all of their panels. And then they still follow me into lives. They still watch my lives. They still try to troll. And now this person just changed his name, but forgot to change his username, which shows that you're an Ask the because you're too dumb when you troll. And you follow Ask the Doc too, because he's literally in your following list. And it's crazy how obsessed you are. It's interesting. But anyway, كمل.
Yeah, first of all, نتكلم باللغة العربية. Second of all,
بتكلم عربي
okay,
احسن منك كمان العربي حقي احسن منك
no
كمان
shit, no
انت من
shit.
وين
1 second.
Oh, that
من وين
sounds so white. So white.
انت من وين يا لوكت عشان العربي حقي كمان طبيعي احسن منك كمان
Are you done now? Can I talk?
كمل.
Hey, okay, check this out, sister. All I'm saying is that this is just not fair to the white people, right? You guys sit there, accuse white people. You say white people is this, white people did that, white people is trash. All I'm saying that if I compare a white guy to a black guy, a white guy has brought a lot of things to society and we get benefit, right? What did you guys do?
You asked the question. I was trying to give you the answer earlier, but then you said I cut you off. You said this already. Did you have anything in addition?
But you didn't answer.
Question?
Yeah, because then you started crying.
Yeah, I tried to answer your question, and then you said I cut you off.
Go ahead.
So do you know who created the technology for your cell phone? Do you know who created the technology that allows us to be on TikTok?
Definitely not a black woman.
Actually, specifically a black woman.
Can you bring evidence that
sure.
Black woman created fucking it? What?
Are you?
Poor thing. He doesn't read, guys. Apparently reading was also a white
they made a whole fucking
If you could prove to me, I am going to stop using
we can only hope.
I'm gonna leave TikTok. I'm never gonna use phone.
I mean, he's never heard of Henry T. Sampson. He's never heard of Henry T. Sampson.
Definitely.
I know, yes.
While you're at it, can you also get rid of the GPS in your car? Because GPS was also created by a black woman. Yeah. Can you also throw your phone away? Because your phone literally works because it knows the location of everything else, right? So because of GPS, just get rid of your phone as well while you're at it.
The only thing that was created by a black community was BBL, sister. Let's be honest.
I know.
What is a black community?
I have the evidence here. So I would like you to look up Katherine Johnson, okay, and walk with me, right? So Katherine Johnson,
Redman invented BBL, right?
Yeah. So no one's talking about BBL, darling. So Katherine Johnson.
That's the only thing that you guys offered. Yeah, go ahead.
Sure. Yes. So that white women could look more like us. The lip injections, the BBLs, the tanning, because white women want to look more like us.
Imagine.
So yes, you're right. We invented it to help the white women out to look more like us.
Look how pro the
on.
white community all of us are.
We are trying to help y'all out. We are so pro-white.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, obviously we would pick a white.
No. Remember, you were crying about being cut off. It's Alicia's turn. There you go.
So Katherine Johnson was a scientist, a mathematician who worked for NASA. She created the system that eventually became GPS, but she created the system that we use that's embedded in all our phones and allows us to use our phones from anywhere in the world. Without her, we wouldn't be able to be on TikTok right now. As far as the World Wide Web goes, the WWW essentially, that was also created by a black man. So I'm not saying that there aren't contributions that individual white people have done, but there are also contributions that individual black people have done. And black people as a community were literally produced they were the first capital in the United States. Without black people, the United States wouldn't have been able to become a global superpower. I'm just confused why you hate black people so much, because I don't think anybody up here hates white people.
I don't hate black people. Look,
because you don't know anything about them and you're still talking trash. Wait, did I say that?
Can I also, yeah, Alicia, after you're done, I want to ask a question.
Yeah, I just want to say this, right? So I don't give a flying rat's ass about white people.
Well, that's racist. You're being fucking racist.
How is me not caring about something racist? I didn't say that I hate white people.
Let's just say if it was a white person said that, you guys would have flipped on him.
Yeah, can you act as though your white mother gave you some manners? Did she teach you any of that?
I really, really, with my whole fucking heart, that white people chose to just completely stay away from black people.
Wait, by the way, you just lied. The person who invented this was Lee.
You guys didn't invent manners, apparently. Everything else except manners. Everything except manners.
Katherine Johnson.
She's lying.
I did not lie. Katherine Johnson literally is and was, I'm sorry, a NASA scientist. She was a mathematician, world famous. They made a movie about her. Just because you are not learned does not mean the rest of us are idiots like yourself. And again, I wouldn't care if white people said they wanted nothing to do with me.
Tim Berners is not a black person. Why you're lying? It's a white person.
Katherine Johnson is a black woman.
Can you wait till she's done? Thanks.
Anyway,
she's half white. What are you on about? Why are you lying in front of
she's
people?
She's half white, which makes her half white.
Just say she's half white.
Yeah. So first of all,
Katherine Johnson's
that's not true. But number two, first of all, I think after this we should just get off of this because I know everything except
Katherine Johnson's not half white. Who told you that?
Yeah, she's not half white. But also Henry T. Sampson, right, created the gamma electric.
White, stop lying.
Which is like a crucial
component. Look it up. What's wrong?
No. I would love for him to tell me. I would love for him to tell me which one of her parents were white.
Can you look it up, please?
I have it pulled up. Which one of her parents are you claiming were white?
Put the picture. Can we see the picture?
Just because
we will decide if she's white or not.
Wait, no, locked up, dumbass.
Let the audience.
Dumbass. She's the same complexion as me. And neither one of my parents are white.
Just show us the picture so we could decide if she's white or not. Just show us the picture.
That's not how you determine, dummy. Just
she's lighter skin. God.
African American.
He's trolling.
That's a black woman.
Yeah, he doesn't read. He doesn't read. Yeah, but it's okay. He doesn't read.
Are you stupid?
They didn't invent sense. Apparently, white people. And so. Yeah, he's not making any sense. He doesn't know about any inventors. I think if we asked him to name 3 inventors, he couldn't. So he doesn't know if any inventors are black, white, or otherwise.
I just want to know, if she was white, why was she not able to be allotted the same benefits as white workers at NASA? Why was it her being just there in general, as groundbreaking as it was, if she was white? Be so for fucking real. I can't. I'm sorry. I don't
Yeah, the guy was trolling. I just wanted to say it's very interesting that Ask the Doc's family, like the Ask the Doc team, are obsessed with me. Not only do they follow me, but they also try to come into my lives pretending to not be from the Ask the Doc team, just so they control. Really pathetic. Anyways, let me go to the next person. Wait, Shelby Foster. If you don't disagree with the topic, if you don't agree with the topic, then I'll let you up. But if you say you agree with the topic, then I'm going to drop you. Because you're back in the requests again. Just wanted to say. You're back in the requests again. Hopefully you're back in the requests because you disagree with something. Okay, I only dropped you because you said you had agreed because I'm only looking for ops. But if you disagree with it, something, then you can put forward your argument.
Okay, sorry. I apologize. I thought when you asked the first time, I was just saying like, yes, I'm here, not yes, I agreed. So I apologize. That was my fault.
Oh, okay. Then I thought you meant you agreed. That's why I kicked you off. But okay, continue.
So I know this is not what you guys were just talking about. I'm only commenting on the quote that's up here. Unfortunately, worth it to keep the Second Amendment. So I've heard you play the audio a couple of times, but it's only starting basically from right before that line that he says. So I was curious, have you listened to his whole speech and what he was saying?
Which clip are you talking about? Which particular clip?
About having gun deaths, unfortunately, worth it to keep the Second Amendment.
I didn't hear the whole video, no.
Okay. So
I did. That's why. What context should we be saying that we're missing? Because I didn't hear anything prior to that would dismiss or make valid what he stated as far as saying that gun or pew pew unalignments are worth it to keep the Second Amendment.
So he was talking about how, as a society, we get in a car every single day and there's 50,000 deaths, right?
The purpose of a car isn't to unalive someone. The purpose of a pew pew is.
That's not the only purpose of having a gun.
Oh, really? So are you a pew pew owner?
I sure am, and also a concealed carry.
As am I in a few states. So you've gone through pew pew safety. You've gone through pew pew training. So what is the other purpose? If you have a pew pew and you're not aiming it at a target to prepare yourself to aim it at a person, what else are you using your pew pew for? What else am I using one of the 9s that are in my closet?
So me and my husband love to go shooting for fun. We use it for like shooting at targets where, like it's a good release of letting out, just like when you're hitting out, like, Shelby, when you're hitting a punching bag, it's a release, right?
Wait, Shelby, I don't want to interrupt. I'm going to let you finish, by the way. I just wanted to say, please use TikTok-friendly language. But continue.
Oh, sorry. I apologize. So using that as an outlet, just like, kickboxing, anything like that, where you're able...
So the reason why that's not the same thing, right? So I agree, right? Like I do find going to the range therapeutic. But when I'm pew-pewing at targets, when I'm aiming at targets, it is in fact to help better my skills with making sure that I'm hitting the right thing that I want to be hitting. The purpose of pew-pews, and if you've gone through a concealed carry course, they tell this to you because as somebody who's carrying, this should be aware. If you put your finger on the trigger and you aim that pew-pew at a person, you are not pew-pewing them for any other reason but to unalive them. You're not trying to disarm them. You're not trying to...
Absolutely. Yep.
So the sole purpose of pew-pews, what they were created for and what they're used for today are to end life. Because I'll even say hunting rifles or hunting pew-pews, are to end something's life, right? Human or not human.
Right, because I also have my hunter safety.
Yeah, so to compare a pew-pew to a vehicle, which has never been, the purpose of a vehicle has never been to end life, right? Because by that logic,
it might not be the purpose, but people have definitely used cars to run over people.
Yes, but again, saying that we need to get rid of vehicles because somebody could possibly use a vehicle for harm versus a pew-pew. Pew-pews, their purpose, their creation was harm. Thank you for the gift, love. The purpose was to harm. The purpose was to unalive. The purpose of a vehicle is not to unalive. It's to get from point A to point B. Nobody is.
But it doesn't always have to be used to unalive, like I just explained, right? So
no,
it's
but
all in how you use it. It's
no, but
all
that's
in
it's not all in how you use it, because then by that logic, a freaking baseball bat could be something, because people can use a baseball bat to do something. People can use a trampoline. Trampolines have ended lives before.
Right. So it doesn't matter.
But it does matter, because a pew pew, their purpose is to unalive things. That is not everything else. That's not its purpose. What you're not understanding is you trying to compare something that's sole purpose is to unalive versus something that has a different purpose. Now, I'll admit, should there be stricter punishment maybe for hit and runs, or people using a vehicle as a weapon? Absolutely. But we don't get rid of vehicles because vehicles have other purposes. There's a valid argument to keep a vehicle. There's no valid argument to not have more stricter pew regulations. There's
and
no valid
I
argument for
am
it.
in total agreement with having stricter pew laws and doing, but again, that's only for law-abiding citizens. If somebody wants a pew, if somebody wants to hurt somebody, they're going to find it. They're going to get that resource to get it. It might be harder.
Let me ask you this.
Okay.
With school pew-pewings, what percentage of them were done with unlawful pews?
Not very many.
0% of school pew-pewings have occurred with an illegal pew. They're all used. It was registered to either them or an immediate family member. So when we're talking about our children, because I don't mean to be this shady person, but people don't want stricter pew regulation because of drive-by shootings. They want it because people want to feel safe sending their kids to school again, right? Like this whole thing, like the United States has a unique situation that we found ourselves in with the immense amount of school pew-pewings, right?
Right.
And if school pew-pewings are only happening with legal pews, then the logical answer would be we need to make it more difficult for these types of people to be able to get these legal pews, right? I recognize we also need to be attacking like ghost pews and things like that are on the market right now. Absolutely. It's a horrible situation that we're finding ourselves in. But to state that we just should do nothing, as Charlie Kirk said, oh, it's an unfortunate loss. I don't want to have any type of regulation. We just motherfuckers run the risk.
Yeah, let's let Shelby respond, because she hasn't been, like, let's let Shelby respond, and then Adorna, you can respond to Shelby. Let's to keep this conversation productive, and also to keep this conversation like not overstimulating for the people who are in the chat. Let's just keep it one mic at a time. Shelby, you can respond, and then Adorna will respond to you.
So as far as school and keeping our kids safe, that is also something that Charlie Kirk talked about. Why is it that we protect our airports, our sports teams, our, banks, all of those things, but we don't protect our kids? I feel like we need to have, that's a great way to put our veterans to work, is putting armed veterans at schools. So it's more protected. Our kids are more protected that way.
Lawn darts. In 1988, 3 children unalived from falling on lawn darts. It was used for a game like horseshoe, and the United States banned them. They're illegal. They're illegal here because 3 children unalived from lawn darts. The number one unaliver of children in the United States ages 1 to 17 are pew-pews. 3 children unalived, and they banned lawn darts. But the number one unaliver of children are pew-pews, and you guys act as though it is some. You like Charlie Kirk. Apparently, you said you use it for recreation, and you go with your guy to pew pieces of paper, and somehow your ability to pew this piece of paper for recreation is more important than children's lives. Y'all are disgusting.
Well, I mean, that's an opinion, because I definitely don't feel that way.
Right? I'm not trying to hear that, because the problem is, right, that if you're using a stroller and one of the wheels falls off and a child unalives, they ban that stroller. It gets recalled. No more use of that. Like everything else, if a child is unalived, but because you guys want to pew some pieces of paper, or for the big threat, when the big threat civil war happens, as though they're not going to just drop a drone on y'all or use a drone and take you off the face of the planet. But you guys want these things that for some reason are unaliving children, and your recreation is more important than these kids' lives.
Well, that's not what I'm stating. But also, I just feel that, even like I said previously, taking away okay, so say that our guns were taken away. Say that they're banning guns. Again, how many people are actually going to follow that law? I mean, only law-abiding citizens. And so, at this point, because of how many school pew-pews have happened and everything, do I want to give up my guns? Absolutely not. But if I could have a guarantee that there would be no more school shootings, then absolutely. But there's no way that anybody can guarantee that.
Hey guys, I want you guys to know that Shelby thinks that there should be no unaliving laws, no theft laws, no child harm laws. Because unless you can guarantee that none are going to happen, right? Because if you could guarantee it, then she would give up her pew-pews. See how silly that sounds?
But it doesn't, because
it does.
Answer my question, though.
Yeah, we can't guarantee it. We can't guarantee that there will be no more schmurders either, but we try to prevent them by doing something about it, right? We literally have, you see how they have all of these things like seat belts. So you brought up cars, right? Seat belts, no texting. Now, starting in June, if you even are like touching your phone, big time tickets. So you see how they have all of these regulations, licenses, all of these things, right? But every time we're like, hey, forgetting even just taking them away, because the only person that, by the way, is said to take them away without due process is Donald Trump. I'm just going to throw that in there. He's the one that said that. But we're not even saying just take them all away, just more regulation like we do for anything else that's harmful. But again,
I have said several times that I agree that there should be more regulation. I do not disagree with that. What I am saying, though, is laws are in place. All laws are in place for law-abiding citizens. A criminal is going to break the law no matter what law is in place.
So then why have any? Could you answer that?
Go ahead.
Yeah, why have any?
I mean, to be honest, yeah, sure. We shouldn't. They're in place for law-abiding citizens. People are in jail. Why do we have jail?
So we should just have no laws then? None. I want you to hear how absurd you're getting. So then just have no laws. If we can't guarantee that thing will be stopped completely,
But
no
how
laws.
is it absurd? What I'm saying is
You just said no. You just said yeah, sure. Let's have no laws.
citizens.
That sounds. You just said yeah, sure. Let's have no laws. That sounds absurd to me. No laws.
What I'm saying is laws are in place for law-abiding citizens. Is that correct or no?
Well, the people that are abiding by the law is in place for everyone. It's not just in place for law-abiding. The law is there for everyone, and then some people choose not to follow it.
A lot of people choose not to follow them, just like a speed limit, just like, there are laws in place that people have that they break every day.
You hear that you're arguing for no laws.
That's
okay.
not what I'm
It's
arguing
okay.
for. What
It's
I'm
okay.
saying is
I
laws
know.
are in place
Hi.
for law-abiding
Hi.
citizens.
Hello. It's okay when you get to a point at which it's like, eeks, this isn't starting to make sense, to just stop. It's okay to do that. Like it's okay. It doesn't hurt you. It's okay to just stop, right? When you're stating don't have laws, you've hopped over the little line. Okay? You hopped over it. You're not making sense anymore. Okay.
Shelby, can I ask you a quick question?
Absolutely.
Are you a veteran?
No, I am not.
Is your partner a veteran?
No, he is not.
So what makes you think it would be a good idea to have veterans in our schools watching children?
I have multiple family members that have been in the military, or that are active. And I've been to the VA. I'm from Washington State. I lived about 15 minutes from Joint Base Lewis McChord. So I did a lot of volunteering and talked with a lot of veterans, and them wanting and having a purpose is so important for their mental health.
Yeah, absolutely. But so, I just want to let you know, like, it is a dangerous thought. So I am a vet, right? Served, deployed, multiple deployments. And my partner, he is still in the military. My husband, I'm military.
Thank you guys for serving and the sacrifices you guys have made.
For your support. I think that people need to understand that being in the military doesn't make us Superman. We don't now all of a sudden know how to do any and everything, right? Veterans are not trained on school security. Veterans are not trained on how to handle a pew-pewer in a school setting. And what I mean by that is, it is as horrible as it sounds, right? If I'm downrange, if I'm deployed, and there is an active pew-pewer, somebody is trying to get after me and my guys, right? I'm not giving a flying F word about people running around that are not my guys, right? I'm spraying at where the spraying is coming from. In a school pew-pewing situation, there are hundreds of little people running around, right? And sometimes big people, high school, whatever, running around. Those are two totally different situations. And then when you add in an individual who might have seen things and seen things worse than I've seen, maybe downrange, that additive stress as well, but replacing the faces with little kids' faces, that can be triggering for some people. I don't think that it's a good idea for that to be the role. Now, could some veterans absolutely serve that role if they so choose to? But just to say, oh, we're going to give our veterans a job, so we're going to give them a pew-pew and put them in a school to watch over the school. They're not trained on that. We have police officers who only go through training for, what is it? The average police academy is 4 or 5 months. I don't even think that's enough time to know how to work with the general public. Let alone that we in the military are not trained on that at all within basic or AIT or anything like that. It's just a dangerous situation. And I think that, like I said, people have this like magical like thought process about veterans that we just are all of us running around like G.I. Joe or something like that. And that's not the case. And it could create more dangers and more problems for us if we cities where the students are put in a demographic like where we have metal detectors because people think that those students are more of a danger. We don't see school pew-pewings at. The school pew-pewings usually are occurring in schools where people don't think that that would happen, in the suburbs where you have nice families and all of that. So I think that that also says something about whether or not it's who's pulling security or who just has the pew-pews in the area. And
right. And I'm not saying that it needs to be all veterans. And I wasn't like obviously going through, a class and taking, tests to make sure that you're mentally stable to do that. And I'm just saying, other than, having the homeless veteran problem that we do have in our country, having another option is all I was saying. I mean, any person that has gone through a class and a mental check and those things. So we are protecting our kids. And yeah.
Yeah. So I just don't think that more pew pews are the answers to pew pews, right? Like whilst I was in the military, I worked with a security consulting firm on the side, right? And this was during a time where a lot of churches were being pew-pewed, black churches, and some of the black churches in the area reached out to the firm that I worked for. And when we sat down and talked with them, like we were explaining different things, like in their, the pastor asked the question, should we have pew-pews in the building? Like, should we have armed security in the building? And the question was no, right? Like, because that's not where you want to catch the person, because if you're waiting till that school pew-pewer gets into the school, you've already got a problem.
Right.
The answer was always like we used to set them up with like security in the parking lot. Like that's usually that's the better option. And I could say the same thing. Preventative actions are how you stop the mass school pew-pewings that we're having. And preventative actions include, again, when we talk about the fact that school pew-pewings occur with legal pew-pews, making it harder for these people to get them. You okay?
Right. Yes. And I feel that it should be harder for people to get guns. And sorry. I just, like I've said a million times, it's for law-abiding citizens. We can make it as hard as possible, but if somebody wants a pew-pew, they're going to get one.
Yeah, just like anything else. But also, how many people with pew-pews were standing outside of Uvalde? 400. You probably don't know the number. 400. And somehow that didn't help, right? It's odd to me. I don't know if you covered this because I had my volume down for a moment. But we're taking away so many, there's so many cuts for veterans, like so many benefit cuts. Yeah. And then people are like, well, why don't we use them to do this while taking away part of their health care? This doesn't make sense to me. the very clearly more pew-pews, like this whole good guy with a pew-pew like fantasy that people seem to have doesn't make sense. I mean, there's some really good skits about it if you want to Google it, like YouTube. But that doesn't prevent anything. It doesn't prevent anything. I'm not sure why we wouldn't try the thing that might, but why would we at least try it? People are saying it doesn't work. Oh, magically, it's worked in other places, other countries, somehow magically. But even if children's lives are on the line, it's their number one unaliver. Why would this is just selfishness? You're literally here like we do it for fun. We just shoot pew paper. And for that, you wouldn't be willing to try giving it up to save children. And then you guys will be like, God bless.
Like, did I miss it? Because I also turned my volume down for a little bit. Did I miss it where we explained how even the car reference, though, excuses the necessary worth of loss of life? Did we explain it? Because I still don't understand how that correlates, stating that that makes it somehow okay that he said that we should lose children's lives just so that we can have our pew-pews. Did I miss that?
Well, he didn't say children's specifically.
Well, they were discussing.
He was just saying.
They were discussing school pew-pewings. In the entirety of the video was talking about school pew. They were talking about school pew-pewings at that time. So he would be referring to children.
Okay. So every time that we get in a car, we put ourselves at risk because we know that 50,000 people a year die. And I know that you have already explained that that's not the intention of a car, is to unalive somebody. But it's still a risk. We still know it's a risk, right? So regardless of the risk, everybody still chooses to get in a car every day.
I'm just wondering, do you need the car or some sort of form of vehicle to get from point A to point B? Like if you're trying to get to California from New York, is there some kind of vehicle that you might need?
I don't know if it could be, a vehicle, it could be a plane, it could be a bike if you wanted it to be.
Something that's going to have some sort of risk. What do you need the pew pew for?
For a tyrannical government that...
Yeah, can you tell me what your pew pew is going to do against a drone strike? I don't know why you guys say that foolishness. It annoys me every time. Do you really think that if the military was doing something to us, that your little pew pew was going to do something?
Yeah, I was going to ask Shelby, are you familiar with the MOVE movement? Philadelphia, I believe it was in, 1989, 88? The U.S. government BOMB'd an entire city block in Philadelphia, unaliving a armed group called MOVE. They were a movement they were a black community that wanted to arm itself against what they believed to be 85. Thank you, a tyrannical government. They just got BOMB'd. Like, they just literally obliterated an entire city block. So I've got
and I'm not
too, but
right, absolutely, and I'm not saying that at least I could try to defend my family.
Let's just call it what it is. You guys are willing to risk children's lives for selfishness. And my thing is this: why not just say that? Literally, at least own your shit. At least own it.
I mean, Charlie did.
Just say yes. I'm willing to risk all of these little 5-year-olds' lives so that I can have some recreation with my husband on a Sunday to pew pew some paper. Own your shit.
Charlie owned it.
Well, I mean, no, because he didn't. What he's saying is he's going based off of God's country, right? So it is he was a pillar of light for the Lord. That was his mission, was to spread the word of God.
So the guy that said that if two kids are drunk and the girl says no, that because they're both drunk, you can't remove consent. This was the pillar of light for the Lord?
That's a cherry picking statement. Again,
it's absolutely not. I could play the whole. Hold on. I could play the whole clip. That's absolutely what he said, not cherry picking, and that was the entire answer to the question. I could play the whole clip for you. I know that you guys love to say context, which is also an annoying thing because you didn't even know that the video was about school pew pewings when you came up here and asked Covey if she's seen the video. Your ass ain't see the video.
I actually have seen the entire thing. I'm just not gonna.
How come you didn't know it was about school pew pewings?
I did.
You did.
I'm just
you
not
said it
going
wasn't.
to argue over.
I know, Shelby. I know. Right. The issue is this, right?
Here's the thing: is that you hate being interrupted.
I know, Shelby.
You are
Shelby.
so
Shelby, I was the one
interrupt.
speaking. I know, Shelby. I know.
Oh, I know.
So the problem is this: I was the one talking
about. That you can't be quiet for 2 seconds.
I know. I was the one talking, Shelby.
I know. It's so sad.
Okay. Well,
so sad.
That's what's really sad. It's really sad that we can't hear your ass anymore. That's what's so sad. I was the one talking about the videos and you butted in. Okay? So you're going to be quiet and you're going to sit there.
Wait, what's happening?
Can't hear me?
Yeah,
Oops, sorry. You couldn't hear me. My mic was messed up. Yeah, he spoke about girls not being able to remove consent. As long as he said it was legal. Legally, if they're both drunk, there's no such thing as denying consent. That's not Christ-like, right? At least according to you guys. He spoke about very, very accomplished black women not having brain processing power and stealing white men's jobs. I don't know. That doesn't seem Christ-like to me. He spoke about not wondering if black pilots are qualified. I mean, you would probably agree with all of these things because, well, I mean, I guess, doing the cross sign or whatever. But plenty of things he spoke about that weren't Christ-like. You guys just condone it because you're also white Christian nationalists. Right. I don't know if you know this or not, but in the Bible, there are plenty of things. Have you stoned your child today? I'm just wondering. Because, if your kid is rebellious, you're supposed to take them into the town and have them stoned. Have you stoned your kid today? Wondering if we've gone into any towns lately and ripped open the wounds of pregnant women that we were fighting. Have you guys gotten into your local fight and ripped fetuses out of women's wombs today? Just wondering if you've worn any mixed fabric. There you go. Yeah. Just wondering if you've gone into any towns that you're fighting in and unalived the men, the women, the little boys. But if those little children, if those little girls, if they haven't known a man, keep those ones for yourselves. Everyone else, just even the cattle, get rid of them. Just wondering if you've done all of that, because you guys keep talking about the Bible. Now she ran away. Keep talking about the Bible, but don't address those things. I would say he was actually, and I'm sorry to all of the Christians here, he was very Christ-like in my opinion. People keep saying it wasn't Christ-like. It seemed very Christ-like to me because it went along with a lot of the things in the Bible, in my opinion. So, yeah.
Yeah, if there are any ops, by the way, y'all can request. I don't know why she dropped. Shelby can come back up and respond. But yeah. If you disagree with the topic, there are 1.1k people here. I'm pretty sure there is somebody here who thinks that Chris, I was about to say Chris Kirk. I don't know why I tried to say that. Charlie Kirk, ain't a bigot. Then do request. The right stuff. I think you were in the requests before. I don't know why you dropped out of the requests. If you think that people should actually mourn Charlie Kirk and people who celebrate or who feel relief should be condemned, then do also request. Just wanted to say that.
Someone in the comment section said I was doing really well up until that point. If me quoting directly from the Bible is not doing well, blame the Bible, not me. If you don't like the way it sounds when I say the things the Bible said, then you should probably have an issue with the Bible, not with me quoting the Bible, right? That's not my fault.
Yeah, let's continue liking the live, sharing the live. Please do gift my panelists, by the way. I just wanted to say, while we are at it, give me a second. I did want to thank some people. Give me a second. People are eating. Jade, thank you very much for the $20. And Naima, thank you very much for the $8 as well. I appreciate y'all so much. If y'all want to support the host, I would be genuinely really grateful. You can literally support by either subscribing or by gifting, or one second, the right, or by going to my pay links and supporting me. Also, please do support Alicia and also Adorna, because they're doing so much educational and emotional labor as well. So go to their pay links, which I hope are in their bio, or you can gift them here as well. Do whatever you want to do. Like and share as well. It would be awesome if we can at least get it to 500k, y'all. We're almost there. They're right. You disagree.
Yes, I disagree very much.
Why?
Because guns' purpose, or GPU's purpose, is not just to unalive people, it's to protect people too. And the lady talking about the cars, ma'am, there's more cars that unalive people in this country than guns ever think about. Period. So don't sit here and tell me.
PPUs think now?
Don't sit here and tell me.
Yeah, so just because more people utilize, the ancestors are messing
No, let me speak. Let me speak.
Your phone was
hold on.
Let me speak.
Hold on. I just want to lay the parameters for this conversation. Please, everybody, one mic, no.
I'm going to lay the parameters too.
I'm literally trying to let you speak.
She's going to let me finish my statement.
I'm the host. I'm literally saying that people need to finish their statement. I don't know if you're listening.
Well, tell your co-host.
You don't have
Shut
okay.
their mouths
You don't
and let
have
other
to
people
be.
speak.
You don't have to be rude. You don't have to be rude.
Well,
His service is choppy, Cubby. He can't even hear you all the way. That's why he's
Okay.
delayed.
Okay,
no,
you
I
don't
can
have
hear
to be
you.
rude. Okay, you can hear me. I'm literally trying to help.
And the lady in the top, speaking of the Bible, if you don't believe in the Bible, you don't need to be speaking about the Bible.
Let's not talk about religion, please. That's a boundary. I don't like religion topics being discussed in my life, so let's just not talk about religion. I do want to say, the right, I'm going to let you speak, but before that, Inas and Naima are both Palestinians who are in Gaza right now. So while we're talking, it would be awesome if y'all could get both of them to like maybe at least 2K. That would genuinely be awesome. I would love y'all. But the right, continue, and then Adorno
I don't
or
give two fucks about Palestinian people. I hope.
Oh, look at him. Look at the crybaby. He's such a crybaby. Not only is he a crybaby, he's just wrong, just like Charlie. See how he said there are way more car unalivings than there were the pew-pew unalivings? I know. See, when you started getting belligerent, now that you're being belligerent, I don't even care. Thanks. I was holding it in, but now I don't have to. There were 40,000 car unalivings in 2023, 47,000 pew-pew unalivings in 2023. So there are factually more pew-pew unalivings than there are car unalivings. Do you see the white fragility, the white rage, even I would call it? This is white rage, actually, not white fragility. So there are factually more pew-pew unalivings. I know. You're mediocre in a country made for you, and you're mad about it. This is all these big emotions. Do you see, guys, how men are so not emotional? See how non-emotional men are? I'm just a little woman, right? And so I have all these big emotions, and you see how calm and collected he's. So much emotional intelligence. So there are actually more pew-pew unalivings than car unalivings.
Have black fatigue.
I know. I do have black fatigue. You said that correctly, actually. Since black fatigue is actually black people being tired of your shit. Yeah, black fatigue, when it was created, you see, because white people like to steal shit. So it's the same way that you stole woke, you also stole the term black fatigue. And yes, it actually means black people being tired of you guys doing racism. So you used it correctly. I do have black fatigue against your ass. Yeah. And so, yes, there are more pew-pew, unalivings than car unalivings. So what you just did was quote him, and you followed in his footsteps of just saying random shit that you've never looked up, and just saying it randomly without ever doing any research just makes you look silly. Okay, so there you go with your big feelings.
I just wanted to understand why he decided to crash out on Palestinians. This guy came up here to talk about something completely different. Me being the host wanted to let him speak. And I literally just said, yo, can you gift the Palestinians on the panel? And he decided to have a full crash out. Unprovoked, mind you. This is white rage. I think he probably listened to a little too much country music, which is precisely why he is this violent. Because we know that country music is really violent, and it makes people also do violent things. So it was probably all the country music in his system that did that. But anyways, sir, can you please act at least pretend to be civilized? I'm gonna turn off the Showtime, which it's insane that I had to turn on Showtime for an adult, right? But I'm gonna turn off the Showtime. I don't want any over talking. Don't talk about Palestine. Just free Palestine, by the way, exactly. From the river to the sea. But let's just stick to the topic of Charlie Kirk, and also no religion talk. Just wanted to say that. But I'm gonna end Showtime now. Don't explode like a ticking time bomb. Okay. Continue. You can speak now.
You can take your Palestine people and hope they unalive.
How are you doing, by the way, the right stuff?
That lady.
Yeah, I don't care.
But also, I just want to show, they love to talk about black people being violent. You see how violent he was? Mm-hmm. Such a violent person. This white man, so violent. I think it's their culture. Mm-hmm. The culture of the fatherless homes, maybe.
Mm-hmm. Very, very hateful. Very bigoted. Matt, do you disagree with the topic?
Charlie Kirk says pew pew's unfortunately worth it to keep Second Amendment. I mean, I think it's. I go back.
The topics are the two top questions, not the.
Oh, my apologies. My apologies.
No problem.
Why do you mourn Charlie Kirk and condemn the relief might feel? Let me read that one. Why do you mourn Charlie Kirk and condemn the relief marginalized people might feel? Charlie Kirk is a bigot. Okay, I got you. I thought it was the gun policy or pew-pews. So
We can talk about that too, but yeah.
Yeah, I feel like I know he definitely said things that were not what I would say. I do also think, I mean, there's both sides I've seen. I've seen people take things out of context. And I'm happy to be wrong here. If I am, please correct me. I didn't really hear him say like the things on the LGBTQ community. I've seen videos where he's actually said, I don't agree with your lifestyle, but I actually have a heart for you. I've actually got a video that I saw today on that. So yeah, I've not seen a ton. I know he said things about airline stuff. If it's a black person, you know, I would just make sure they're good, which I can see both sides of it. But yeah, I wouldn't. The way he words things, I would not agree. Some things I disagreed with. So
He said he'd make sure that they're good. He said he'd wonder if they're qualified, which doesn't make sense since DEI didn't lower standards for Black people for pilots, right? He stated things like he thought parts of the Civil Rights Act were a mistake, and he quoted things like he said things like the poverty rate for Black people was much lower in the 60s than it is now, which is part of why he thought it was a mistake, which is blatantly untrue. It's way, way lower now than it was in the 60s. He said things like Black people are more criminalistic now than they were in the 60s. So is everyone, because the population has literally doubled. Since not just the Black population, the U.S. population has doubled since then. So yeah, he was just saying, why do you think it is that he just didn't speak about crime in the white community? There's so much crime in the white community. Why do you think he only focused on crime in the Black community?
I do think I think it's very biased. I'll be honest.
So then you agree with Charlie Kirk is a bigot?
Bigot. I mean, I guess like I've been on a lot of panels with Black people, and they'll only talk about the white community. So,
but I'm not asking about them. I'm not, because they could be bigots too. But what I asked you was, Charlie? So this is one of those things that's so weird to me. I don't know if you have kids or not, but if your child's teacher came to you and said your child punched someone in the face on the playground, and you said to your kid, well, hey, why did you punch someone in the playground? And they said, well, last month Sally said something bad to Charlie. What does that have to do with whether your child punched someone on the playground? This thing that you guys do where I ask you a question about what he did and then you try to defer to what someone else has said doesn't make sense. It has nothing to do with whether what he said was okay. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I do. I hear what you're saying.
So now if you're admitting that what he said was very biased, because white men, I'm going to say these stats until I'm blue. White men, right, make up 70% of family annihilators, 82% of school pewers, over 70% of child corn offenders, right? Most serial unalivers. Why didn't he talk about, he's part of the white community, why didn't he talk about all these issues in the white community and how they can be improved?
Yeah, before you respond to that, Matt, I just wanted to say, please, to the people who are watching, do not report anybody on my panel. Because if y'all report anybody on my panel, I just got like a violation from that right stuff guy. If y'all report anybody on my panel, it ends up harming the whole live as well. So please, 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 please do not report anybody. Even if y'all don't like what the guests are saying, do not report them. That's not cool. But Matt, respond.
No, I said I agree with the bias there. I don't have a rebuttal to that. If I, like the amount of times he's on universities, he could have said, hey, this is what I believe with the Black community. However, this is also the white stats, and give them both sides. So he was biased. I do agree. I think that's unfair.
Well, then, yeah. Well, then I don't know why you're having a hard time agreeing.
I came up with the Newsweek. That's what I caught. I honestly didn't even really read the top part, which is my apologies.
What did you want to say about the Newsweek?
Part.
Yeah, what did you want to say about the Newsweek one?
Yeah, I think, like, I've lived in the US for 10 years. I'm originally from UK. I see pros and cons with having pew-pews. Like, in a utopia world, in my opinion, nobody has pew-pews in the world. But obviously that's not reality. There's 400 million pew-pews in the US right now. So it's never going to go away, sadly. And I've heard people say, well, it can. I said, even if we all gave pew-pews away, Mexico on average bring in around 200,000, depending on each year, but around 200,000 illegally. So the bad people will always get access. I know in Australia in the 1980s, they took back all the pew-pews from citizens, but that was 600,000 pew-pews, not 400 million. But long story short, I think there should be more restrictions. There's certain countries in Europe where I'm originally from that do it really well with like a mental analysis exam. Before you get it, you have to show access to a safe lock where the pew-pew's going to go. They check with your family how mentally stable you are, and they do a check-in every year to make sure you're still stable. So there's steps that the US don't take currently, which I think we could improve on as a society. And that's it. Appreciate your time. Matt is part of the problem. I don't know how I'm part of the problem, but all right, boo.
Let's not address the chat. But thank you for coming up, Matt. I appreciate you.
Yeah, thank you, guys. Have a great night.
You too. So the people in the guest request, by the way, if y'all disagree with the topic, I'll let y'all up. But if you agree with the topic, I'm just going to immediately drop y'all. So just wanted to clarify. If you come up and I ask if you agree with the topic and you say yes, I'll just drop you. Andrew, did you disagree with the topic? Andrew?
Hello.
Do you disagree with the topic?
To an extent, yes. Like someone said, do you think Charlie Kirk is biased, right? I think everyone's biased no matter what, no matter what, you're biased to a certain extent. I had a question. Do you think or agree with any of the quotes or claims Charlie Kirk did make, though?
I said bigoted, not biased. I said he was. I asked him if he thought he was bigoted. Like what?
That's what I'm asking. Do you agree with any of the quotes, or think some were taken out of context by media?
Not that I can tell, unless you have some that perhaps you think were, but not that I can see.
What is your description? So when Charlie debated people, right? The majority, obviously, people giving him hard questions were people who opposed him or people of minorities, right? Like the LGBTQ groups and I know Black America and whatnot. So do you think when he said some of those things, it was to relate to people or what's going on in social media?
I think you can relate to people. Well, first of all, I think most of the people who spoke to were probably white because he was going to a lot of these campuses where the students are majority white.
Yeah, I agree, but that's what I'm trying to sway away from that, just to see if you can agree with the other part.
Yeah, sure. No, I don't think he was trying to relate. Well, even if I think he was trying to relate. No. I think he was trying to indoctrinate is what I think he was trying to do. He's trying to indoctrinate. And even if he was trying to relate in regards to like an age group that's really into social media, et cetera, I'm not sure what that would have to do with these stats and stuff that he was giving, but he could do that while utilizing correct stats. Him giving false stats, false information, saying bigoted statements, etc., has nothing to do with trying to relate to young people because you can relate and be honest.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Him talking about Black America, right? Since that is or has become a big thing for our society, do you think his reasons could have anything for talking about Black America so much to do with that and like be reasonable to talk about that?
Yeah, so the reason that Black people have become a topic of society is because of bigots, white supremacists, racists, right?
Would you not agree it's also because of media on both sides?
Because of media on both sides? What do you mean like what?
Both political sides, left and right.
Like what?
Persuading people or indoctrinating people to do certain things.
Sure. What is the left indoctrinating people into when it comes to Black people?
Well, the BLM riots, not necessarily the protests, the riots alone. Mm-hmm. From what I saw, obviously riots in general are not good. When you're burning down cities, it's not good for whatever reason. That means there's something wrong with society, right? Do you think that was taken out of hand or encouraged by some?
Yeah, well, the first issue is that
I don't want to use radical left, but like radical left, like crazy left people or people in the shadows from both parties.
Yeah, well, the first issue is that no cities were burnt down. The only people that have burnt down cities in the United States are white people. When they massacred
what would you call
sure, there was property damage. Sure, there was property damage. Burning down a city? I'd like you to let me know what cities are no longer standing. I can tell you plenty of Black towns that are no longer standing at the hands of white people. No cities were burnt down during BLM. That's the first issue. The second issue is that, I think that when I do think that drastic measures, like drastic times call for drastic measures. And so as opposed to, for example, white people who burn down cities, I'm doing the fingers, for like sports games when they've lost, their sports team have lost, that if you are going to burn one down, police brutality would be a better reason. So I do think that when people are actually, because there's no right way to do it, because when they were sitting at lunch counters, that wasn't the right way. And when they knelt silently, that wasn't the right way. And apparently protesting without violence isn't the right way. And protesting with violence isn't the right way. So the problem actually isn't them burning down cities. The problem is actually speaking up for our rights. That's the actual issue.
Can I also say one thing, right? When we look at the stats on this, right, there are multiple independent analyses that were done that did find that more than 94% of the quote unquote riots were actually peaceful, right? Of all BLM related demonstrations.
That's also a problem with the media today. We don't show quite as many good things as we should.
So they were non-violent,
that's what I'm getting at. You know, it kind of encourages
exactly. So
violence.
in the few cases where violence or arson occurred, it also was typically restricted to very small hotspots or single city blocks and not necessarily being widespread across entire cities, right? So I think there was a study that showed that out of the 2,400 plus locations where BLM protests took place, fewer than 220 experienced any form of violent demonstration. So when we look at the stats, it shows that an overwhelming majority of the protests, not riots, protests were peaceful and not violent. And second of all, I think personally, even if they were violent, I think the violence of snuffing a life should cause more outrage than a burning building. That's just my opinion, because I think that a life is worth more than a store or a building or a car. And to me, it's very fascinating that when it comes to Black life, people just think it's okay because Black blood is cheap, and therefore even if countless die, it's perfectly fine. Even if a 12-year-old kid gets unalived, it's perfectly fine. But when it comes to, let's say, a car, people think that a car, a business, a building are worth more than Black life. And I think that is the crux of the issue. Devaluing Black life so much so that you are more outraged by buildings being burnt down or cars instead of Black people being snuffed.
I also do want to point out that there are quite a few instances where they found that even those riots that you were speaking of were actually ignited by white people.
But it was for the BLM protest.
Do you think white supremacists were fighting for BLM? No,
that's not what I mean. That's not what I mean.
Yeah, but that's what I am talking about. If you look at my screen, I'm at the top left on the panel. This is ABC News. Yeah. Man who helped ignite George Floyd riots identified as white supremacist. Yeah, so harm was done, like riots were started in order for them to be able to say, look at those blacks, they're so violent, when really it was white people framing black people for those things. And this is not me saying so, this is the police saying so.
But wouldn't you also say people can be held reliable for their own actions and should take accountability for things?
Absolutely. But my point just being that even in the cases where a lot of those riots were started.
Hello?
Oops.
Sorry.
Yes. No, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, call me a radical, literally. But perhaps I don't see why it is that if people aren't listening when you're calm, can you tell me what liberation has happened for oppressed people through saying, pretty please, can you stop oppressing me?
On average, nothing.
Right. So the issue is either you're saying, either people are saying we understand why breaking a few windows would be necessary in order to save lives, or you're saying just sit in quiet in silence and take that shit. Just take the oppression, take the subjugation, take the exploitation. It's only one of the two. It has to be one of the two. So for me, I think that if
Oh, you got muted again, Adorna. I think she got a call.
Sorry, yeah. So for me, if some windows need to be broken in order to stop police misconduct and violence, then I think that price is worth it, because the only alternative is to allow it to continue. So
do you think some of that, so every now and again you'll see a Black American overreacting when a police is being calm, right? You see that with every race, right? Do you think some of that is overplayed with every race?
No. Well,
police brutality to play victim for every race?
So I'm not an absolutist. I don't think that anything is absolute. However, we do see it more often where Black people are clearly just over policed and over arrested, all of the things. I mean, in Minneapolis, for example, Black people make up 19% of the population, but make up 78% of the stops and searches with traffic stops, even though white people are more likely to have contraband on them. In North Carolina,
is that like a majority thing or like a per capita thing? That statistic?
It's not per capita. We make up 70% of the searches. So let's say there were 100 of them, 100 stops and searches for traffic stops. 78 of them would be Black people.
No, I meant the other one about white people being more likely.
If it's per capita? No, it's not per capita. They're just more likely to have pew-pews on them. Yeah. Same thing for.
Oh, you said pew-pews? I thought you were talking about
contraband. Sorry, okay. Contraband. But for North Carolina, we make up 115% of the stops and searches, even though white people are more likely to have contraband and weapons on them. If you just look at stop and frisk in New York, for example, Black and Latino people made up 84% of the stop and frisks, even though Black people were 1/3 less likely to have contraband on us and half as likely to have weapons on us than white people.
Sorry, I don't know to finish.
Sorry, go ahead. It's okay. Go ahead.
No, yeah, I was going to say, even though Black Americans make up about 13 to 14% of the U.S. population, they do account for about 24 to 30% of all people who get fatally unalived by the police each year. Black people are also up to 50 to 75% more likely than white people to experience use of force during police encounters, including non-lethal force, right? Such as handcuffing or drawing a weapon or pepper spray, right? Black civilians are also 21% more likely than white people to have a weapon drawn on them during police interactions. And in 2019, Black people comprised 29% of victims of non-fatal police shootings that were documented in major studies, which is far higher than their share of population. Even when we look at racial profiling, that's the same thing. 41% of Black Americans reported being stopped or detained by the police because of their race. 77% of Black adults believe Black people are treated less fairly than whites in police encounters as well. I mean, I can go stat after stat after stat to show you that Black people are disproportionately subjected to police brutality and racial discrimination at the hands of the police.
So you said earlier too, you think a life is more important than someone's opinion, or no one should die, right?
I think a life is more important than a building, yes.
Yeah.
Wait, than a
So-
building.
Yeah, sorry. I was getting to you think a life's really important in general, and obviously that's true, but for the police in general, whether you're white or black officer, do you think it would be better to maybe take precautions in general over someone if you're going to make an arrest? And maybe that this thing between
Yeah.
Black
Depends
Americans
on-
and police officers have just got taken out of proportion between both of them. So now it's just kind of like, oh, I don't trust you, you don't trust me type of deal.
No, I think it depends on what kind of precautions you're. Yes, of course, cops are going to take precautions, right? But when 75% of Black Americans are saying that they have experienced real racial discrimination at the hands of the police, I think that's an issue. When the American Psychological Association finds that Black children as young as 10 years old are viewed or perceived to be 10 years older than their actual age or their white counterparts and more guilty and less innocent, which makes them more susceptible to police brutality, I don't necessarily think that's precaution, right? When Black men are perceived to be larger and more dangerous than white men of the same stature, I don't think that's precaution. I just think that's racism. And I think when you have a police department that at its foundation has racism deeply embedded into it, that is leading to these drastic racial disparities, that is leading to the loss of life of a person of color or a Black person because of their immutable traits, I don't think this has to do with precaution. I think this is a system that is rigged against people who are not white.
And then so recently, I haven't done research on this topic, but we all know the Black man who killed the Ukrainian woman on the train, right? And and he was arrested 14 times prior. What about where I'm getting at is with our justice system, our criminals that have been repeatedly let out of the jail system. Would you say like that is so obviously in the instance that was given on the news or some websites, it was targeting the Black Americans
Do you know
through
why he was let
liberal
out?
means.
Do you know why he was let out?
14 times.
Yeah. Do you know like most of them are? I want to say like most of them were for the same reason. Do you know why?
No, I didn't do much research on it.
Yeah, so he was diagnosed with clinical schizophrenia. The jail system does not have, most jail systems don't have the proper like tools to be able to handle something like that. They don't have like, sadly over time, and because of a lot of like financial cuts, we don't have inpatient spacing for people like we should. So because the jailhouse couldn't take care of him and because there was nowhere else for him to go, he was just let go. He was having a schizophrenic break, which happens sadly for a lot of people in today's age, and they're not able to get the care that they need. I'm not saying that it was an excuse. He obviously
Well, yeah, for sure. A mental illness is a mental illness.
Let's also clarify, he didn't unalive her because she was white. He unalived her because he had exactly.
He was in crises. I think that there's a lot to say also about the fact that he is being charged. And when we talk about harms, you're comparing a schizophrenic man to the police, to a white police officer, it's just a wide jump. As far as accountability goes, he's being held accountable. Aria. And a lot of officers aren't held accountable. They get a pass. Even people who aren't officers, George Zimmerman, get a pass.
Yeah, I agree. In terms of some officers being held accountable, there's been like reports or videos of some police officers, obviously with police brutality against white males too, where in an instance, this one dude, he picked up a dude who wasn't resisting at all just because he asked a question, and he slammed, is all I'm going to say, him on the floor.
So I'd already stated that we're not absolutists. I think that people, for some, have this idea that when we're talking about police misconduct against Black people or about other forms of systemic racism, that what we're saying is nothing ever happens to white people. That's not the claim. The claim is that there is negative disproportionate impact on black people. So it's not that there's never been police misconduct or there's no police misconduct against white people. It's that it's more likely to happen to black people.
The real question here is why aren't white people bothered by the fact that there are some white people who get subjected to police brutality? Like, instead of actually weaponizing the fact that there are some victims of white victims of police brutality, why aren't white people angry that some white people get subjected to police brutality? That's what I've never understood. Like, a lot of white people are pissed off that black people do not want black people to die unjustly. So instead, you tokenize your own victims against the people who care about their community. I think it's a bit weird to me. But also, Shelby, with regards to the woman that I mentioned, I didn't say that she wasn't white. She was a white woman, yes, but he didn't attack her because she was a white woman. He had no racial motives. That's what I was saying. But continue, everyone.
Kobe, I think that to answer your question though, like of why white people won't come, because it would force them to admit that harm is also happening to the black community. And I don't think that they want to admit that. I don't think that they want to acknowledge that. So it's like, and we've seen it historically, at least here in the U.S. I can't speak for other parts of the world, but white people will even excuse the own harm that happens to them as an individual for the sake of not being connected to blackness or things that happen to black people. So they'll say it doesn't exist, even though it's harming them, because they don't want other white people to look at them like they're sympathizing with black people at all.
I would say that is a very low majority, and I think the majority of people they don't speak up, they don't feel the need to speak up, they don't feel like they have to do research, and they just want to live their lives. They're honest people.
Wait, what does that even, like, I'm sorry.
So you said people try to not. Did you say majority or most?
Yeah, I believe the majority of white people do not want to step out of their own comfort to acknowledge the harms, because it would cause them to be somehow similar to like we have people who come up on the panel, not on Kobe's, but like on lives where they ask you for your pronouns, right? And people will make a whole big fuss over just the simple fact of identifying themselves with pronouns. And it's simply because they don't want people to think that they have any type of ideology that would align themselves with the LGBTQ plus community. Literally, they don't want anything to do with that. So I don't do pronouns, even though
I think I get your comparison, but I think the pronouns to the Black America, I think that would be a whole nother topic, you know?
Well, no, I'm just saying,
most people agree that Black Americans are okay, but some people agree that being gay, or most people might agree that being okay or being gay is not okay, but they're fine with it. You know what I'm saying?
I don't think you're understanding the comparison I made, but okay.
No, I do. I was just saying how it could be different from.
Yeah, because I'm not saying that being queer is the same as being black. I wasn't making that comparison.
Yeah, I know. I was just clarifying, or saying what I thought about the comparison and how it wouldn't necessarily compare or whatever. But no, I get what you're saying. But me, myself, and my personal experience, I'm not this has any significance, but I mean, I live pretty close to STL, and I do go there sometimes. I have Black American friends. My brother-in-law is Muslim. His mother came to America. You know, it's just, and I live in a white community, obviously, like most people do. They live with their community, or just that's how it ends up. And in the suburb, there's not a lot of diversity where I live, but I still honestly don't see that or see people having that opinion.
Just to clarify, having that opinion about Black people?
About not wanting to relate with Black people or being around them, so other white people don't see them relating with that.
So check check it out. The issue is that I don't think that it's something you would necessarily see. I don't think it. So racism isn't what people tend to think it is, right? Obviously, there are overt and blatant racists, right? But more often, I would say, and people associate racism with hatefulness or malicious intent. When more often it shows up through actions and when we don't even realize it. Right. There's something called implicit bias. So one of the reasons marginalized groups are marginalized is because negative messaging is put out in society about them. Right. And our brains are like sponges. We don't have any choice on what we internalize. So when we hear these messages, whether it be TV, social media, at school, etc., wherever it is, our brain stores that even when we don't realize it. And even without realizing it, you then form subconscious perceptions based on that information and act on that information even when you don't realize. So really quickly, a quick example of that is that the American Psychological Association, the DOE, Yale, Berkeley, Brigham Young University, tons of studies show that Black children are more than 3 times more likely to be suspended from school for the same exact behaviors and frequency as white children. So more than 3 times more likely to be suspended for doing the same exact things. I don't think this is because teachers are showing overt hate or they have malicious intent. I think because we have all of these messages put out in society about how Black people have bad culture, it's the rap music, fatherless homes. Like you hear all of these things, which aren't true, by the way, I could show that if you wanted, but aren't true, but you've internalized that. And so you end up looking at the Black child more because you've now been kind of indoctrinated into believing that the Black child is going to misbehave more because of their culture and they're listening to this bad music. So if you're looking at them more, you're going to see them more. It's the same thing, like I said, with the arrests, like with the traffic stops. There's plenty of studies, the veil of darkness, etc. If you're looking at them more, you can stop them more. If you're looking at them more, you're going to arrest them more, not because other people aren't doing it, because you're not even looking at them. You're paying so much attention to the Black kids. So the point is that in your community, even though it's not diverse, it's not going to look like people saying the N-word. It's going to be more like a hiring manager questioning whether this person is qualified, like Charlie Kirk said. Right? It's going to look more like a doctor thinking Black people feel less pain. It's not because they're hateful. It's because of subconscious perceptions in society. That's it.
So correct me if I'm wrong, but do a majority or a fair amount of Black Americans live in cities like STL or Chicago, or maybe not cities like quite as big, but with a tendency to have a high crime rate?
So to begin with,
so one sec. Are you agreeing with that, or is that?
Can I address that? Wait, can I address it?
I was just asking, like, yes or no, like
Yeah,
that is true, right?
Sure, but there's more context. I know you guys love the word.
Yeah, for sure. But to get out of this hole too, that I don't know, the white man has dug for them, or they might have dug for themselves too, or everyone has accountability. Do you think Black America should show some accountability and maybe try to move out of those cities with pilot crime rates?
Yeah, this is why I was trying to give the context. Stanley, Idaho has 131 people, right? Chicago has 2.7 million people. Which one do you think is going to have more crime?
Oh, obviously Chicago.
Wonderful.
But...
Yeah, so hold on. I'm going to finish.
Yeah.
Right? White people forced Black people to live in cities, cramped up small areas, building up instead of out, right? The projects, right? Way more people living in those cities. So yes, there's going to be more crime in a city with 2 million people than 131 people, right? Than a town with 131 people. The issue is that what you should be asking is why are there so many Black people living in the cities? Could it be because the New Deal literally created suburbs for white people and then wrote these things called racial covenants into the house deeds that said you can't sell to Black people, right? Yeah, if you have more people in a small in an area, more people, small area, less money, less resources, less grocery stores, less all of the things, yes, you're going to see more crime. Because if you have more people, less resources, they need a way to get those resources. You're going to see more carjackings. You might see more blah, blah. But it's a combination of there literally being more people and there being more poverty. Right. So when you're saying Black people should take responsibility, absolutely people should take responsibility for their own actions. Why don't you ever ask? Why doesn't anyone ever ask? Why don't white people take responsibility for creating the conditions that cause the actions? Why don't white people talk about Black people? According to the Department of Justice in 2023, Black people being less likely to get mortgages, even though we are more likely to be qualified. Even when Black people, even when we are more qualified. So even when Black people have a higher salary, higher credit score, lower debt to income ratio, we are less likely to get a mortgage, which clearly makes it less likely we're going to move out of that projects into the suburbs. And even when we do get the mortgage, we're more likely to get higher interest rates, which again, make it less likely that you're going to be moving out of that suburb, out of the projects and into the suburbs. So why don't we talk about white people being discriminatory and creating the conditions that cause so many people to be cramped into such a small area with low resources? But you guys always want to talk about Black people instead of talking about your own shit. Y'all don't own your own shit. That's the real issue.
Andrew, you can respond.
Always want to talk about Black people taking accountability. When are white people going to take any accountability?
That's not what I was implying by
You literally
stating
said
my
that.
question.
You literally said that.
Yes, but we've been talking about Black America right now, and so I was just curious because are you a Black American?
I'm a Black person in America.
Yes, so you would be well versed with the subject, and you seem like you did your research. So that's why I was personally asking a question.
Yeah, I understand that, right? So check it out. I don't even blame white people. People might say I'm coddling, right? I don't even blame white people for not knowing this information, right? I know that's going to sound wild. Stick with me for a second, right? People in the comments, right? It makes sense that when you are not part of a demographic, you are less likely to have information about that demographic because you're not experiencing it. And it's less likely that you're going to do research on it because it doesn't impact you. So, for example, if you don't have a disability, like if you can walk, right? I happen to know, for example, that people in wheelchairs are 48% less likely to get job interviews. I don't expect that most people who don't have a disability are going to know that because you're probably not going to be doing research on people in wheelchairs if you're not in a wheelchair or if you don't have a family member that is, right? So I half expect, and most likely, I think it's most likely that you're not going to know this information. However, what tends to happen is even after finding out this information, what I see is people just going on to the next live, like TikTok live, for example, and going, but Black people, right? So I understand why you might not know this. And I'm not letting white people off the hook for not knowing because we talk about racism so often that if you actually cared, you would do some research. So I'm not letting white people off the hook, but it makes sense to me that someone who is not part of a demographic knows less about that demographic, right? But the problem is that now you are hearing this information. I definitely am going to have more information on it than a lot of people, because I read a lot of random things. But now that you have heard it, the question is, are you going to continue learning about it? Are you going to speak to other white people? The issue is that you guys have these discussions, and we're talking about accountability. You guys have these discussions and then go along with your lives as though you've never heard any of the information that has just been passed on to you. Right?
I would go along and say that's how most Americans would go along with things, or the responsible few, or maybe majority would do extra research and maybe try and educate.
I agree. The problem is, though, and this is the last thing, then I'll be quiet. The problem is that racism obviously hurts marginalized groups, right? The country in and of itself, there's a study from Citigroup, like a report that says that over the past 20 years, the economy, like the U.S., has lost $16 trillion because of racism. right? Specifically towards black people. They're not even talking about against other people. Specifically towards black people, we've lost $16 trillion because you have less people opening businesses, which means less people hiring people and investing in the economy, like less people less money that's circulating then, less people that are buying houses and boosting the economy. Like literally racism is hurting you guys too, right? It's obvious that it's hurting us. But it's so a lot of times people are like, well, I mean, it's not impacting me, so why am I learning about it? When in actuality, you could have a few more coins in your pocket if actually not for racism as well, right? So this actually is something that would benefit everyone to stop. And you guys, meaning white people, I'm just generalizing right here. White people don't even realize that you're pew-pewing yourself in the foot by being bigots, right? So it's actually pertinent for you guys to also learn this information. Stop listening to misinformation like that Charlie Kirk spreads, and to actually educate yourselves on the real information, and it would actually help you guys out as well. That's the truth of it. The truth is that you all are also hurting yourselves by being discriminatory. That's it. I'm going on because I've spoken a lot. Sorry.
No, I 100% agree. Obviously, racism would hurt everyone because it creates prejudice against the racist. I mean, against white and black, and then against black and white. Obviously, it's like you said, you're shooting yourself in the foot with that one. But do you think the word racism is also overplayed a lot with opinions, even if they are offensive?
I don't think you understood what Adorna said.
No, I did. I'm just asking another question.
No, the reason why I don't think that you're saying that you do is because you said, speaking of people experiencing racism, like black on white and white on black, but Adorna wasn't speaking to that at all. I know for a fact Adorna was.
Sorry to interrupt you or cut you off. You can keep on talking about the subject, but I'm getting a call, so I have to head out.
Okay.
Getting a call?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I know Adorna ain't saying too because white people. No, that's not what she said.
Definitely not.
نعيمة وإناس هنزلكم عشان وصلتوا 2000 كوينز. تمام. الله يحميكم إن شاء الله يا رب. مع السلامة. Can we get the Gazans up to 2K, y'all? That would be awesome if we could get them up to 2K. But yeah, continue. Sorry, whoever wanted to speak.
Yeah. If there's anyone that disagrees, like if you disagree, it's not just I know a lot of people are just seeing the headline, but above the headline, there are 2 topics up there as well. So if you disagree with any of those things, feel free to request.
Oh, yeah, of course. Sorry. I was editing something. But yeah, definitely. If anybody disagrees with the topic, if you think that Charlie Kirk is actually not a bigot, if you think that people should not have mourned him, but instead you condemn people who maybe felt some type of relief or felt, I don't know, were celebrating it, then yeah, do requests, by the way. Also, while we're at it, can y'all please gift Adorna and also Alicia for all the educational and emotional labor that they're doing? Their pay links are literally in their bio. Do support them here as well. My pay links are also in my bio. If you want to support me or the subscriptions, you can also subscribe. That would be awesome. Or you can gift as well. While we're at it, Hatham is from Gaza and Roseanne is also from Gaza. Please get them to 2K. Patricia is literally a Congolese activist. She's currently trying to raise money for her initiative as well. You could support the initiative in the link tree in her bio, or you can gift her as well, and that money is also going to go to the initiative. So, yeah. On God, do you disagree with the topic? On God?
Yes, I do.
Okay, good. Continue.
I actually, the first prompt is what I would want to address most. So, mourning Charlie Kirk and there's a bigger outlook on it. So you say that you don't condemn people who are relieved that he died or celebrate that he died, right?
Me? No.
You don't condemn people that are relieved or celebrate that Charlie Kirk passed away.
If I condemn people who celebrate that he passed away,
yeah, Yeah, I believe I heard you say that you don't condemn like the celebration.
No, I don't. I don't personally do it, but I don't condemn it if other people do it.
Okay. So there's the reason why I do is because of the bigger picture. I mean, ultimately, we're not going to ever have a society where everybody believes the same thing. And I think the spectrum of beliefs is a very important thing, especially to American values. So we're going to be talking about American values and why we should not celebrate that and why we should actually condemn that, because political violence in this way could actually just spread, and it could actually take innocent lives, as Charlie Kirk, I believe, was innocent. Although he might perpetuate some bad stuff. I think everybody does that essentially in some way.
Alicia, you raise your hand, and then we can go to Jeff as well.
I wanted to ask a quick question.
Use this one.
Okay, baby, I'll use that one. Can I ask you, because I want to get the exact date. On December 30th in 2006, how old were you? Because that might be a little bit old or young for you.
In 2006, in December 30th, I was 9 years old, I believe.
Oh, you were only 9? Okay, what about May 2nd, 2011?
Open it. Mom, open it now.
I can't
I
open
was
it.
born in 1997.
No, May 2nd, 2011. Aria, go play in your room now.
Wait,
Right,
I'm
I was
sorry.
born in
Before you guys
1997.
continue, I'm so sorry. Sweetheart, do you disagree with the topic?
Mom,
Sweetheart, do you disagree?
Sorry. Wait. Hello. Do you hear me?
Yeah, do you disagree with the topic?
It needs new batteries. I gotta get batteries.
Sorry. This might be a little selfish, but I actually had a question.
Question about what?
I had a question. I'm sorry.
What question?
Right. So I'm under 18 and I don't necessarily have any cash. I don't really have money.
I'm so sorry. I gotta drop you. Community guidelines. We can't have anybody who's over the age of under the age of 18.
So I'll get to my point. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to go all around the world with it. On May 2nd, 2011, the United States as a whole celebrated the unalivement of Osama bin Laden. Yeah. So Osama bin Laden, while did horrible things that affected many people, me personally, I was not connected directly to anybody who unalived by his actions, right? But I still celebrated. I was very, very happy. I called the members of SEAL Team 6 heroes, all of the things, right? Celebrated. I don't understand why it's okay that we celebrate that unalivement, but it's not okay for people to celebrate someone like Charlie Kirk, who, similar to Osama bin Laden's rhetoric and ideology, led to the harm of people that look like me, that look like Adorna, that look like Athena, that look like Jeff.
Yeah, I mean, I ultimately the world. For the same reason you wouldn't celebrate the genocide of Palestine. The Palestinian people are undergoing a horrible attack that was put on to them, and the reason why you wouldn't celebrate that is because you would think, okay, your morals don't really align with those people, with the people of Palestine, because those people will actually throw you off a building if you're part of the LGBT.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That's not. I'm sorry. The Palestinian people, the people who are being harmed right now, as a
Do you
whole.
sympathize with them?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so why do you?
Palestinian people as a whole are not responsible for the unalivement of American people, of the LGBTQ community. There are LGBTQ plus Palestinian people.
Google.
There are currently queer Palestinian people who are actively being unalived right now by Israel, by the way. Also, I just wanted to tell you, the throwing people off of like roofs that you're talking about is just like literally misinformation. It doesn't really have to do with them being queer. It has to do with the fact that Israeli, like the IDF specifically targets queer Palestinians to lure them, to force them into spying for them. I don't know if you knew this, but the IDF usually does this. Specifically goes after like certain Palestinians to use them as spies.
But also at the same time, even if homophobia existed within that society, it doesn't mean that whole society deserves to be punished. You want to know why? Because homophobia exists in every fucking society. If that were the case,
Okay,
then
that makes it okay.
Americans as a whole deserve to be genocided. Because I'm going to tell you, there's a whole lot of
we're talking about a specific individual.
Okay.
Wait, but
So
can I just
now we're
can I just-
talking about values.
No, hold on. Yeah, we're talking about values. Let's talk about how normalized homophobia is within American society. Let's talk about all the bills within Congress currently that are anti-queer bills, by the way. If you are trying to talk about homophobia in other countries, I think, sir, you need to talk about American homophobia first and foremost, which homophobia in America is as American as apple pie. Right?
Okay, so
yeah.
What I'm telling you is actually, no, you're wrong. That is not misinformation. It is actually illegal in Palestine to be any same-sex relations.
No, it's not.
That is actually illegal in Palestine,
not.
and it has been.
No, it's
and,
not.
And it does respect the area's laws, too. The whole area...
I want you to pause for a second. I don't
It's not, by the way. Wait, hold on. Can I just say it's not. It's not criminalized.
Just Google it. Just Google it.
I did Google it. Within the West Bank, I'm so sorry, Jeff. I just wanted to say, I understand this point that you're trying to go to, which is literally, what is it called? Homo nationalism, right? This idea that it's justified to bomb people because they might be queerphobic when queerphobia exists everywhere.
You don't understand my point at all.
No, I do understand your point. It's not.
No, you're actually just insinuating
where you stop interrupting the host. This right here.
Actually, Jeff, you interrupted me.
This is the part. No, I get to interrupt you because I have important stuff to say. But this is the part where you shut up and stop interrupting the host. This part right here.
Thank you, Jeff. So as I was saying, first of all, being gay is not even illegal. It's not criminalized, especially within the West Bank. So I don't know what Palestine you're talking about. Are you talking about specific parts of Palestine? It has been legal since 1951, by the way, and it's not even prosecutable. So I don't know what you're talking about. But second of all, you brought up one single person being unalived to a whole society being genocided. That's not analogous at all. You're bringing up collective punishment to one single person being unalived. Two different things. But continue.
Actually, I wasn't necessarily doing that. I wasn't saying that since this is okay, this has got to be okay. I'm just saying that values are different all around the world. And in America, we have a unique ability to be able to express our opinions. And as we express our opinions, we, as long as it's not inciting violence, we cannot be...
My question get answered. Do you?
Wait, can we let? I'm so sorry, Alicia. Can we let? Yeah, let's let On God finish, and then you can ask.
Okay, I understand everybody feels very important. I'm just trying to make a point.
Nobody's trying to feel important, please. Let's not talk to my co-host that way. She's still my co-host at the end of the day. I don't have to disrespect her. You can finish your point without being petty.
Okay. Anyways, so we say that Charlie Kirk may had incited, maybe he hasn't directly incited violence, but he has incited a worse America for a certain group. And when we are discussing this topic, we have to take into consideration the different variations that people come from, the different perceptions, the different lifestyles they have, and what they might think in this way. I mean, we are all part of a subjective reality. And when we are celebrating violence, we are inciting violence inwardly. And that's what people don't understand. That's the small misinterpretation people are having with this whole event. It's not the fact that Charlie Kirk has passed away. It is the fact that it is heightening political damage, and the rhetoric is just really bad to add on to that.
So two things. One, again, I was only asking earlier if you were going to actually answer my question as far as, do you condemn Americans who celebrated the unalivement of Osama bin Laden? And the second thing now, which you adding, I'm I'm sorry. Are you new here? Did you think that Charlie Kirk didn't incite political violence or just violence in general towards marginalized communities, i.e. Black women or just women in general or Black people in general with the rhetoric that he was spewing? Like,
Okay, so that's a two-part question. Is it going to be a three-part question? What's going on?
Wait, can we not? Wait, hold on. Can we not interrupt Alicia while she's talking? Let's not interrupt other people.
I'm trying to keep track of all the questions she's asking.
Darling, you couldn't answer the first one. So let's not act like you have this massive brain capacity. You didn't even answer the first one. I'm sorry you continued to talk, so now I have a second one. Maybe you should have answered the first one the first time I asked you, and I would only have one question for you now. How about that?
So I did answer that. I answered that with the analogy of Israel-Palestine sort of conflict.
No, because you were talking about an entire group of people versus an individual person. It's a simple yes
like I said,
was the United States wrong for celebrating, it's a yes or no question. Was the United States wrong for celebrating the unalivement of Osama bin Laden?
Condense it into a yes or no.
So I'll say no, but...
Okay, so then Americans aren't wrong for celebrating Charlie Kirk's unalivement. Cool.
I'll say that
one individual person.
Osama bin Laden didn't really hold values in America, and he didn't represent values, and it wasn't furthering civil distress versus
what?
Which values?
His values were probably more of a white.
Probably is a word that's
like his social hierarchy is different than what I mean. His social economic status.
It sounds like you're about to make something up. I don't want probably, and I don't want you to guess.
Okay, Jeff, can I actually answer her question and then I can answer your question, buddy?
No, you can answer my question.
There's a weird echo, by the way, Jeff. I don't know if it's me. Yeah, there's an echo.
Like, okay, so when you have this socioeconomic difference, what I'm telling you is that the values in that person is going to be different.
What was the socioeconomic status of Osama bin Laden?
But okay,
Because I promise you, he had more money than
the difference. So
I'm going to say Osama bin Laden had more money.
Somebody asked me what value he had, and Charlie Kirk's values was actually freedom of speech and
actually they didn't ask you what values Charlie Kirk had.
I just told you that the civil unrest is what's different. It's like we're pitting each other against each other versus what Osama bin Laden. He was more of a unifying topic, and people most unanimously wanted him.
You said his values didn't align with the United States.
Not at all. No
values.
Osama bin Laden.
Yeah, what
yes.
The willingness to bomb a building.
You've got to be
kidding.
That's so American.
Look, the willingness to bomb the willingness to put a boom boom in a building.
Okay,
is so American that they put that.
You're going to quote
the willingness. I don't know why you're talking this right now. This moment right now, I have no idea why you're talking. The willingness to put a boom boom in a building is so American that they put that idea on a windowsill to cool before slicing it and putting it on a plate with some ice cream.
I just want to say you were aware that the World Trade Center, somebody tried to boom boom the World Trade Center prior to 9/11.
Okay.
Are you saying that because he had an ideal of political violence, he didn't have American ideals?
Are we actually comparing Osama bin Laden to Charlie Kirk?
Yes, but the question is, which ideals, look, your virtue signaling and pearl clutching are not impressive to
signaling? How am I signaling?
Are we really comparing Osama bin Laden to Charlie Kirk?
Yeah,
the question was...
I'm actually opposing the status quo within this law.
Wait, I just want to... Yeah, sorry. I just want to say thank you very much for the gifts. Christian, thank you so fucking much for the $200, bro. I'm in shock. Thank you so much, Christian, for that. I appreciate you. If anybody wants to support me, my pay links are in my bio, in the link tree in my bio, by the way. Also, please support all the co-hosts, by the way. Appreciate y'all. Support Patricia, and also let's get Roseanne and Hazem to 2K.
They're in Gaza right now. I appreciate y'all so much. W Christian in the chat, please. W Christian in the chat. But continue, Jeff, the back and forth.
Wait, I do also want to say thank you to Natalie and Samantha so much for the CAs too. Thank you, appreciate it.
Let's go. So yeah, I'm still waiting on which values are not aligned with American values.
You're talking about Osama bin Laden, who literally
Osama bin Laden,
terrorist to America? That's not aligned with us whatsoever. That's actually opposing us in the biggest way possible. Jeff, you hear yourself talking, buddy.
I do. I'm asking you a question.
You're asking me just to tell you what bombing America, why that doesn't align with our values.
Do you think what do you think the United States government did in Philadelphia?
Wait,
Okay, but that doesn't align with our collective value.
The United States government doesn't align with our collective value? Okay.
Does it ever? Does it ever really?
That's cool. That's cool. No, that's fine. That's fine. What is the most nominated Tony Award musical of all time?
Dude, go ahead and tell me. I don't know.
It's a small ditty by a man who was born 8 days before me in the exact same town. In Manuel Miranda. Yeah, it's called Hamilton. And Hamilton is it's funny because it's a musical with hip hop elements, not a hip hop.
Please.
I don't know why it is that you're talking again. Like, look, I understand that lemurs learn to talk and then they get surprised, but stop being rude. So here's the thing. That musical is about how our third vice president, unalived by Pew Pew, our first Treasury Secretary ever. And they made a show about it with references to Mobb Deep and Notorious B.I.G., which is ironic because we're supposed to be the violent ones, and they did this and nobody went to jail. Did you know that Aaron Burr later in life, you can look this up, talked about Alexander Hamilton, and he said, "Oh, yeah, Alexander Hamilton, my friend who I shot." That's how he described him. That was at the onset of the country. And you want to tell me that Osama bin Laden, because he had political violence, doesn't align with American values?
His actions definitely didn't align with our interest. And I don't think he had American values as well, considering that he was
trained here.
Going against.
Wait, so just real quick.
No, going against our values.
Interests and values, see how they're spelled differently? They're two different things.
Yeah, it turns out they're different things. So yeah.
Okay, but what you value
here's the difference.
Is your best interest.
Here's the difference.
Right?
Here's the difference. No,
they
not
use
typically.
synonymously in some context, right?
Not typically. No, not typically.
Yeah, actually it can. Actually it
no,
can. And
not,
is
no,
often.
no. I can show you. I can show
Yes,
you
it
how.
is.
Instead of we can do the duck season, rabbit season all day. I can just show you. For example, me, I don't know why it is that you're still talking though. It's weird. I can just show you. Right? Again, the vocal cords. I haven't even said 5 words. It's not a tangent. You asked a fucking question.
Well, no, you were going.
I heard it. There was a question mark at the end of it. That was an
Hamilton's.
No. Look, that was an example of political violence.
You're taking this whole thing and you got a tangent on it.
I would have been done. I would have been done, Mowgli, if you had. Continue. Listen, Mowgli. I know you learned your manners from Baloo and King Louie. Stop talking. That's the point. Okay.
Okay. Is that racist?
All right. So stop talking. No. I don't know how I say stop talking and you immediately start. This is why your name is Mowgli. So here's the thing. If I were, say, a sociopath and my values aligned with, I don't know, manipulating people, is that in my best interest? No? Okay, that's a good answer. I agree with you. The answer is no. So your values do not always align with your best interest. All right, so now that we've established that.
I think we're arguing semantics.
Semantics is definitions. We're not
I really believe that you could say that would be in that person's best interest, yes.
Also, I just want to point out. So I just wanted to point out that when asked what his values were, what Osama bin Laden's values were, he didn't say boom booming America. He said boom booming buildings. right? So that is an American value. Boom,
Okay,
boom,
semantic
buildings.
again.
No, you don't know what semantics are. So you should probably stop using it. You should probably stop using it.
Just because I'm using
I'm
something
not
loosely.
sure why it is that you're talking over me. I'm not your mom, so you can't be disrespectful. Okay? Yeah. So there's a difference there because you changed it up later and in order to intentionally try to be right. So clearly America's values wouldn't be boom booming America, but that's not what the answer that you initially gave. You initially gave boom booming buildings, which is very American. There you go. Now you can continue.
Wait, Jordan, I would disagree with you. I would say that it is American values to even boom boom American buildings, considering the fact that the U.S. government has boom boomed an entire city block of American citizens in Philadelphia.
That's what Jeff said.
Yeah, or you can talk about, and I can't say his last, but the Unibomber. The Uniboomer American. It's pretty much an American pastime to make things go boom. So I don't know what
Are you guys actually saying that this is an American value to bomb our own country?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
This country doesn't care about its people.
And I actually think that you guys are just being bad faith at this point.
Bad faith. Okay.
What's bad faith is... Okay, go ahead.
Just real quick. Is it true or not true that the government boom boomed streets in Philadelphia?
I don't know what you're talking about.
You don't know. Okay, cool. So one day soon, when you decide to, speaking is fun. Wait till you get a load of reading. Reading's going to be awesome.
Okay.
So, Tulsa, Oklahoma, right? Black Wall Street. That wasn't the government. That was just a mob of people. They tore it to the ground. Was that an un-American value?
Yes, it was.
Okay. How many people went to jail?
Just because something happened doesn't mean in America doesn't mean that now we are adopting it as our value.
Asterisk. Just because something happens over and over and over and over again. There you go. I just corrected you.
What makes something an American value, on God?
What makes something an American value? Well, I can give you some examples of American values.
Well, no, I want to know what makes it an American value. Just because you have an arbitrary list in your head of things that make you feel good in your tummy, doesn't make it an American value, right? Like if you can show it's an American value.
Do you agree that America generally values democracy?
No.
No, you don't. But that's our system, right? But we're literally voting on this system.
Check this out. I'm gonna show you. When we initially penned the Constitution, how many sections in did we limit people's voting rights?
I don't know.
Article 1, Section 2. So two sections in, all the people you're talking to right now were 60% of a human. Yeah, we value democracy. You're right.
Mm-hmm. Okay, but why? I mean, that is a unique feature of the United States. Not really unique anymore. But
what do you mean unique?
It's not really that unique anymore. But we're not.
What was a unique feature of the United States?
That's a feature right now.
Democracy is
calling people 60% of a human is democracy, and that's not even that they could vote. And their vote counts for 60%. That just means that they collectively give their master a vote, but they count 60%. Like that's what it meant, right? Their representation was 60%. Not that they could actually go to the ballot box.
Yeah. Also, it's also happening currently, like right now. That wasn't like a unique feature back then. Like literally, right now, they're trying to take people's voting rights away. So, like today.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but that is a value.
You know what is unique? You know what is unique about America?
Rather, if the value's well upheld, and I believe it's well upheld, but rather if it is or not, it's a value that we.
How can you demonstrate that?
I mean, we demonstrate it every 4 years when we elect the president.
No, we do not.
Yes, we absolutely do, dude. Why are you arguing such little?
Simple.
Like these topics are not even really debatable.
This is the
I
thing.
think that,
This is the thing.
Disingenuous.
This is the problem.
You're being
This is the problem
absolutely
with
disingenuous.
This is the problem with marshmallow brains. You have a thing that you
Marshmallow
believe, right?
brains, dude.
Marshmallow
you're
brains. Yes.
absolutely unbearable. You're insufferable.
I get it. I know. I know.
Arguing the most
Look,
minute
here's the
things.
other
I mean,
thing.
like, go ahead and argue.
I'll first
but
off,
you're just
instead
arguing
of telling you what's wrong with
I'm about done responding to you.
That's good. That's good.
I
Instead
think
of telling you what's wrong with marshmallow brains,
I think you are.
let me tell you what it is
Listen,
that's
if you're
wrong
not
with
going to have
white
the
people.
actual discussion on God, then just
No, he doesn't. He doesn't. This is the thing that's wrong with white people like him, right? He came
with
in
white people
and it's like you. This is the part where you shut. You said you weren't responding no more, right?
Yeah, on God, you're going to waste your turn. You're going to waste your turn.
Rhetoric because you're hurt.
You're going to wait your turn.
Yeah, you're right. I'm so hurt. Oh my God. Oh, whatever will I do? The thing is, you came in here and you made some slick comments to all three of my siblings, all three of them. And then when I didn't even turn on the roast button yet. They'll tell you, Alicia, nod. Have I even put it on in first gear? No. I'm barely nudging you. And you're like, oh, you're insufferable. But you came in here and you threw shots first. So we can't, it's cool when you do it, but it's not cool when I do it.
True.
It's cool when you do it, but it's not cool when I do it. I got you. No, that's cool. That's cool.
How did
when you're done,
what shots did I throw? What shots did I throw?
When they were asking you questions and you said your weirdo remarks under your breath, you think we don't hear you, bro?
Yeah, also, you threw multiple shots at Alicia up in the top right. Let's not pretend, okay? So I do have a couple things after that.
Feels important. Okay, go ahead.
So look here. I'm gonna just say this, and I'm gonna pass it to Adorna since I intimidate you so. Like you're used to people. Oh, where'd he go?
He ran away.
Nah, this kid is used to people just accepting what he says. And then when we say, like, if it's so obvious, like if I was to say the United States is racist and you go, no, it's not. It's so obvious that I could just cite 3 things off the top of my head and be like, and you'd be like, oh, yeah, United States is pretty freaking racist. But he wants to say we uphold democracy. And when we go, oh yeah, is this democracy? Well, it's just obvious. I can't believe you're debating this. That's crazy.
The problem comes in, right? Which is what I was going to say, that if it's one thing, then you could say, well, that's not the United States value. That was an isolated incident. And maybe those 2 or 3 things were isolated incidents. But when it happens repeatedly over and over and over again, all the way from the country's inception, all the way till now, the skirting of people's rights, the inhumanity to its citizens, being inhumane to its citizens, etc. Then it becomes part of the actual cloth of the fabric cloth of the country. These aren't just one-off incidents. That is this country's values.
Yeah, I'm glad. I'm actually really surprised that he even brought up the fact that America lacks democracy. When America had I don't know how many, over 400 military interventions in the world. It's actually quite crazy. Frankie, what did you want to say, Adorna?
Just agreeing.
Oh, okay. Period. Frankie, did you disagree with the topic? Oh, well. Oh, well, then. Let's go to the real OG. I'm only letting people up who disagree with the topic. I don't know who dropped him, by the way. Who dropped him? Nobody dropped him? Oh, okay. Well, should I let him back up? I thought.
Oh, yeah, let's let him back up. Yeah, let's let him back up. Yeah. On God, did you hear the point that I was stating about one-offs? But if those one-offs are happening consistently throughout the country's, throughout the country's history from inception all the way till today, then that becomes part of its fabric. It's not just, these aren't just one-offs then?
Exactly. I agree to a point, but I guess we have different ideas of what I'm talking about when I say values.
Okay.
I agree with you that these things happen and they become consistent, but in America, where we have 360 million people or 330, we're going to have a lot of these consistencies that we don't necessarily value in people.
What determines if it's like, what group of people determines if it's the country's values or not?
I wouldn't know how to specify that. I just know that if we value something, and typically, historically, it's been white men that had, because we've moved it into government, we've installed our beliefs, and I mean, that's the reason why things have been like racist as far as the government wise, and I can acknowledge that, but
it's not just the government. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I don't think that any longer is what is. I don't think that any longer is what's at the helm of our values. I think currently our values are more diverse probably than any other country as far as the racial makeup.
Thanks. Well, I mean,
And does that bother you? What?
I mean, no.
Okay.
No, I'm just saying that obviously, do you think black people or any, do you think black people value bombing buildings?
Well, we have
a value of theirs.
Wait, hold on 1 second. The real OG.
Who's inside?
Wait, hold on. Do you disagree with the topic? The real OG, do you disagree with the topic?
No.
Oh, okay. So I'm so sorry. I'm just looking for ops, by the way. I'm so sorry. I'll let you down. On God, continue.
Yeah, this idea that it used to be that but it isn't any longer just isn't true. We literally see it playing out currently in multiple ways. The erasure of Black history, them trying to literally take away Black voting rights, the literal environmental injustices that are now being allowed in Black neighborhoods and counties and towns, etc. Like it's currently happening. There's no point in time throughout the United States history that it's stopped. So yes, I would say then that is a value of the United States. Because it's not a one-off; it's incessant throughout its history. I would say then that is a value.
I think in the Democratic Party specifically, Black people are represented very well, and I think it's very diverse within the Democratic Party. So I do disagree that it's not improving, because there's obvious improvements that have happened.
Yeah. So, sorry. Are you done?
I do think that we don't have pull factors or economic opportunities for Black people as much as we do for white people, but I think we're also trying to straighten that out.
Yeah. So take a wild guess. You know what? I'm not even going to play that game. In 1867, there were over 2,000 Black people in the United States government during the Reconstruction era. And certainly you'd say in 1867, the country, the value was racism, right?
1867. Mm-hmm. Yes.
Yeah.
But probably less racist than prior to 1860.
You think? Yeah.
Marking progression.
Yeah. So the problem, there is an aphorism. An aphorism is like a little short sentences that impart wisdom, like a lesson, a penny saved is a penny earned. Like that's an aphorism, right? So there's an aphorist named Stanislaw Jerzy Lech, and he said, which is one of my favorite things, he said, "Is it progress if a cannibal eats with a fork? Is it progress if a cannibal eats with a fork?" That's all the United States is. Yeah. So this idea that there are all these improvements, if anything, I think it's a little worse. I'll tell you why. To begin with, the idea that it's better, it's just less visible, right? Prior to this, obviously, let's say in the 1920s and stuff like that, Black people couldn't drink from the same water fountains, all this other kind of stuff. They were being strung up in trees. That was very visible, right? Nowadays, you have Black newborns, like 2020, the PNAS, Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences, says that Black newborns are 3 times more likely to unalive in a hospital when they're cared for by a white doctor than a Black doctor. The only time that evens out is when the babies are below 1.3 pounds, and that's very rare, right? That's not any better than being able to drink from a different water fountain. It's just less visible, because unless you're reading studies, you don't know about it.
Can
right?
I ask a question?
Sure.
Do you think that is more of a racial divide or a social economic divide?
Yeah,
Because
it's not socioeconomic, because those same babies then would also be unaliving just as much under Black doctors. They're poor whether they're under the Black doctor or the white doctor, but they're 3 times more likely to unalive under the white doctor.
Oh, that is concerning. I didn't know that.
Yeah, so I mean, it evens out, like I said, once they fall below a certain birth weight. But the point is that, but that's not just a one-off incident. That's the issue. Black children are 3.6 times more likely to be suspended from school for the same exact behaviors and frequency as white children. In 2020, the Federal Reserve stated that Black-owned businesses are 50% less likely to get funding than a white-owned business, even when we're equally qualified. In 2021, the New England Journal of Medicine stated that in 91% of hospital systems in the United States, Black people tend to receive less pain medication. Like, it's not any better, it's just less visible. Those are 2 different things.
Okay. Yeah, no, I could see that. I didn't know those statistics or anything. That's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, and I don't, and like I explained this earlier, you might not have been here. I think most people don't. Most people don't know those things. I think we're living in a time where we have this illusion of that we're post-racial. We're in a post-racial society. And again, that's just because things are less visible, but still extremely bad. Like, there's tons of negative, like when people are saying they don't think systemic racism exists. It does. You just have to actually read to see it. And we know that, like they say, the best place to hide things is in a book, right? That's all that it is. I'm going on mute. Okay.
Yeah. So I guess that ties back to the initial prompt that I was responding to. The value that somebody might hold and the perspectives that. So let's get this straight. Charlie Kirk was a rich white guy, and he was very religious. So somebody who is not white, not rich, and not religious, I never related with him, but I knew he was representing the polar side of our economic or our political representation. He was representing the polar side of the country.
You said polar?
Yeah, polar.
Polar.
Yes, like polar opposite, polar side.
Of him?
Of what I relate to.
Wait. Okay, so you mean like white people, rich white people?
Yeah, rich, very religious.
Very religious, very rich. Okay, yes. Okay, go ahead. Mm-hmm.
So when he said stuff, I knew it wasn't always out of, like, he was very knowledgeable on his portion, but he didn't empathize. And he incited a lot of, he influenced a lot of ignorance. And I'll agree with that. But I don't think that any representation of any side should be shot or should be, unalived so brutally in front of thousands of people and his family. I think that you can't celebrate that. We have to bring that down.
Okay, that's the last thing, right? The problem is that only happens in cases like this. If a grape victim, if their rapist was unalive, people would, and they were relieved and happy, people wouldn't question that, right? If a child that was being severely abused, if the person that was abusing them unalived and that child was relieved and happy, no one would question that. But as no one questions, it makes sense that someone who is being harmed would be happy that the harm is stopping, right? But all of a sudden, when it comes to Black people or the LGBTQ plus, et cetera, communities, it's like the opposite of the harm not stopping would be the harm continuing. And so what you guys are saying is that you want us to want the harm to continue. It makes sense that people who are being harmed would be happy that the harm is stopping.
I could see that.
That person is not that individual, that one of the people causing the harm is no longer causing that harm. Yeah.
I could see interpreting it that way, and I personally am not at a loss for his representation. Like, he never represented my values.
But the problem is that I think that you guys, I think a lot of the people who are saying that, that it's bad to be happy about it are not thinking or don't see the direct link to harm that was caused. Like when he's saying things like really super accomplished Black women don't have the brain processing power and are taking white men's jobs. These things help to contribute to, for example, within the past couple of months, 300,000 Black women have been fired. Do you think that hasn't contributed? Right? When we hear that white people commit more than half the hate crimes in the country, right? And Black people are 3 times more likely than any other race to be the victim of a hate crime. And you think him talking about bad culture and us being so criminalistic and fatherless home, things that aren't true, by the way, I can prove aren't true. Yeah. All of those things contribute to biases, overt biases against Black people that contribute to that harm. The reason that the First Amendment does not allow for inciting violence, they're not talking about the violence. They're talking like all words aren't covered. Inciting violence isn't covered because they recognize that words can help to influence people to do harm. So when people are like, oh, you shouldn't be happy that he's unalive because it's just words, it's not just words. Even the Constitution recognizes they aren't just words. Words help to perpetuate harm. And so, yes, people who are being harmed will be happy when even one of the people causing the harm are no longer able to cause that harm.
So I understand what you're saying. And so just a quick critique. When you talk about hate crimes, it's categorically different. Black people and, minorities don't necessarily have the same criteria for hate crime. White people, if it is towards somebody as the majority, if it's towards somebody and it's a marginalized or a vulnerable group, and something is said, that's when it's a hate crime.
Yeah, that's not true. Hate crimes can be done against white people by race as well. That's not true.
The girl that was stabbed on the plane,
it wasn't due to her race. He was schizophrenic.
Okay,
he was schizophrenic. It wasn't because of mental health.
We can't address people's mental health and then decide rather if their motive was hate crime or not.
He was clinically diagnosed. On God, they've already released this. He was clinically diagnosed with schizophrenia and in crisis, like actively off his med in crises.
Okay. Do you think the person that went and shot up or went and pew-pewed that Black church
the reason why we know that he wasn't in
do you think he was mentally...
But the difference between Dylan Roof is that he actively was like literally wrote manifestos, really had comments. He also romanticized Rhodesia because it was like a white colonial state. Like this guy actively romanticized white supremacy and was very open and vocal about his hatred towards Black people. That's the difference.
He also wasn't diagnosed with schizophrenia, nor was he in crises at the time.
So
he actually got a burger out of it, by the way. But anyways, continue.
But so we don't really address people's mental health when we go and say that this person's intentions was to go do this.
White people, we absolutely do. White people often get the mental health break when stuff happens. Like it automatically goes to this person was clinically depressed. He was clinically.
So that was never a justifier or a disqualifier for.
It's been pushed through the media that way always.
But it was never a disqualifier for hate crimes.
So then why was it then again when Dylan Roof was arrested, they immediately went to his mental health. The same thing with the young man who pew-pewed Sandy Hook. They always get that that laid out. It's only people who had to do digging to find
But
out
those aren't
that.
hate, but Sandy Hook was not a hate crime.
No, so I'm just crime in general. White people get pushed off as they had some sort of bullying, something happened to them. But hate crimes there are hate crimes written down on the books that have happened to white people. It's just the instance that you're referring to was a person who was clinically diagnosed with schizophrenia and
The criteria.
But also, can I just say the white suspect who did the Buffalo supermarket shooting as well, after he unalived 10 black people and he literally had swastikas on his like gun, he was also initially detained for a mental health evaluation, right?
Okay.
So
Does that make it not a hate crime?
well, I'm not saying that at all, but I'm saying is they literally took that route initially. Like the idea of mental health not like frequently being cited as like a mitigating or complicating factor when white individuals commit hate crimes is just not true, because that does happen. It often does shape the way that the cases are going to be discussed or prosecuted or covered even within the media.
Wait,
Yeah,
but also,
but
did he say
I'm
it
not
was
really
because?
saying
Hold on,
that.
did he say it was because she was white?
Well, he muttered something about white bitch, something like
No,
that.
he said I got that white girl. All he said was I got that white girl. That
Yeah,
doesn't.
Yeah, he didn't say it was because she was white. He was first of all, that's a descriptor. But
But if somebody said that, like, I got that black bitch, I mean, come on.
So, first of
We're
all, he
all
said
sure, like,
it-
that
we-
guy who did it because
on God, I hear what you're saying, but it doesn't mean that the person did something because they were that, right? Like,
No, it doesn't have to be.
Yeah, so the difference between the people that we've named, Dylan Roof, and the man who poo-pooed up that supermarket, was they openly were, like, they said, I did this because X, Y, and Z. I don't like black. They had manifestos. They had, like, writing was on the wall.
Yeah, but the difference being, right? Like, let's say, I always use this example. Let's say you literally, wait, are you white?
No, I'm not white.
Okay, well, let's pretend you're white. Let's pretend you're white, right? I'm black, right? So let's say you were walking down. Let's say you work at the mall. You're closing up for the night. You're supposed to take the money to the bank to deposit, right? You're the manager. You're walking down, and I'm here. I need to pay my rent, right? You're walking down the block with a bag, and I see some $100 bills sticking out. And I take you and I put you in my basement, right? Let's say I happened to not like white people, but the reason that I took you wasn't because you were white. The reason I took you was because I wanted the money so that I could pay my rent, right? You being white is a factor. You just happen to be white, but that's not the reason that I did it. These are different things, right? I could have, like, let's say I didn't need the money. I wasn't paying my rent. I took you and I put my basement because I don't like white people. That would be because you're white, right? But let's say I took you, I put in my basement because I wanted that money to pay my rent. And I said, and I tell my sister, I have a white guy in my basement. Right? Just because I described you as a white person, I have a white guy in my basement. The reason that I took you was because I wanted the money, though. Like, the reason that the person is doing the thing also matters.
Historically, that's not how it's been. That's not how it's been charged.
How?
It's actually been charged just based off of if there's like 5 white people and they're jumping a black person, or 5.
That's not true at all.
Not true at all.
It actually is.
No, you know that they have like actual like things like criteria that they have to meet to charge a hate crime, right? You know, they just don't be like, oh my gosh, the victim was black, make it a hate crime. But there's actual criteria that has to be met.
Yeah, I know.
So then what are you saying?
So, but historically, it hasn't been just like.
Historically, that's not true. You would have to provide evidence of that. Like, you would have to show this many court cases showcase that you didn't have to have any type of criteria. All that it said is that the victim was black and the assailant was white, and that's it. We know that that's not the case for hate crimes, for discrimination. Even just because the person making the claim is one race and the person they're making the claim against is another, that doesn't mean that we now all of a sudden jump to it's about race.
So, a hate crime could be tricky. So,
and it's a lot to. I was a victim of what should have been considered a hate crime, but the court system didn't view it as that.
Wait, can we go to the next guest, by the way? Because we've been talking about that for a while now. On God, I will be going to the next guest because we've been kind of like, I felt like we've been going in circles a bit.
Yeah.
We're talking at the same time, like the whole time.
Can I ask you, Covey, I want to ask you a direct question before I go. I've seen you, and I this is directly for you, Kobe. I've seen you talk about how since Charlie Kirk was always marginalizing vulnerable groups in America, such as the LGBTQ, the Black community, that we shouldn't enforce standards of how people shouldn't celebrate and escalate political violence, political tension, my bad. But you afford empathy for communities and countries that have very, very bad LGBTQ policies, who don't enforce those. How do you address that cognitive dissonance and expect people to not just see that you're biased?
Yeah, so that's not even what I said, right? What I said specifically was that I wouldn't celebrate his death, but if there are people who are impacted by his rhetoric and they choose not to celebrate it or feel some sense of relief because every single time he opened up his mouth, he actively reproduced a lot of violent rhetoric towards their community or dehumanizing rhetoric towards their community, then they have every right to do so. I'm not going to sit here and judge them, and I don't think anybody should judge or condemn them, right? And that's precisely why I said I wouldn't sit here and judge and condemn a woman for celebrating the death of her rapist, for example. If she feels relief that her rapist is dead, I wouldn't do that because Charlie Kirk is an abuser. He's not only a person who has opinions, he's an active abuser when he's reproducing these harmful talking points and dehumanizing talking points and rhetoric as well. I did not talk about isms at all. I'm not going around saying if everybody who's bigoted deserves to be unalive, nor did I even say that Charlie Kirk deserves to be unalive, right? What you're advocating for is you're talking about collective punishment. These isms that you're talking about, all types of bigotry, literally exist in every society. There is not a single society that does not have any form of bigotry in it. And if that's the case, I would be advocating for just genociding everyone, the whole world, which I'm, of course, not advocating for that. What I'm talking about is this person was responsible for radicalizing millions upon millions of young white people, especially young white people. And he radicalized them into thinking that they were in danger and that other people were a threat for simply existing, and that they needed to act to neutralize this threat. And I think that is an issue. And if people have an issue with that, then they have every right to have an issue with that.
Okay, so then I saw you talking to Dean, and you were shaming Dean because Dean had an emotional reaction to it. And he also said that he does condemn the celebration of this. Do you also believe that the reverse should happen to like a progressive side influencer where they're radicalizing people and then other people should celebrate too? Or do you want it to all end at Charlie?
I didn't shame Dean. I don't know which clips you saw. I actively on multiple occasions validated his emotions. I actually said that he was valid in how he felt or whatever it is, right? What I did say was he had no right to condemn other people, especially him being a white man. He had no right to condemn people who were especially marginalized because he is not the main, he's not a victim, or he's not being victimized or dehumanized by Charlie Kirk's rhetoric. That's what I said. So no, there was no shaming happening. The only issue that I had was the condemnation, because I don't think that people should be condemned for it, no.
But I guess what I'm asking is, do you want this to end at Charlie Kirk, or would you condemn any celebration if the mirror effect happened and it happened to somebody on the left? Would you? If
it's an abuse, but the thing is, right wingers celebrate all the time. They've been literally celebrating George Floyd's death, even though George Floyd did absolutely nothing to them.
But is that okay?
Of course, it's not okay because he didn't harm them. That's the difference.
Can I hop in for a second? This is why I gave the example that I did earlier about the grape victim being relieved and happy about the rapist being unalived, right? And what you're asking is, well, would you condemn it if it happens in reverse? Like what? Yes, I would condemn it if the rapist. Yes, I would condemn. Yes, I would condemn if the rapist celebrated the rape victim being unalived. Yeah, when someone is actively spewing discriminatory misinformation intentionally to harm a particular group, that is not the same as the people defending themselves in reverse. The problem is you guys trying to equalize these two things. They are not the same.
It's subjective. So
hold on, what is subjective?
Wait, I just want an example because I don't think I'm understanding his question to Kobe. Can you give an example of how the left who would be on the left that's doing what Charlie?
That's harming. Yes, who's harming? Who's harming them?
I'd say Alexandra Ocasio-Cortez says something.
Doing what? How is she? What is she saying that's harmful? That's oppressive to people on the right?
That's dehumanizing for people's for people who exist for their immutable traits. Who is she dehumanizing?
So, she said some stuff like, well, first of all, she was a big advocate for, saying that white people are the enemy of everybody.
When did she say that? When did AOC
I could look it up.
say that white people are the enemy of everyone?
Yeah, I can look it up real quick. Hold on.
You can literally hear the "I'm making this up" cadence.
That was wild. Like I felt like I was about to fall off the couch.
Can I tell you guys the quote? She said, "Isn't white supremacy not a global issue?"
There you go. I mean,
saying white supremacy.
Wait, hold on.
Did you just say that was the quote?
Yes. You think white supremacy is equal white people?
Wait, are all white people white supremacists?
So she said, hold on, I'm looking it up. Give me a second, okay?
Oh no.
Saying that white supremacy is an issue is oppressing white people. That's so oppressive to white people.
It's more of the push of just like everybody on the right is white.
She never mentioned the right. She said it's a global issue. She said it's a global issue.
She said that everybody voting for Trump is a racist. She has said that. She has said that.
They are.
Okay.
I do agree.
But hold on. When did she say that, though?
Let me tell you something. It would be great. It would be wonderful if our government officials were that bold.
Right.
That would actually be wonderful.
Are you kidding me?
They aren't.
Are you kidding me? That was literally what Hillary Clinton ran on.
No.
Hillary Clinton ran on that everybody on the right is a white supremacist? The super predator lady? Hold on, you're saying that the super predator lady she ran on saying everyone on the right is a racist?
I'm confused. On God, I'm still looking for your quote of AOC saying that everyone who voted for Trump is a racist. What actually came up was AOC touts how rare and special it felt to be participating in bipartisan effort with Trump Republicans. So where did
I'm still trying to figure out why calling out white supremacy is a bad thing, because white supremacy within itself
it's not necessarily calling out white supremacy. It's
don't hold on. Time out. The quote,
social groups,
the literal quote was that white supremacy is a global issue. If you want to now add something to the quote, we're not gonna let you. Like, this isn't stone soup.
No, actually, why? Because of what, Jeff? Because you
can't make shit up. What do you mean because of what?
I add something to the quote. I can find the verifiable. Dude, Jeff, you're so ignorant, bro.
Listen, dummy.
You're
the
ignorant,
quote was,
buddy.
hey, dummy. The quote was white supremacy is a global issue. Was that the quote?
No, it's not the quote, actually.
That's not okay. So fine. Nope. Let's not make anything up. Find the quote. The quote you were provided was white supremacy is a global issue. You said yes, that's the quote.
Yeah, exactly. Never mind the fact that afterwards he said yes, that's it.
Yeah, and now you want to come back and make shit up. Like, find the actual quote. Stop selling shit.
Okay, so what? I can't find the quote
No,
just because
find the
you're
quote.
making
No,
some
I
sort
don't
of
care. Look,
you're making some
anything that
sort of
you and no,
Wait, hold on 1 second. So this is the whole quote, right? The exchange took place during a questioning of an FBI counterterrorism official about how terrorism is designated and prosecuted in the U.S. Ocasio-Cortez questioned whether FBI definitions of terrorism had a double standard. If perpetrators are Muslim, acts are more likely to be classified as foreign terrorism, but white tea supremacist violence is treated differently. She asked if the standard would shift based on the perpetrator's background, then pressed, is white tea supremacy not a global issue? The FBI official replied, it is a global issue, to which Ocasio-Cortez followed up by asking why such crimes aren't prosecuted as foreign teaism as well. How is this an attack against white people?
So I'm trying to address you and find the quote. There's many quotes. You could be. I could read this whole article, and you'd be like, okay, well
go find the quote.
That's
so far you've been offered a quote and then an extended quote. You've offered us 0. So stop bitching and whining. Stop moaning and complaining. Go find the quote.
Okay. Anyway, I will find the quote real quick. And anyway, this doesn't really. Ocasio-Cortez has said some shit, but it's rhetoric.
Can I just say something? Hello, guys,
thank
everyone.
you. By the way, on God, thank you for coming up. I'm gonna go to the next guest. Thank you very much for coming up.
Yeah, it's fine. If he's on the panel, it's fine. I just wanted to take notes. Just continue on what he was saying. Personally, I am Eritrean. I am from Africa, and I'm against the Western policies more than anybody because we've been sanctioned by the West. If we are going to speak about the prompt, that the host has provided, we, as an African who's against the Western policies, we do not support unaliving of anybody. And we don't also police people how to mourn it. Anybody can mourn it however they want. And if you don't feel like you don't have to mourn it, it's fine. It's okay. You don't have to come on the internet and, just personally. And I'm saying this as a person that's against the Western policies. You understand? I am against the West. The West has sanctioned my country. It's been economically demolished. But when we're specifically talking about what happened to Charlie Kirk in front of billions of people, it's really inhumane to police people how to mourn or to make them feel guilty because they're white and they should not mourn it, or to bring up his political ideologies. It's not even, it's not even relevant at this point. Like, the guy was shot in front of his child. It's like, as a human being, it's very sad. It's just sad. The situation is sad, and there's nothing, you don't have to, obviously, again, I'm speaking as an African person, obviously against the West. They're exploiting our continent. But at the end of the day, we're humans, right? So I understand there are some things that, he might have said, that, trigger a lot of people. I definitely understand that. It's just, we cannot police people how to mourn him. We can't.
Yeah, so number one, his children were not there. By the way, BBC retracted that statement. They had initially thought that the children and the wife were there, but they later on retracted that statement when they found out that the police had to notify the family in their home. So, no, the children were not there. They did not see the dad getting unalived. And second of all, I don't necessarily think people are policing whether people mourn or not. I think what people are talking about is not condemning or not forcing other people to mourn, because the rhetoric surrounding the situation was that a lot of people were trying to control people or try to force them to mourn his death when I don't think anybody should be forced to mourn it. And if people celebrate it, if people
nobody
are okay
nobody
with
should
it,
be
that's perfectly fine.
Yeah, no one should be forced to mourn him. Obviously to each its own. But this is a very sad situation. Anybody would feel, it's a very sad situation. If you don't want to mourn him, that's okay, but you obviously don't have to announce it. You don't have to, you know what I mean? It's that simple. You don't have to announce it. Just keep it to yourself. It's fine. It's okay. There's a lot of people that are against the foreign Western policies.
So this is so hypocritical. So you're saying don't police them how they mourn, but you're policing us how we not mourn. What? See how hypocritical? See,
But you're not mourning.
That is, hi. No, but you are trying to police our actions while saying don't police their actions.
So it's
That's
okay.
Hold on a second.
Yeah,
Can
we let each other finish? No interrupting, by the way. I just wanted to say, Felicia is a mutual of mine. I just wanted to say that, but continue, Adona.
Yeah, so the problem is, right, there's also a distinction between saying you can't mourn and saying if you do mourn, it just lets me know that you aren't actually on our side. Those are two different things. You can mourn, but your tears let us know that you clearly are marginalizing us because you are prioritizing the well-being of the oppressor over our oppression. So go ahead and mourn, but your tears let us know who you are. That's different than saying don't mourn. Those are two different things. That's it.
I have a quick question. So, is there a reason why you have him as your profile photo?
Yeah. It's basically, if it's not obvious, already, it's to pay respect to him because, again, what happened is a very sad situation individually.
Did you have a photo of say, Melissa Hoffman on your background?
I had a picture of my president. I'm Eritrean.
Yeah, I mean, Melissa Hoffman was an American citizen similar to Charlie Kirk. She was unalived in an act of political violence not even a few months ago. So I'm just asking, since you have Charlie Kirk up there, because
So I'm Eritrean, like I said, I'm Eritrean, and I had my previous profile was my president. And the only reason I put a black background and I put the flag and his picture on there is this is just it's just to pay respect. It's just for.
So I'm asking, did you pay respect to Melissa Hoffman?
Melissa Hoffman is a congressperson that was unalived about 2 months ago.
Yeah, that's why I'm asking.
That's very sad. Yeah, that's
so the question is why specifically him and not anyone else?
Obviously, like I said, it's very sad. Just because I don't have her on my profile, it doesn't mean I don't mourn for her. I did not know about the situation. This is very new to me.
Yeah, no, and I get that you didn't know, and I'm trying to be respectful because I do recognize that that you are a mutual of Athena's, and that's fine. What I'm trying to state is that I don't know if you necessarily grasp the magnitude that was Charlie Kirk as somebody who didn't have to deal with the repercussions of the things that he said here in the U.S. and how that affected a lot of American citizens, American men and their behaviors. So I don't know if that's not necessarily landing, but it is quite like, so like, imagine this, right?
So
Like,
let me just to answer you. I understand where you're coming from. You don't have to pick one person. You can mourn 2, 3, 4, 5 people at the same time. So you don't have to choose one person. You can, if you know about the situation, like I have spoken about, I've spoken about so many people, so many victims, the people that I, that came across my FYP, the people that I am aware of, and I have spoken about them. I repost their posts. Obviously people that I have not come across, obviously, again,
that's not what
I understand maybe I need to be more, I'm not, need to be more.
No, I'm not saying that you need to be more aware. I don't think so what I'm trying to get understanding, right, is like people are unalived on a constant, and obviously we can't keep up with all of them. But to be so moved to put a person as your display photo, especially in like someone who is American that has no effect on your day to day, I'm just calling confusion to that, especially because of the impact that they've had. Like, so like for me, right, as a Black woman in the US, seeing someone who is in a country who has had harm happen to them at the hands of white people, at the hands of white supremacy and how it operates, I'm just confused because it's like, I thought that like there would be some sort of understanding here. And this isn't, again, like the same way that you're stating that you can't, like you're saying, oh, well, I can tell you that you're wrong for celebrating his unalivement. Well, then I feel as though as a Black woman that it's wrong for you to showcase his photograph knowing the harm that he's done to Black women in America.
Yeah. So basically, obviously, this, like I said, when I came on this panel, I am against the Western policies. I do not support.
He uplifted them.
Like I said, it's not about the political ideology. I am African. My country, specifically Eritrea, has been sanctioned several times illegally by the West.
I'm aware.
So I do not support them. I do not support any politician at all. But I just, when I see something horrific happen to an individual, again, we're talking about individual person that was unalived in front of billions of people. It's very sad.
Hold on.
I would not wish this. I would not wish this on my worst enemy.
Do you think that
it's horrific what happened?
Do you think that Eritreans, like in general, Asian society likes the British?
The British? Come on, we don't like any of the West.
Okay, so
Charlie
Charlie Kirk said about the British, and I quote, "British colonialism was the most benign global empire ever. Actually, it made the world very decent." So the same West that you're talking about hating and despising, Charlie Kirk actually used to glorify it and uphold it.
Which is, let me tell you something. Hold on
1 second. Let me finish. Right. So the only issue that I have right now, right, is that Charlie Kirk actively, number one, was supporting the West. He supported Western imperialism. He even said that Donald Trump was, and I quote, a bodyguard of Western civilization, right? So Charlie Kirk is the very same person that you are saying that you are against, but you're glorifying him. And like for me, as a person who's also Eritrean, I think like this person symbolizes everything that is anti-Eritrean, and is kind of disrespecting our Eritrean flag to put his face on there when he is everything that is anti-Eritrean.
I wouldn't say everything he says is anti-Eritrean. I mean, we're very conservative. You know that, Kobe. I don't have to get in specific about how Eritrea is, but one of the things that we disagree with the West is their foreign policies. That's the only thing that we disagree with them. And, they're, again, like I said, political ideology is something else and what happened is something else. So I am not glorifying him at all. I just feel sad. It's sad.
Wait, but talking about like socially conservative does not mean that like Eritrea is pro the West, right?
We're not pro the West,
exactly, but that's my point.
We're not pro the West, but we lean.
But Charlie Kirk is pro the West.
Yeah, Charlie Kirk I understand. Like I said, it's not about his political ideology. It's about what happened to him. Okay, what happened to him as a human being. Just when it happened to George Floyd, what happened to George Floyd, I put George Floyd as my profile.
Yeah, but George Floyd was not going around disrespecting Eritrea. That's my point.
No, what I'm saying is, but I didn't research about him. I didn't care about what he was saying. I didn't think about what he was saying. I just thought about what happened to him.
I understand, but my point is, it would be like a Jewish person putting Hitler's face on.
That is exactly what I was about to say.
It would literally be like a Jewish person saying, "I feel bad that Hitler died. So let me put Hitler's face on this star." I'm not done. I'm not interrupting.
What's the problem with that?
Wait, hold on. I'm not done.
Wait, what's the problem? The Jewish person put. Hold on one second. What's the problem?
What's
with
the problem with somebody mourning somebody's death?
Wait, hold on.
We're talking about mourning
I'm not
somebody's
talking
death.
about. Hold on.
Something horrific.
Hold on.
death.
Hold on. Listen to what I'm saying. If a Jewish person went around with a profile picture of the Star of David with Hitler's face on it, you don't think that would be offensive to the very existence of the Star of David to be putting somebody who was so anti-Jewish people on that Star of David?
Sure, it can be offensive.
Okay, and that's my point. Charlie Kirk stands for everything that is anti-Eritrean.
Well, I wouldn't say everything, Kobe. He does not stand.
Do you think the West is pro-Eritrea?
The West is not pro-Eritrea because of their foreign policies, not because of other. So let's not talk about, when we're talking about the conservatives, they're anti the alphabets, which Eritrea is anti-alphabets.
Oh my God.
They're anti, there's a lot of things that we have similarities with. We are very conservative in Eritrea. You understand? And the thing is, I wouldn't say he stands everything anti-Eritrea. I would say his foreign policies.
He's very anti-Eritrea, actually. He's very anti the very existence.
But you're saying everything about his ideology is anti-Eritrea,
yes.
which
Charlie
is not.
Kirk is very much anti the very existence of all Eritreans. You want to know why? Charlie Kirk is
No, we're talking about ideology. Listen, we all know.
I'm saying Charlie Kirk pushed for everything that was anti-Eritrea. Yes.
Can I say something? Okay. So we know the West is anti-Africa. It's not only Eritrea, it's anti-Africa. We already established this. They are anti-Africa. They exploit Africa, right? We already know this. But we are talking about when it comes to their specific ideologies.
His ideology is anti-Eritrea.
So their ideology specific, which ideology is anti-Eritrean? The foreign policies is anti-Eritrea, anti-Africa.
Not only the foreign policies, right? Even
what else?
Yeah. So number one, right? He was pro Western civilization. Number two, he was pro upholding Western civilization. And whenever you uphold Western civilization within the West, you actively also harm the global South. Number two, he was pro Western military expansionism as well. It's military expansionism that also continues harming the global South. Number three, he thought that Black people were less violent and somehow inferior to white people, right?
More violent.
More violent. Yeah, sorry. He thought that Black people were less violent under slavery, right? Before they got full rights, he thought that they were less violent. So he thinks that Black people need to be contained for the betterment of society and everybody else, right? So this guy was actively praising British colonialism, which harmed Eritrea, by the way. He praised Western civilization, which harms Eritrea. He praises military expansionism, which harms Eritrea. He, everything that mostly that what he stood for is harmful to Eritrea.
Yeah, and he also thought that her as a Black woman had less brain power. Yes.
Okay. So do we have sources for this? Because I feel like you guys are taken out of context because I have seen the videos. And first of all, when they are talking, this is American politics, okay? So when it comes to American politics, it's all about black and white, which is, obviously that's fine to me. It's whatever. That's your own politics. I'm not getting involved in that. But, there is, when it comes to Charlie Kirk and the Republicans, they believe America first. They believe Americans. And Americans are Americans. There is no specific color in America. There's no white tea America. There's no black American. It's just American.
They don't believe in America first. They believe in white America.
That's a problem. That's the problem. So Charlie Kirk believed that everybody was American. Whether they're white, whether they're blue, whether they're black.
No, he did not. Didn't he say only white Americans are real Americans?
Yes.
I don't. Okay, bring it up.
I have some of the videos.
Yeah, show me the video where he says that.
So I'll show you the video of him saying that black women their brains don't have the processing power of white people.
Okay.
And I also have the British colonialism. Let me just show
Please put her on the big screen so we can see the whole.
Yeah, let me show the British colonialism clip as well, by the way, before you go on. Hold on.
They're coming out and they're saying, I'm only here because of affirmative action. We know you do not have the brain processing power to otherwise be taken really seriously. You had to go steal a white person's slot to go be taken somewhat seriously. Play cut 52.
But I rise today as a clear recipient of affirmative action, particularly in higher education. I may have been admitted on affirmative action, both in terms of being a woman and a woman of color, but I can declare that I did not graduate on affirmative action. This is my personal story.
I hear because of action affirmative. You can't even say that. We know. It's very obvious to us that you were not smart enough to be able to get in on your own. I couldn't make it on my own, so I needed to take opportunities.
I have to drop down. Somebody's reporting me.
Yeah, somebody reported her. I do want to show the clip of the British colonialism, by the way. Hold on. So this is him.
And it's because the news warrants it. We have Bruce Gilley, who's a professor of political science, joining us, all about British colonialism, a very provocative topic that will assuredly make the media lose their mind about how British colonialism actually made the world decent. Separation of powers, habeas corpus, freedom of speech, individual property rights, the respect and the dignity of the individual. Where did all those come from? The Magna Carta, the great thinkers of Edmund Burke, to Shakespeare. Why is it that the world actually became more civil? Well, certain cultures are better than others. Saying that out loud is a thought crime. British colonialism was the most benign global empire ever, and it's kind of sparked this conversation after the tragic and incredibly unfortunate death of Queen Elizabeth, who was, by all accounts, an incredibly stoic and wise woman who loved her country, was also a devout woman of faith. And something that I'm very concerned about is that her death is only going to continue the secularization of Great Britain. Seems as if as the bloodline continues, people that will now be taking the throne, literally, and taking the crown, do not have the reverence for the church like she does. Or she did, I'm sorry.
There we go. He literally romanticized British colonialism, saying it did good for the world.
Yeah, I also have video of him saying that a woman
something?
that's being raped
Do you
saying
guys
no.
do you guys also bring up how the I just like to say Americans, but just for the sake of conversation to make everything clear, do you guys also bring up the videos of the Black Americans calling us African booty scratchers and trying to actively
Quick
boycott
question.
our
Why? No,
businesses?
wait, hold on. Let's not pivot. What you'd said was that we'd taken those
because
things.
you are-
Hi. What you'd said was that we took them out of context. That's what you were trying to say. So now if you'd like to, after addressing how they weren't taken out of context, also address other things, that's one thing. But all the time what ends up happening, I just said this to someone else earlier, that when your child comes up to you and says, when a teacher says your child punched someone in the face, if that child were to say, but Johnny last week stole stole someone's marker, you wouldn't be like, oh, well, since John... No, you would address the child punching someone in the face. So when we bring up things that he has done, and you guys are like, but look over there. No, address this thing.
Yeah, let me address it. Adorna looks Malatu.
Yes.
Again, I don't know if you heard me when I came on the panel. Malatu, I'm Eritrean, I'm African. I'm against the Western policies for a reason. I'm not stupid. I'm not delusional. I do not support the Western policies. I just don't support unaliving of anybody. Okay, so again, Malatu, we all know the Western is actively exploiting Africa, and they're trying to recolonize Africa, and they're trying to relocate everybody. We know this. Actually, we have known this for a very long time. That's why they keep sanctioning us. So that's not the topic here. The topic is nobody should be unalived. Nobody should be unalive for any reason. It
I'm not
doesn't
sure how
matter.
this addresses. I'm not sure how this addresses the videos that you said were taken out of context.
I just
We're not
addressed
talking
them.
about. I'm not
I
talking
just
about
addressed
Western.
them.
I'm not talking about Western policies. I'm
So
talking about
why
the
do you think?
things that.
Why do
Hi,
you think
hi,
they're
Felicia.
exploiting
Hi,
Africa?
Felicia. Hi, Felicia.
Hi, Adorna. Why do you think they're exploiting Africa?
I'm being respectful. I don't want us to not get respectful because that's my favorite pastime. My favorite pastime. So let's keep it cute. I'm speaking. You wait your goddamn turn. Thank you. Okay? Wait your turn.
Yeah,
I'm
let's not
speaking. I'm not
interrupt.
sure why you're crashing
Just
out.
yeah,
I'm
Antaya.
literally speaking. I don't know why you're crashing out.
Hold on. Yeah. Adorna, let Adorna finish, and then Felicia, you can respond to her after.
Use.
Yeah, I will. When you're, I don't know why people do this. You're being disrespectful to me by trying to speak over me intentionally, and I'm just disrespecting you back. You're the one being disrespectful, and I'm just returning the favor. And you haven't even seen disrespectful yet. So stop being disrespectful. You haven't even
Let's
seen
keep
it yet.
this. Yeah, let's keep this productive, please. Let's not interrupt anybody. Let's just keep this, please, productive. Adorna, you can finish, and then Felicia, you can respond back.
I don't know why you keep unmuting. The only reason I
Let's
haven't
just
cursed
not
you out yet
interrupt.
is because you're Kovi's
Yes.
mutual.
Yes.
So please stop unmuting.
Let's please keep it respectful. But continue, Adorna.
Great. So what was being stated was I'm not talking about Western policies. We're speaking about someone specifically, directly, who is a harm to us. And so I'm not sure why it is that we would be expected to not be happy, right? When someone who is directly harming us is not harming us any longer. Like, this does not make sense to me at all. Why people, again, I'll give the example that I gave earlier. If a grape victim was happy that her grapist unalived, I don't think that anyone would be saying the things that people are saying currently. If a child that was being abused was happy that their abuser unalived, no one would have a problem. They're person that's actively abusing them. So I'm not exactly sure it is why Black people should not be happy when the person that was consistently, incessantly saying and causing harm by putting out discriminatory and prejudicial misinformation intentionally in order to harm and to specific, forgetting even just Black people. Last thing, I can play a video right now of him saying that if two college students, if two 19-year-olds are drunk and they are starting to have intercourse, and the girl says to stop, that it's not SA if the guy says to stop, because if they're both drunk, there's no such thing as withdrawing consent. So it's not even just about Black people, harmful all around. But I'm not exactly sure why it is that people who are being harmed shouldn't be happy when somebody that is harming them can no longer harm them. This does not make sense to me.
Yeah.
Now I'm going on mute.
Yeah, 1 second. Before you respond, Felicia, he also said, and I quote, Western civilization is worth fighting for. So this guy was not only saying these things, he also believed that you're supposed to fight for Western civilization, which would have directly also caused harm, or actually directly causes harm to Eritreans. And if you want to see that tweet, it was his particular tweet. Here we go, where he says, Charlie Kirk, Western civilization is worth fighting for. And you know that Western civilization is directly anti-Eritrean and anti-African. But continue.
Yeah. So basically, Manatu, again, I don't know why Americans are trying to tell us about the West. We know about the West. We know about who they are. We know how they exploit Africa more than you do. It's not about, again, it's not about their ideologies. It's not about, we are against them. We're not talking about their political ideology. Again, that's American politics. Since it's all about white and Black to you, and maybe they marginalize you in America, which is, again, I understand where you're coming from. As an African, I definitely understand what you're saying. Okay, so we're not justifying their ideologies. We know why they're here. We know what they do. But at the end of the day, there is no reason in this world, no reason at all for somebody to be murdered in front of billions of people. Like, there is no amount of, it's not justified.
Can I ask you a question?
Hold on, Jeff, hold on. Let me just
Yeah,
finish
let her finish, Jeff, and then after that you can go.
Yeah, so let me just make you guys understand. First of all, I definitely understand what is happening to Black people in America. I mean, again, I'm Americans. I just want to say Americans because they are Americans. I definitely understand the Black and white issue in America. We're not stupid. We're not delusional. We definitely understand you. And we're not saying we don't understand you. We know where you're coming from. But at the same time, there is no reason, there is no justification to murdering and violence to somebody. It's not justified at all. You can say whatever you want, and you don't hate the West more than me. You really don't hate the West more than me. I guarantee you, I hate the whiteys more than you. Trust me. Okay, the whiteys have done economically demolished my country for several centuries. You understand? I understand exactly what you're saying, but there is no there's no reason to justify somebody being murdered in cold blood in front of millions of people or thousands of people, however much they were there. It's not justifiable at all. Like, as human beings, we cannot, like, if we support shooting each other and F1 love TikTok shop. If we justify pee-pooing each other based off ideologies and, oh, he used to say this, oh, he did that, oh, blah, blah, blah. Like, how are we gonna have a civilization? How? Like, it's not justifiable at all. You cannot justify murdering somebody. You cannot, for any reason. I don't care whatever reason you have. You cannot justify murdering somebody. You understand? So I don't want you to, hold on. I don't want you to think that I don't understand where you're coming from. I understand exactly where you're coming from. Trust me, I am against the West more than anybody on this panel. I have been fighting the West more than anybody on this panel for years. You understand? I was born and raised in Eritrea. I was born and raised in Africa. I faced the consequences of sanctions. I faced the consequences of demolishment of economy in a nation. I faced them directly. But at the same time, I will never, ever justify this to murder someone. It's inhumane. It's inhumane. It's like, if I justify this, it's like I'm losing my humanity. You understand what I'm saying?
Do you want the West to stop doing what they're doing to Eritrea? I know you're against them more than me.
Yeah, I want them to stop. Yeah, I want them to take their hands off Africa. Yeah.
I got you, man. Look, I feel you.
Mm-hmm.
I want them to stop too. How we gonna get them to do that?
Yeah. So basically, we can work on that collectively. That's another topic. You know what I mean? We are all the same. Yeah, that's the thing.
You're against the West. I'm against the West. We're all against the West. We want the West to stop.
So basically,
how are we gonna get them to do it?
Yeah. So one thing that I want to do, one thing that I have been advocating is, we have to obviously continuously advocate for the West to take their hands off Africa, to stop exploiting Africa, and to just focus on themselves.
That sounds like ask nicely. Is that what you're saying? You're saying ask nicely?
No. Advocate again. Well, ask nicely, advocate through protests, through petitions, whatever we have to do. Obviously, it has to be peaceful. We cannot be violent at all. Right? Because if we're being violent, we are also hurting the society, the social concept of, human civilization.
I'm with you. When has, so if I was to go back, say, I don't know, 1,000 years, when has the nice asking and petition worked before? Do we have prior data to show that if we go to the white people,
never seen. Hey, okay, so can I tell you from an African point of view?
Yeah. Look, let me set my intention here.
Yeah,
I want to learn because I'm for the liberation of all Black people from from the North Pole to the South Pole, all the way around, if the Earth is round, if I'm right, all the way around the entire equator and everything in between, right? That's all the black people. And I want to do it the most efficient way and the most successful way possible. So I've talked to a bunch of people. I got some people that say, don't pew pew until you see the whites. And somebody goes, of their eyes, and they go, whose eyes? Right? That's one side. But you're telling me petitions, and I'm going to say, which one of those two has worked? Because I want it to, I want it to work.
Yeah, so basically, Valenti, when it comes to Western, like I said, the reason why I'm against the Western policies or the Western parties in general is because they never really talk about exploitation of Africa. I've never seen any protest or advocation for the stop of exploiting Africa. It's not there. Unless
it is. There's people that
unless you know
look, they sit down in college campuses every week and then they get kicked out. Then they go to Main Street somewhere, USA. The reason you don't see it, right, is because.
So I'm in college. I'm in college campuses, and I have been actively trying to, hold protests against, the West, to stop exploiting Africa. And the thing is, none of the parties are interested in this. The liberals are not interested in it. The conservatives are not interested in it. The Republicans, Democrats, or whatever you guys identify as in America. So that's why we as Africans.
You know why?
Yeah, because that's what I'm telling you. So from an African point of view, let me just tell you.
Protest is boring to them.
Yeah, so from an African point of view, let me just tell you that there is no Western party that helps us. It's not there. No one has been advocating for us. You understand? Which is whatever, it's fine, whatever, it's American issues. You guys want to have your own issues, it's fine. But at the end of the day, what I'm trying to tell you is we advocate for ourselves. We have our own, communities that we advocate for, obviously. And it's just like, at the end of the day, for us to, for the West to stop exploiting Africa, and if you want to include African issues in your American issues, then you have to help the African issues, advocate for the African issues.
Yes. Here's what I see.
Which is not common in the West.
We're talking
about Europe and America and Canada and everybody.
Because it's gelded, because it's inert. It doesn't do anything. It's people signing their name on a petition, on a look at me petition.
You guys went out for BLM.
Wait, can we not interrupt Jeff, please? Like, let's keep the conversation productive. I'm just having a conversation.
Yeah, the BLM, the people that went out for BLM, some of them are no different, but some of the people that advocated for hey, let's take over a city. Let's show them that we mean business. People do not come to the table when you give them a piece of paper with signatures. They don't. Somebody was up here before saying that democracy is the fiber of the United States. If you give a politician right now a piece of paper with, especially one in Congress, a piece of paper with 10,000 signatures on it, like a change.org thing, they're going to look at that and they're going to take it to the nearest latrine and say, hey, I hope I'm regular. That's what they're going to say. They're not going to listen to you. So if you want to petition I'm just going to tell you, if you want to petition and diplomacy your way out of oppression, not only has it never worked before, it will not work, because all they're going to do is say, why do I have to listen to you? I'm already taking your shit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're right. It did not work. It has not worked. I mean, that's what we've been doing, and it's not working, right? We know it's not working, but does that mean we have to resort to violence? Are we going to go and shoot everybody in America? I mean, we're not Americans. What are we supposed to do as an African?
Let's brainstorm.
Yeah.
So the signing of the paper, I asked you what are we going to do, because you and I both want it to stop. You more than me, right? Like you hate the West more than I do. You really want it to stop, and I also want it to stop. So the first idea didn't work, so we'll put that idea to the side, and we know it's not going to work. So you agree there. We're going to put that to the side. What else you got?
Yeah, so basically, Manitou, Jeff, we have been advocating for, the lifting of sanctions from Africa for a very long time through peaceful means. There is no unfortunately, I think this is a very bad, it's very bad news for all of us, including me. But we don't have a plan B. We're not going to resort to violence. We're not shooting nobody. This is how we resolve it. And this is the only way we resolve it is through peaceful ways. So if they don't listen through peaceful ways, then there's nothing we can do. We just keep on working on that. That's what we do. You understand?
So, okay. So like if I can't accept there's nothing we can do. So the sales pitch is going to fail on me. But no, that's okay. Look, that's okay. Here's what I would say. I would say you keep signing your papers. And look, do you know, are you familiar with Brexit, Felicia? Are you familiar with Brexit?
No.
Okay, so the UK, the United Kingdom, wonderful, wonderful country. Very nice to other countries. Did you hear? Charlie Kirk said so. They decided that they didn't want to be part of the largest trading bloc in the world anymore because they're dumb. And they voted to leave it. And it took years to get it done. Do you know why it took years to get it done? Because in the 90s and for years prior to that, a whole bunch of people in Ireland threw Molotov cocktails into buildings and burned down a whole bunch of stuff because they didn't like how Ireland was treated. And so I think it was 99, somebody fact checked me. I think it was in 99. They signed a thing called the Good Friday Agreement. And that little piece of paper, after a lot of violence, stopped Brexit from happening for, I think, like 4 years. It took 4 years to get done what they could have done and gotten done in 2 weeks because the border between Ireland and Northern Ireland, they said, hey, if we violate this, they called it the Troubles. The Troubles are going to start again, and they're going to start throwing fuel with fire into buildings. We don't want them to do that no more. This is the UK. The UK said, we're not going to violate the Good Friday Agreement. Has the UK ever violated any treaties with Africa? Have they ever signed a piece of paper and said, nah, we're not going to do that?
They destroyed the Eritrean economy.
They did, yeah.
They did? Okay. Why do you think they listened to the agreement they signed in Ireland?
I'm not sure why.
Yeah, for the people in the chat that's saying that that's not why, listen to the conversations between Boris Johnson and his parliament. It was the Good Friday Agreement. As a matter of fact, right now they had, even to this day, the waters between Ireland and the UK, they had to draw an imaginary line there in order to let trade happen with Northern Ireland. They've been trying to like circumvent that because Northern Ireland's economy has done so much better than the mainland, but they don't want to violate it. And the reason is because there will be violence if they do. They know that the people in Ireland, they ain't fucking around. They're like, yo, if you F with us and you try to screw around with our stuff, we will burn this whole thing to the ground.
Wait, can I also just say, like, violence is a huge part of Eritrean history. I just wanted to say that. Like, Eritrean, like, this is something that's, like, really, like making me a bit confused. Because if you look into the history of Eritrea has always violently resisted. Literally. Like, there have been, like, violent resistance against the Ottomans, violent resistance against the Brits, violent resistance against the Italians, violent resistance against the Ethiopians, literally for 30 years, literally, right? So
Eritrea literally was only about violence, right? Because we realize, right? Eritreans realize that if you can't do it peacefully, you just literally pick up an AK. Like, it's a running gag within the Eritrean community that Eritreans are obsessed with AK-47s. And the reason as to why Eritreans are obsessed with AK-47s is because literally even the women, 30 to 40% of the liberation movement were literally women. Your average women were like, no, fuck this shit. We're also going to join the liberation movement, and decide to join and be violent. So, like, to me, it's kind of like a bit weird when we know that historically, Eritrean revolution and Eritrean history has been shaped by Eritreans choosing a violent method to say that people only have to be peaceful now. When being peaceful has never worked for us as Eritreans either.
Yeah, so basically, for Eritrean, independence, obviously, we tried through peaceful means for a very long time. And the issue is, it doesn't, at the end of the day, you guys are trying, to justify it with using every and any situation.
No. That's not the case. Can I just say, by the way, the USSR funded the G side. Just wanted to say that. The USSR was funding the G side. The weapons were predominantly stolen from Ethiopia, which Ethiopia got the weapons from the USSR. So I just wanted to say the USSR was not helping the Eritreans.
So let me just make this clear. Are you guys against the Second Amendment?
So I believe in stricter pew pew laws. But I think I'm kind of confused too. Are you under the impression, like, what do you know about the person who pew pewed Charlie Kirk?
Yeah, so basically, like I said, Manitou,
Because it sounds like you're blaming us for his pew pewing.
Definitely not.
Okay, so then why do you keep saying as though because I don't think anybody up here justified his pew pewing, but it's one of those like, well, I mean, the world's not a horrible place. It's no one's justified it. No one said that it was like, I haven't heard anyone up here say that. And I don't think even the people who are celebrating it are saying that unaliving people is like a cool thing to do. I mean, it's simply, it's simply stating that, this person won, you live by the sword, you die, you unalive by the sword. Like, this is what he preached. So he got what he wanted type stuff. I'm just confused, because a lot of the terminology you've been using just makes me feel like you think that a certain group of people, i.e. the people who look like the people on this panel, were what caused his unalivement. On top of the fact that I'm sorry, and also one more question. Is it because he was Christian? Because you've notated that a lot, that you have this immense respect for him. Because I saw on your page, you said stop unaliving Christians.
Yeah, and if you go on my repost, like I said, I have a lot of reposts about several persecuted Christians all over the world.
Yeah.
That is definitely a factor.
So I'm kind of confused because, are you notating that Christians don't believe in violence or support violence? Is that your belief?
That's not my point. Again, that's not literally my point. My whole point is, again, I understand, again, I'm not blaming this for anybody. I'm not blaming this specifically to a group of people. What happened already happened. We don't need to blame, group of people for what an individual did. But at the end of the day, we don't have to police people how to mourn, or tell people you're white tea, so you don't get to mourn, or
Well, I don't think anybody said that. I think that.
I think I've seen a lot of videos that say that.
Yeah, the only thing that I do take issue with, and I can leave it to Kobe because I'm not air trained. But I do understand Kobe's sentiment of feeling like it's a little bit disrespectful to have his photo, similar to the analogy that she gave, of someone having a picture of Smittler over the Star of David. That would be alarming to me. If I saw someone doing that, but I'm not I guess I could only do that if somebody had like, you know, the Black American flag up and they, you know, had a picture of Charlie Kirk. I could be like, what
Or
are
like
you
a
doing, bro?
clan member or something like that.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, it's
Like,
it's
yeah.
really disrespectful to me, to be fair. But yeah.
The problem is, and I said this earlier, there's a difference between stating you can't do it and I see you doing it, so now I know who you are. Those are two different things, right? But like I also said earlier that it just seems so hypocritical to me, because saying don't police them mourning, but in the same breath saying you can't be happy is literally saying don't police them mourning, but I'm going to police your reaction. Don't police their reaction, but I'm policing your reaction. This doesn't make sense to me. That doesn't make any sense. It's just hypocritical. And then on top of that, last thing is that I'm going to say it again, as many people have. No one would be saying this to Jewish people if Schmittler unalived. And forgetting even Schmittler, there was a young man that had unalived. He was like 22 years old, and he was part of the SA, which was like the Schnazi military like group, like police. He was one of the people that was unalived, and then they taken him in for propaganda, kind of like really propped him up and made him like kind of the face of their kind of what they had going on. And he was not Schmittler, but even him unaliving, if a Jewish person was okay with him unaliving, I don't think anyone would be like, oh, well, yeah, I think that Jewish people shouldn't be happy about a Schnazi unaliving.
Wait,
why would you not be? What happened?
No, continue.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I do not understand this concept of, again, as I said, people not being happy when someone who is harming them is able to not harm them anymore. Relief, happiness, like all of the things. I cannot imagine why, if someone is harming you, why you would expect the people being harmed to be not be happy when they are not being harmed. I gave the analogy with the grape victim. Grape victim, if they were unhappy, if they were happy that their rapist unalived, no one would be like, oh, I feel like you shouldn't do that. Like, yes, the people being harmed will be happy when the person harming them, it can no longer harm them. This is a human reaction. This does not make sense to me why that would be policed. That does not make sense to me.
Wait, would you, Felicia, would you mourn Haile Selassie's death?
Kovi.
No, genuine question. Would you mourn Haile Selassie's death? Because his death was also violent, right?
You can't. Haile Selassie didn't even believe he was black. He believed
regardless of what
Haile Selassie was a white supremacist. So.
And Charlie Kirk is also a white supremacist. That's the thing. So my question is,
he's a black man. Haile Selassie is a black man.
Simple question. Would you, because Haile Selassie's death was violent, right? They literally buried him under a toilet. Would you mourn his death?
What is happening?
To the people who don't understand, by the way, one second. The people who don't understand, Haile Selassie was the then Ethiopian emperor who colonized and annexed Eritrea and also unalived Eritreans. So he was toppled.
He also believed he was a chosen one, and he
did. Regardless of all that stuff, right? So he unalived Eritreans and believed that he would.
Yeah. So basically, I wouldn't listen. Let me tell you something. I wouldn't come on the internet and celebrate, and we never let's not even talk about Haile Selassie. Hold on, let's talk about Meles Zenawi. Let's talk about Meles Zenawi let's talk about Meles Zenawi because it just happened recently, right? Meles Zenawi is the same concept. Meles Zenawi is an Ethiopian leader. He tried to annex Eritrea. He is a Zionist.
Can we focus on Haile Selassie though? Let's not deflect. Then we focus on Haile Selassie.
Yeah, so let's just. But I'm talking about Meles Zenawi because
wait, hold on, Felicia, 1 second. We can go to Meles Zenawi after, I promise. But let's just focus on the Haile Selassie comment. Would you sit here and mourn Haile Selassie's death?
I wouldn't come on the internet and celebrate it. That's for sure.
That wasn't my question.
I never do.
No, that wasn't my question. My question is, would you mourn his death?
But. That's what I'm telling you. We're not telling you not to. Not to mourn.
You're telling people.
No, I'm not telling you not to mourn. I'm just telling you when you come on it, you don't have to blast it on the internet. You don't have
I
to
did
come
though.
on the internet
It's literally my
and tell
point.
us that you are not mourning.
Hold on,
have you ever heard me say celebrate Haile Selassie's death publicly?
Hold on, I did. I do.
You heard me say
literally
it? You heard me personally say
No, that's not what
celebrate
I'm
Haile
saying.
Selassie's publicly death
No, that's not what I'm saying. No, that's
Okay.
not what I'm. That's not what
So
I'm
that's the
saying.
point, though. That's the
My
point.
point is no. Hold on. My point is literally, if you go to my page, y'all. 1 second, I'll show it to y'all. If you go to my page, right? Give me a second. Let me show it to y'all, right? If you go to my TikTok page, on this account, I literally have this post. That's literally Haile Selassie, right? And I have a toilet right next to him, and I'm literally celebrating this man's death. And I have never, which by the way, I will still fucking do that. This guy was a piece of shit, right? But I have never gotten any message from you telling me that I shouldn't just. And also, speaking of Meles Zenawi, same thing. Literally have the same thing of me celebrating his death as well.
Yeah.
And I think I've never ever encountered an Eritrean tell me that we should mourn the deaths of Meles Zenawi or Haile Selassie, or if Mengistu.
You will never do because this is Eritrean politics and American politics.
Exactly. You will never do. Why? Because we know how much harm.
Because we don't talk about dead people. That's why in our culture, we don't talk about
My
dead
point is,
people.
that's not my point. My point is, I've never
Who celebrated? So let's talk about the Eritrean. Listen, individually, first of all, I was born after Haile Selassie's era. So let's talk about Meles era. When Meles Zenawi died, and he died on national TV, and his wife wasn't even able to see his casket. None of the Eritreans in Eritrea were celebrating. None of us were celebrating. And I was in Eritrea then.
Wait, that wasn't my point. My point is
we're not
I'm
celebrating,
Eritrean
though.
too. No, hold on.
We were not
1 second.
celebrating.
No, 1 second.
As a matter of fact,
stop saying I'm
government-
Eritrean too, right? So my point is, though, I have never ever been criticized for any of the comments that I have made from other Eritreans towards Meles Zenawi or Haile Selassie. Why? Because we know that these people were pieces of shit. I have personally seen Eritreans make fun of the fact that Haile Selassie was buried under a toilet, right? I've seen that myself. I've seen fobs making fun of it as well, right? So the issue here is it's not that controversial because we know
Kovi,
how much harm.
Can I just say something? Hold on, Kovi. When you bring in Haile Selassie, first of all, he was unaliving his own people. He was unaliving Ethiopians and he was unaliving Eritreans. And he was unaliving Islamic people. He was against Islam. He is nowhere near. He's nowhere near Charlie Kirk or anything. Charlie Kirk was not unaliving white tea people.
No, Charlie Kirk is. So
you cannot compare those two.
No,
Charlie
Charlie Kirk is actively upholding violence. 1 second, Charlie Kirk is.
But they're not on the same level, though.
No. That's not the point. That's not the point. The point is within. Hold on. The point is within America, black newborns are 3 times more likely to die than white newborns. The point is within America, black women during childbirth are 5 times more likely to die than white women, even rich black women, even women like Beyonce,
which is fine, but you cannot.
No, it's not fine. No, the point.
No, I understand. No, what I'm saying is
the point is the point is that racism is violence, and literally today. Yeah. A black man was found lynched in Mississippi, and that was literally dismissed. So the point is, when black people living in America are actively seeing even their newborns dying because of racism, and they see this man who is glorifying that racism, he is harmful because he's radicalizing a whole generation of young white people who are going to grow up and are going to continue upholding said system. So if you can agree that you wouldn't mourn Haile Selassie because you know how harmful he was to Eritreans, why should black people in America mourn a man who was harmful to them?
Again, don't put words in my mouth. I never said you should mourn him. Never said that. I never said you should mourn him. I'm just saying you shouldn't police how other people mourn him. That's all I'm saying.
You are policing other
You
people's
can do whatever you
reactions.
want. That's fine. To each his own. Like I said, you can mourn him. You cannot mourn him. That's up to you. You understand? There is no need for you to come. And again, Adrona looks. You've pointed this out a lot of times, and you said I'm in a way policing people. But really, is that your human instinct to come and celebrate death on the internet?
Hold on, it does not matter. Stop being a hypocrite.
That's fine.
Then
That's okay.
Then
That's
don't
fine.
hold on. But then don't be.
I don't think it's
say,
right.
Don't
I don't think
say.
it's right.
Do not say.
No, don't police me what to say
people's
or not say.
actions while police literally at the same time of policing people's actions. It is hypocritical. That is hypocritical.
Sorry, I don't know. It is my instinct to make fun of Haile Selassie. Yes. That guy was a bitch ass nigga, and he deserved every single thing that he got under that toilet. I said it, I posted it, and I'm not ashamed of it. And I'm an Eritrean as well. The same thing with Meles Zenawi. That bitch ass nigga deserved whatever the fuck he got for massacring Eritreans and literally deporting Eritreans into poverty. 100%, and I will stand by it. And the moment that I find out that Mengistu Haile Mariam dies in Zimbabwe, I will celebrate his fucking death and literally drink suwa. Okay? So that's my point, Felicia. It is human instinct to celebrate or to maybe feel relief or to be happy when the people who actively oppressed you are not on this earth anymore.
Yeah, so Mijamata Kovi Manitu, just for the context of other people, because you keep comparing Charlie to Haile Selassie and Meles Zenawi. Haile Selassie was unaliving his own people. He was not a.
It doesn't matter.
It matters because
I'm not celebrating his death because he unalived Ethiopians. I'm
But you are comparing him with a white.
Eritreans.
You're comparing him with a person, white supremacist, which means he cares about white people. Charlie has never unalived white people.
Care about white
Charlie
people.
Kirk is a white supremacist.
Wait,
Charlie
hold
Kirk
on.
was a white
supremacist. Wait, one second.
Yeah,
one
but
second.
Haile Selassie was a black man.
Hold on, one second.
Felicia.
White supremacist does not mean you care about your people. White supremacist literally means you are actively oppressing other people. Because
it just means you feel you're better than anybody. You as a white man, you feel you're better than anybody else.
What have white supremacists done historically though? What do they still
I'm
continue
saying
doing?
you cannot compare this to historical figures.
No, it's not historical. I'm saying till today. What are white supremacists doing till today? What are they doing in East Africa until today? White supremacists think that they're better than us, so they can drone strike us. They literally drone strike.
Okay, so this is where the problem comes. So African people, the African issue, we have issues with American or Western foreign policies. We don't have a problem with what color.
Wait, but American policies are white supremacists. That's the point.
Like Barack Obama is white. Barack Obama sanctioned us. Barack Obama actively sanctioned us. As soon as he got in office, he sanctioned Eritrea.
Do you think Ethiopian government was anti Eritrea?
No, it's not about. Listen, it's not about white and black to us. It's not about that. It's about Western policies to us. It doesn't matter what color is in power.
Felicia, can you answer my question? Do you think Ethiopian government during the 1970s was anti Eritrea? Was it
Ethiopian government has forever been anti-Eritrea.
So
forever.
Aman Andom, who was the president of Ethiopia, was he Eritrean? Yes or no?
Aman Andom was never a president. He was a commander.
He was the leader. He was the leader of the Derg, and he was leading.
Yeah, and he's Eritrean. He's Eritrean. Aman Andom is Eritrean.
So just because an Eritrean man for a couple of months was leading Ethiopia does not mean Ethiopia was not anti-Eritrea. So just because Barack Obama is leading America does not mean that America is not based and rooted in white supremacy. The whole foundation of Western civilization
so it just means when, as an African, again, I'm not talking to you from
there
an
are three Africans on this panel. Patricia is also African. Felicia, you're African. I'm African too.
So from an
and
African
Sunit
point
is
of
also
view,
African.
Yeah, great. So from an African point of view, to us, it's not about what color is in power. We know whatever color is in power in the West.
That's not what I'm talking
against
about.
Us.
I'm not talking
They're
about
working against us.
Felicia,
we know this as Africans.
Felicia, you're not listening to what I'm saying. The foundation of Western imperialism is white supremacy. That's the foundation. It was literally rooted in the idea that white people are superior. Everything associated to whiteness is superior.
Because that's what it is. American politics is all about white and black, like I said.
One second, Felicia. When a Charlie Kirk is talking about protecting and fighting for Western civilization, he's not talking about black Americans. He's not talking about black people in the West. He's specifically talking about white people and white Western civilization. Because when people say Western, they don't mean black Americans, indigenous Americans, whatever.
We do actually.
I'm not, Felicia, you're not listening to us.
As an African, when I'm saying Western
I am
politics,
African too.
I'm talking about
You need to
American.
stop wait 1 second. You need to stop weaponizing African. I am African
We're
too.
not,
There are
I'm not
literally
weaponizing African.
But you're not
I'm
the
not
only
weaponizing African.
you're not the only African in this conversation. I just want
You
to
were
say
not
that.
born in Eritrea, Kobe. I was born and raised in
Snit and
Eritrea.
Patricia were born in Africa. There we go. Snit was born in Eritrea. Patricia was born in Africa.
But you were not. Okay,
I'm
Snit
still
is fine.
Eritrean
No,
though.
Snit is born.
I'm still. You don't have to be.
Yeah, you are
disrespectful.
Eritrean. Yes, but
yes, I'm an
Sure.
Eritrean. I'm
Okay.
an Eritrean person who grew up in an Eritrean
You are,
community.
but don't tell me that I'm
hold on,
weaponizing
1
it. I'm
second,
not.
Felicia, respectfully. The reason as to why I speak my language perfectly is because I was born and raised around Eritreans. I'm still an African person. I wasn't born and raised disconnected, not around my people, where I don't speak my language. I speak my language very fucking fluently, and you know that, Felicia. So what I was gonna say was, right? What I was gonna say was the very foundation of the West is literally white supremacy. That's what I wanted to say. The foundation of the West is white supremacy. Regardless of what you think it is, even when Obama was president, the Congress was still rooted in white supremacy. Everything around him was still rooted in white supremacy. Right? So that's literally what I'm trying to tell you. So when a person is saying that they're pro the West, they don't mean that they're pro black people or indigenous people or whatever it is in the West. They mean they're pro white people in the West and everything associated with whiteness. That is literally what it means. So when a person says they're a white supremacist, it doesn't mean that they specifically only are pro themselves. It means that they are pro oppressing other people. That's just the facts of it. That's literally the facts of it. If you study what white supremacy is, if you study how it manifests itself, how it's implemented within policies, the reason as to why the West is going around and bombing brown countries is because they think that white Western culture is superior and more civilized to them. The reason as to why colonizers went around saying we need to civilize these people is because they thought white culture, quote unquote, was superior to all of these people. So it is inherently white supremacist, which has caused multiple genocides. So when a person like Charlie Kirk is radicalizing a whole generation of millions of young white people, which, by the way, the Department of Homeland Security itself, a government agency, said that the number one threat in America are white supremacist terrorism, the stuff that they were doing, because they go around shooting black people in supermarkets, they go and unalive black people in churches, they go and there was literally a white nurse that broke the bones of 28 black newborns just this year, Felicia. So when this guy is going around talking about the dehumanization of black people, that causes death, and that's why it's violent.
Okay, let's just let Sunit, yeah, go ahead, Amar, and I'm gonna.
Okay. I want to ask Felicia, do you think he was a Christian martyr?
No.
Okay. So, do you think that, because as someone that spewed hate, right? She does? Okay, I'm not going to focus on that. As someone that spewed hate and is clearly a white supremacist, because he kept talking really down on about immigrants and everyone that didn't look like him, that isn't him, right? He said that not all cultures are created equal. Western civilization is the best humanity that has produced.
Sunit, were you born in Eritrea?
Yeah, I was.
Okay, so your perspective is more valuable apparently than mine, but continue.
Okay.
Kobe, I never said that. You know, I respect you, and I respect you as an Eritrean. You're my Eritrean sister, regardless of this Nej, Amerikan malet. Yeah, go ahead.
Anyway, I think you have to understand why everyone that is, especially marginalized communities, to be talking about him the way they are, because this man has repeatedly talked down on them, called them an invasion, immigration, called it, immigration, called it invasion, okay? And then on top of that, he kept saying that the Civil Rights Act was what did he say? It was too far? And he said that black people are better under slavery. People like him, right? People that built a platform based on white supremacy and hatred are the reason that people are treating his death the way they are right now. I'm not one to celebrate his death because as a Christian, it's just not what I stand for. But me seeing other people, right? The way that they're reacting, you can't really criticize them. And I think having Charlie Kirk in the middle of the Eritrean flag is a little bit crazy because he called our people, just because he didn't directly mention them, there's still Eritrean diasporas in America, he would still call it invasion.
Mm-hmm.
You get what I mean?
Yeah.
So when it comes to topics like these, it is very I try to not be harsh about it, right? Because I'm not one to talk about anyone like this.
Right.
But as someone that made himself out to be this Christian guy, which by the way, it was white-centric Christianity that was rooted in white supremacy, okay? And everything about him was not Christ-like, right? So
I wouldn't say that.
I mean,
for someone, to each own. Again, that's your own opinion, but I wouldn't say that.
No. It's not an opinion. For someone
that's your opinion again.
Hold on. For someone, Kirk, he did not die for his religion. Okay.
He did not. I never said he did.
But I'm talking about he was not Christ-like, because no one that is Christ-like would spew hate.
Nobody is like Christ-like. Christ-like.
When people call themselves Christians, right? And that
you are following Christ. You are not like Christ. You're following Christ.
But do you think anything?
You're trying to be like Christ.
Nothing. He wasn't even trying. That's my whole point.
Being against the alphabets, being against abortion apologists and trans, delusional clowns. You think that's not Christ-like?
No, Christ.
I think someone that wants.
Christ was a bigot.
Hold on. Nothing about him.
Excuse me, please. Let's not disrespect religions. Okay.
Hold on.
Yeah, I didn't. I asked you, was Christ a bigot? If being bigoted, if he was bigoted, and you're saying that's Christ-like, that would make Christ bigoted, is what you're saying. If you're saying they're alike.
Do you not understand the concept of Christianity, at all?
There's not a single word. There's not a single word.
Okay, Sneak Manitou, let me just make this clear.
Let's not debate religion here.
Hold on, let's my point and then I'll let everyone talk.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah, and Patricia also wanted to say something. She's been quiet this whole time, but continue.
Okay, I'm saying.
Also, chill in the chat, y'all. Please, let's just chill in the chat, please. Let's just have a productive conversation.
Anyway, I'm saying for someone that wanted for public executions to be televised while children were watching and then making a joke about it being what did he say? For it to be sponsored by Coca-Cola and to make it quick, right? It should be public, it should be quick, and it should be televised. That was him, okay? No one that believes in Christ would talk about the unaliving of other people, let alone make it public. I don't know, but anyone else's God, but I can speak for my God. My God stood up for people that were marginalized, for people that were not, that were undervalued. But I'm saying, for someone like him, I don't condone anything that happened to him. Okay, I'm not one to say he deserved what happened to him, and I don't respect the way it happened. But let's not turn a blind eye and keep blind supporting.
I'd also like to point out the complete hypocrisy again, right, that has happened. Saying don't respect Christianity while disrespecting multiple groups of people in the same sentence. What? You literally disrespected multiple groups of people and in the next breath said, don't disrespect Christianity. The freaking hypocrisy.
Yeah, at the quest of leaving religion out of it, I'm just gonna say this. Oh, I'm sorry. Actually, Patricia wanted to say something. Go ahead.
Yeah. Good night. I just want to say something to Felicia. I want to make clear something. When we talk about me as an African too, when we talk about white supremacy, we refer to people like Charlie. We don't refer to our brothers, Black Americans, who the white supremacy took and enslaved them and did them atrocities. We don't refer to indigenous Americans. We don't refer to people who've been oppressed and colonized. We don't refer to that. When we say white supremacy, we refer to people like Charlie. We don't say our brothers and sisters, cousins, the Black Americans, are white supremacy. I just want to make this very clear. That white supremacy are the ones who took our cousins, mother, fathers to be enslaved and killed and massacred in another continent. I will never refer to our brothers and sisters, cousins, mother, fathers in that way.
So really quick, let's not use his hatred towards LGBTQ people to make him be someone that is for Christ. Even though in the Bible it does say that, that doesn't mean that we're supposed to say hateful things. We're supposed to avoid slurs, bullying, exclusions, or threat. It says to listen and help and treat people with respect and dignity. So even that, you can't use the fact that his hateful ideologies towards the LGBTQ people that make him Christian.
So basically, I just want to, because Sunit, you want to make this all about religion when it's not. We don't hate the alphabet people, Melody. I did not disrespect them, but I don't agree with them. It's very simple.
You called it delusional. You literally said, and that delusional.
That's not an insult. That's a description. You are delusional.
Wonderful, because I think you're delusional. That's great, because I think you're delusional.
That's okay. I respect
since it's
that.
great, and since it's not a difficult, then I think that the people that raised you are also delusional, because that must be how you came out.
Yes,
So
don't be
that must
disrespectful.
no. You said it's not an
Are you
insult,
gay?
so I don't know why you're speaking.
Are you
You said
gay?
it's
Is that
not
why
an
you
insult to
curse?
call people. You just said it's not an insult, so you don't mind that I call you and
I
people
don't.
that raised you delusional. Wonderful. So then you should stop
That's
speaking, so I
fine.
can.
Again, I can speak whatever I
That's what
say.
I'm
You say
saying.
whatever you
Wonderful.
have
So
to
then you can
say.
stop speaking.
And
Wonderful. So then you, yes, then you can speak afterwards. You can call me delusional when I'm done, right? The fact of the matter is that you know you're being disrespectful. You know you're being disrespectful, right? And this is why I'm not even going to get into the religion talk. But it does not make sense to me how people like this come on platforms to police other people and are completely hypocritical and then expect other people to listen to them. I don't know how you would expect anyone to speak to your delusional ass.
Laughing at this is not Christian, like Felicia. I'm just gonna let that be known. I'm sorry. I don't understand. I don't understand this at all. Like if you want to walk in Christ, like because that's what you were saying before, you wouldn't be laughing. You would be trying to have the conversation.
yeah, no,
And
I'm laughing at her reaction.
yeah, it was because she was upset because I'm not.
Yeah, I
gonna
know,
hold
but
you.
there's nothing to be upset about. This is we're having a
hold on,
conversation.
Felicia. So I am a queer person, right? And I do take offense to you calling me delusional because I am of rational mind. Being delusional would mean I'm not of rational mind. I am very much so of rational mind. And you were trying to insult my ability to understand things, and I have perfectly good ability to understand things. I have a wonderful life. I'm perfectly capable of taking care of myself. I take care of my family, all the things. But you and you're still doing it in the comments, being disrespectful while I'm talking to you, and I don't understand why, right? Because I've not, since I've been on this panel, disrespect you, but I've watched you disrespect damn near everyone on this panel, including the host, over and over, and you've received nothing but grace. Because when I tell you some of the people on this panel, had this been another panel, you wouldn't have made it this far, myself included. Like, we are holding so much decorum because of the respect for the person whose live this is, the immense amount of respect that we have. But the way that you have tried to erase the validity and things that Covey has said because of where she was born, the way you tried to mark up the fact that you weren't born here because you were born there, because you were born and raised there, it was disrespectful. The little side comments, we all heard it. Everyone in the comments heard it. And because we care so much about Covey, we stayed on mute. I stayed on mute. But when I tell you, I'm trying so hard to respect my sister's space, but I don't like her being disrespectful because I know the things that she does for her community. I've watched and been in lives. So yeah, absolutely not. Absolutely not. And then for you to then go on and continuously disrespect other communities, I need you to do some reflecting. Christian to Christian, you need to do some reflecting and do what Christ would do and judge a little less. Right? Let's try that. If you want to have him in your background, that's your prerogative. But Adorno already stated, like, you're being hypocritical in saying that we can't tell you how to mourn, but you're trying to tell us how we should feel about this at all.
Can I just say, Beauty Manatu, I heard you say you're queer, which is fine. Again, you know what I mean?
No, it's delusional. It's delusional, as you said, right? I'm delusional.
No, but my opinion about the ideology of queer has nothing to do with what the person is. You as a person, I have a lot of love for you, and I have a lot, like I've seen from the way you speak and from the conversation that we've had. You're very respectful, and everybody on this panel. I'm very respectful towards whatever your ideology is. You understand? So I'm not being disrespectful. I just want you to respect my ideologies, and I'm a Christian.
You're the only one that's been disrespectful, Felicia. I promise you.
I have not been disrespectful. I have not said anything bad about you guys.
Calling someone delusional, which you called me delusional, is disrespectful.
I did not specifically call you.
Saying to Kobe after she said over and over again, I'm African, you making...
So first of all, me and Kobe, we and Kobe, we know each other. That's fine.
I'm gonna end this conversation. I'm sorry. This is at this point, it's not ending well.
Wait, don't be disrespectful. I'm just saying. But I'm going to say, Covey, you know what it is. Dorna, Alicia, y'all know what it is. Crazy work. Nothing we could do. When white people are oppressing us, if they don't allow us to do the prayer card stuff and fill out the petition, if they don't listen to the GoFundMe's and the change.orgs, then all we got to do is let them put chains around our neck and keep it moving, because nothing we could do. That's what I took from this. Thank you for the hope and the thoughts and prayers. I'll see y'all later.
Bye, Jeff.
Proud Kabira, did you want to say something?
For now, not really. I was gonna try to diffuse it, but I guess it's kind of already over, so not really. I'll stick around though.
Okay, thank you guys. This is this whole thing has been disappointing. I'm not gonna lie. I'm sorry, y'all.
Yeah, and the thing is that if pastors admit the truth about the Bible not being the truth, then they lose their livelihood. Their bread and butter is gone.
There's a lot of corruption in the Christian churches.
Well, yeah, you see in the Catholic Church. The people. I'm originally from New Hampshire, which is just north of Massachusetts, where they had all those Catholic priests, essaying kids. Remember that a few years ago when I had that big, huge blowout, and they showed all that, and then the Vatican turned around and just excused their priests and just put them in different churches. They didn't fire these priests. They put them in different churches and relocated them, and nothing was ever brought against these priests. And
they paid out. Well, they did pay out. They paid out millions of dollars in damages to the victims, and then now have SAM insurance. So
right, and where's the all-loving God to correct these things? These are people that represent the God Himself. So where is He now to correct these people who are so corrupt and representing His name and His own churches and everything else to correct this stuff? Nowhere to be found.
He's in their imagination.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what's messed up, is that these priests in the Vatican and everything think that they are entitled to these children. They think that they are actually entitled to have their way with these children.
Brandon, could I get your age for TikTok TOS? I can't see your full name. I'm sorry. Stand by.
Yeah, you're all good.
Brandon Dixon. Yeah,
24. He, him, his. I've been here before. I'm a friendly.
Okay, cool. I was just asking.
Yeah, you're all good. You're all good.
we need a box open for.
Yeah, I'll jump down.
No, don't jump. No, I'll do it.
Alex, you stay. I'll hop down. Okay. Guys, I'll hop. It's fine. Oh.
Yeah, usually when we only have one box open, I usually click on the profile and look at it
that is a good
to
point.
see
I
if
didn't
they're
think about doing that. That's a good idea. I'll start doing that.
That was my bad. I was the one who invited him up when I hit accept, so I'll do better.